add that into our agenda.
Good morning.
Yeah, just see how
Good morning.
Welcome.
That's
In
good.
compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, the notice requirements have been satisfied. Meeting dates for the year are listed on the annual agenda. Copies are sent to the Record, Suburbanite, Northern Valley Press, and are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center. The notice of this special budget meeting has been sent to the Record, Suburbanite, and Northern Valley News, and has been posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center and the Borough website. For those watching on Channel 7, welcome to Breakfast with the Mayor and Council. And
We have bagels.
we start out with a time for public comment. There doesn't seem to be much public here today, so we'll go on to our first part of our agenda, which is the building department. We have our construction slash zoning official here, who's also in charge of the building department, Bob Burns. Welcome.
That's me. It's 9 o'clock. We started the meeting.
This is Dave.
Mr. Burns, welcome to the hot seat.
Of March.
So, anybody have any questions on the recommendations from our CFO and our administrator? Or any questions on any part of this
Yes.
department's budget?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to have an orderly meeting today, which means if you'd like to speak, raise your hand and you will be recognized as quickly as possible. Max, one hand at a time,
One
please.
at a time. No, I need to speak for two. Yeah? So here we go. I'm trying to understand over here the two inspectors. We'll start on page no number salaries. The two inspectors over here. One is they have different hour payment per hour. What is the rationale and how much should they be paid per hour? If you look at the pricing of the
UCC.
Nizhubrovsky, yeah, and it's for 10 hours, 22,000, and the next inspector, McManus, for 15 hours is 27,000. You can see the Ms. Borsky is paid at a higher rate. How much are they paid and why is the difference?
They're both 15 hours.
No, one is 10
No,
hours and
15.
one is,
He works 3 days a week.
it's not in our books.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
so
that's a
maybe I
mistake.
didn't know that.
We're talking about David, right?
Yeah, he works 3 days a week, 15 hours.
Okay,
Well, they
okay.
thought it was kind of-
And then what is the,
And Jack works 15 hours also.
it's not in our books, so if
Yeah.
they does,
10.
I have a job.
Maybe John McManus you're talking
John, yeah.
about? So John McManus works 15 hours?
yeah, and the other one in the book shows 10 hours.
He works
Yeah, that might
15.
have been something that wasn't updated in or something.
Okay, but what's the difference in
I'd
the,
have to go back to make sure of the price. Does one make less than the other? Do you know offhand?
because the proportion over
Yes.
here is not equal.
Yes, it's got to do with the amount of work that they do and,
No, but per hour, salary per hour.
I could go look it up. Move on to the next thing
David's
where
a
I've
new
got.
hire.
Okay, so that's what we need to know, if one makes less
I'll be
than,
right back.
They're
because
different
over here
subgroups.
David makes more.
That could happen.
Over here David makes more, if you look at the percentage.
Let me go see what the hourly rate is.
Yeah,
No, because if this is 15, if
Make
this was
sure.
the same
Yeah, yeah.
15, but that
Be right back.
salary is correct.
if it's 15, then it's okay.
Yeah, it's just the hours that is incorrect.
Okay, if 15 is okay, it makes less, fine, it's good, if that's what it is. Can we talk about, okay. All right, where's, okay, that was hourly rate, okay. Overtime. If we go to, I'm sorry, the next page.
The admin page.
Yeah, let's start into the admin page. Overtime, we never have overtime over here for the last 2 years. And we have over here continuous, and the budget is recommended is 1,500.
that's under zoning.
It's still under UCC, I think, because
No,
it's
it's
following
zoning.
zoning, yeah.
Zoning.
We never have overtime in zoning ever.
That was put in the budget because at one time, there were like 2 zoning meetings a month, or 24 in a year, and then it was reduced to 12. So rather than allowing some extra money in there, that if they go over the 12, the clerk can be paid for those meetings.
Okay,
That's where the
Lindsay
overtime
is, Lindsay has a stipend for the work that she's doing for the zoning board.
That's correct.
And
Well,
And how many meetings is
That's
that
for
for the
12
stipend?
meetings.
That's for 12 meetings, so, yes.
Okay, it's just a question on clarification. So if we, in 14, 15, 16, and 17, so we actually had no spending?
yeah, exactly.
Why are we putting it in this year? I think that's the question.
Exactly, one of
Because-
What's
the,
Well,
different?
in case there is a meeting,
So we haven't had
Yeah.
meetings for 3 years?
you have to be able to pay it.
No, this is assuming, Lindsay receives a stipend, this is assuming that up to 6 meetings, this extra one. So let's say you have your 12 meetings scheduled, and then there are 2 special meetings, those 2 special meetings would be covered at $250 under this line. It all depends on
It never
the
happened.
activity.
So I think, are
What
we
happens every
expecting?
year?
No, if there's
Look at the
additional
numbers.
meetings in
We never
excess
had
of the 12.
it never happened.
Okay, so, but my question is, I don't understand.
Well, no, hold on.
We
We
haven't
have
had,
to stop the crosstalk.
in the past 3 years, we haven't had any special meetings. Are we assuming there's gonna be a special meeting this year? That's kind of that's the question.
It's unknown.
You're asking,
So
you're
for the
asking
past
him
3
other-
years, for the
is it
past
gonna
3
be more?
years, let's talk about the past then. For the past 3 years, have there been any special meetings?
No.
No,
Okay.
so, I-
Jeff, please, and then Dan.
I think that if we have 2 additional.
Hold on, Max. Jeff
I
and
didn't
Dan.
finish, because I started this. If we have 2 additional meetings, and she's gonna be paid at $250 an hour, a meeting, we should put another 500 and cut $1,000 off. Because we never had it, and if we are gonna have 2, give her, 500, cut 1,000 because it's not needed. All right, then, now you can, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Jeff, please.
Okay, having a lot of familiarity with that board.
Mr. Jeff?
A few years ago, 2 things happened, and I'm not sure which actually impacts the overtime. Number one, when I was chairing it, we did not carry a lot, so what it did was eliminate the need for extra meetings. We were able to streamline it, move it much faster because that was the public sentiment, so we did that. However, I don't want to eliminate that totally because you never know what's going to come up. For example, cell towers can lead to a lot more meetings, or controversial commercial can lead to more meetings. But the other thing that changed, and I don't know if this impacted the overtime, is that the building director used to go to every meeting, and so I don't know if he was compensated, the prior director, out of an overtime budget, and that may be where it originated.
Well, Jeff, do you feel $500 is a reasonable compromise?
I do. But
Yeah.
as I say, I didn't want to see it eliminated because I understand why it's been 0, but I understand why it's not guaranteed that it will be.
Okay. Dan?
Yeah.
No. I just warn the council that you can look at this in many different ways, but by eliminating all of this stuff, you're really making your job next year very, very tenuous. If we don't have special meetings, that $1,500 is not spent. It goes into surplus and makes your job next year easier in maintaining the surplus. And if you need money in another line, it's there to transfer as it was done in 2017. What you're doing by eliminating some of this stuff is you're really minimizing or eliminating any flexibility that your CFO has, and none of these transfers take place without your approval. So it's not like it's gonna be done behind closed doors. And next year, you know, your 2% is based on your bottom line this year. You're really gonna be squeezing yourself. As difficult as it is this year, you're compounding it for next year, and I know most of you are gonna, for sure, are gonna be here next year. So it's something to take into account.
Yeah,
But $500 seems to be what the council wants to do? Okay, let's move on.
all right, the next thing is, can you please tell us what is the maintenance and repair of equipment over here, do we have a overall contract for the maintenance of equipment for Borough Hall?
No, because every department has its own specialized equipment. The building department didn't go on to the Xerox because initially they were, but there was such a back order on the machine that was affecting that department. They went with a different company, and that's why they have a separate photocopier maintenance. And then the rest is their Mitchell-Humphrey software, which is specific to that department.
I understand the Mitchell Humphrey. Look, my opinion would be, and I've been through this business for a long time, we're not in Afghanistan where every warlord has its own fiefdom. We should get, for the entire department and for the entire borough, a maintenance agreement to get the economy of scale for Xerox copiers, for PCs, for everything, for hardware. So we get one maintenance agreement at the low cost possible for everybody, and then we have no questions about everybody's having software, special software. It's a completely different story.
Well, your
Do we
metaphors
move
are
on?
very interesting. However,
Yes.
Gave this week to Susan, I hope you saw it, I think I left it with Mary or Kathy. Basically a solicitation, and I'm not suggesting that we go with this company, but there are companies that come in and do an analysis
Right.
of your printers and copy contracts. At no cost, I guess they take a little of whatever they save you. Similar to what companies do with phone systems.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something we should consider.
We should
Well, we
absolutely
should look at
consider.
things, yeah,
Absolutely,
definitely.
and get a uniform program for everybody. It helps in many, many ways. It helps by basically having a standardized maintenance type. It helps by making sure that everybody is under the same terms and agreement. It helps by making sure that you have.
Well, a company like that will come in and say, what you're doing makes sense, or maybe you should
Okay.
combine
No,
these
absolutely.
contracts. And
Okay.
there is a firm also at the mayor's breakfast that gave a presentation about doing an analysis on phone systems and technology, because they saved Demarest about $45,000.
And that's a different story that I would like to
Really
talk to the,
consider.
because I think we should get an overall contract for the phones and everything. I'll discuss
Well, we
with the.
do have that, but.
No, we don't.
We do have that, but we need to, every once in a while, have somebody review it.
We have people getting reimbursed for their phones, people that should not, there should be a universal type of approach for phones. We'll discuss it at a different time.
So, should I tell you what?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So they both work 15 hours, so that was a typo in there, we didn't change
Okay,
that.
good.
But the amounts are correct. Dave makes $922.32 per pay period.
Yeah,
And McManus makes $1141.37 per pay period.
okay.
He's been
Thank
here longer
you.
than.
All right, no, that makes sense.
Mhm.
The previous one was not. What, the legal fees, what legal fees, who do you pay legal fees?
Is that zoning?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's for
Exactly.
the
Jefferson.
attorney for the
Zoning board.
board.
I thought we have we put $25,000 for Zen in the
Planning board.
planning board.
Well, he does both.
That's zoning board.
Okay, so,
Different board.
They had a different attorney
so the
years
zoning
ago.
board doesn't have its own,
No, it previously had the
Both-
attorney.
Both boards decided to go with Mr.
oh,
Zen.
no, I'm saying there is no separate
There used to be
zoning
county
board.
No, yes, the same guy.
And the other professional fees, do you know what they are, please?
You're talking about professional,
Next page.
top of the page, top of the
Next
page.
page.
Is that David Halls?
No, that would be professional fees, engineers probably.
Not David
That's
Hall.
in case of, if they're required to have our engineer
Okay,
Or
Look at
traffic
it.
study, or
Uh,
any of those other.
That's the board engineer.
application board engineer.
all right.
Okay.
Anything else from anybody on this?
I had a question on the building department. Is that page 32?
32?
That's after zoning.
I went on the very last entry on that page, it says other contractual items. And there's a whole lot of zeros that we've never spent for this. I just don't know what that is. And we've never spent for it, it looks like.
What do you use that for, do you know?
We don't use it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Another thing is, and this is, enforces my point, on the next page.
So
at the
wait,
top-
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So before we move on to the next page, are we taking out the 800? Was that the decision?
I didn't
Or
see
no?
Well, that's what I'm
What
asking, what did we put
The
the 12 in
800 for
last
which
year?
is under
Eight-
other contractual
We're right
items.
here, on other contractual items in the building department.
I mean,
See this?
we've never used this, but I just don't know what it
What-
would have
Yeah.
gone to.
192, 202,
Keep pushing the budget.
So do you ever get any contracts? Like, I know you do the scanning stuff, but that's through capital.
You know,
You ever
might
get
be
anything
some
else?
in.
Or could anything ever be
We
put
did,
in?
we spent something, but I don't remember what.
I mean, do you wanna
Like if you ever had to hire
keep it in for some
someone
cushion? I
So-
mean, I don't
Keep
know.
it in.
Let's just keep it in, yeah. We'll to the next page.
Okay, here's the bottom is telecommunication. Here's, for example, the worst part of it. $125 per month for 3 phones. That's an extremely high number for a cell phone if we get a contract. I negotiated very recently contracts for a group, 50 phones, $35 unlimited with Verizon. I wanna do the same thing because this is becoming a pattern, and we wanna do the same thing for the entire borough. So this basically proves the point that we do not have a centralized telephone contract that will save us money. So Susan, we need to, when I come back, we'll get together with Verizon, we need to try to look, and we look at every phone that we pay, we make a list of everything and see what we can renegotiate.
As
Lord,
long as it's done before the budget is done.
Well, you
You're
know
gonna
what,
leave
you
this
can
amount
leave it in
in
the
or-
budget, but we need to make that change.
Okay, so
Even
there's
if
a
it's
few
in the
things
budget,
on
if we
our
save
wish
the
list right
money,
now.
we
We
save
have
the
a few
money.
things on there.
It's, I think we have at least 35 phones that we pay, $100 per phone, it's we should be able to pay less than half.
Maybe we put all the cell phones under one line in the budget next year.
Yeah, but
Essentially.
meantime, we have to do the work to
Okay.
get it all done.
Put it in the administrator's budget. Lauren, did you want to add
I'm gonna be
something?
responsible. for
I have
other people
a
doing
next
it.
point,
You
so I
can
was
put a
waiting.
I think we're
In the
ready.
back.
Okay, the line before that is travel, miles and tolls for league conference. I know one of the things I asked, over this couple days is to get a sense of who's going to the league and how much it's costing us for this borough to attend the league, and so, I'm curious, cause I didn't see this in the other budgets, but are we paying mileage and toll for everyone to go to the league?
That- We put that as part of our reimbursement, because
If
we're
they-
using our
if they ask
personal
for it.
vehicle. If,
Yeah, so we
It's
could
all
talk
the
about this.
page.
and we pay the IRS rate, and when we do the tolls, we have to provide a printout of our Easy Pass.
So anyone that put down that they wanted to go to league that did not need CEUs, we crossed off. Because they don't need to get the credits. There was one
It-
person that was on there that we crossed off.
So is there, I mean, I know, Jeff, you feel strongly that we should be reducing the amount of the league attendance. Maybe this is for a longer discussion at another point, but is there any way to reduce some of these league costs? I mean, they seem to be creeping up and up. We were, I think over 5,000 or something last
We
year.
were close to 6,000.
6,000 last year.
Well, I know for myself, some of my conferences, excuse me, the food is included, and then
When it's
we
the
have-
license conference, food
Yeah,
is included
the
with the
food is
league,
included.
so that's
the
separate.
league is separate, but then the employees should know not to go extravagant when they go out to eat.
Well, no,
There's
we
a
have a
limit of
cap.
$75 per day, so they can't spend more than that. If we've had reimbursements come in more than that and we cut it off, we say $75, that's it. So we are watching that.
So how many total employees are attending?
Anyone who needs credit, so you need them, I need them. Cheryl will need them now because she's now
Bob,
licensed.
Valerie,
Yeah, Bob.
Janet,
Janet,
No
Wow.
names.
I'm sorry.
No names.
So is it by position?
by position.
No, we're not discussing their performance.
Okay, just attendance.
Mhm.
So, yeah, anybody that holds a license attends.
And then it depends on how many credits you need. So some of mine are concurrent, so I don't go to every conference. Like I don't go to like the QPA one coming up in next month because I already met my CEUs for that.
So if there's 15 of us going and we're paying $130 or $200 for travel fees for everybody, I mean, it adds up. It adds up. Is that?
Oh, I don't think that the council ever,
Council and mayor don't.
We
the
don't
council
pay
may
the
ever.
mileage.
Since I've been here, only 2 council members will put in reimbursement for travel.
Mhm.
Let's give them rice notices.
Right, absolutely.
They're long gone.
So we do watch the reimbursements. for
Maybe
that.
this is for a longer discussion, but
No. Okay, so the next, if I, under the budget page 35, I just want to know, temp and seasonal, we have temp and seasonal in your group?
the UCC official?
No, temporary season.
UCC, isn't
Yeah.
that for the substitute inspectors?
This is for-
Yeah.
That's the temp and seasonal?
Yeah.
Isn't that part of the salary that we have substitute here?
No.
No.
That's additional?
Yeah, when
Okay.
they are off on vacation or sick,
Or there's a conference.
or at a conference, we need
So let me
inspectors.
just ask you, we have now 3 inspectors, or as a matter of fact, almost 4. Do we still need
Yeah,
them for?
5.
5. Do we still need
Yeah,
them for?
each one's a different specialty. It's not like the plumbing inspector can sub for the electric inspector.
Okay.
You have the elevator inspectors in that? Is in this?
Now, that's going up, but eventually they have to come down.
Okay.
It was
So,
bad.
let me just go to the bottom, the bottom
20
line,
minutes later.
the bottom line on page 37. Bottom line on page 37, if you look at the total, we spent last year 5,912. The previous year, we spent 6,110. And we are budgeting 11,000. Between actuals and the real, what we budget, it's almost a 2-to-1. I'm not talking about in but it's a 2-to-1 ratio. That I'm the only thing that they can be holding. We should be probably around 7,000 to 8,000.
I
Can I ask
agree.
what page
Well,
you're on?
well, first, Bob,
37.
can you recall why,
Control.
after 2017, when we budgeted 9,800 and spent only 6,100, why we raised it to 11,240? Was there something that you anticipated, an expense that you anticipated for the year that didn't come to pass? Because actually, the actual went down.
I don't know.
Susan, do you have any idea?
I think he didn't put in enough one year for his comps, but I don't know if it's in this budget.
So let's drop it to 8,000.
Exactly.
But I just want
You have to
all
go
to
through
know,
it.
but
Yeah.
wait, just listen to this.
Please.
This is a department I take money out of for transfers, and if you look at 17 and 18, in 17 I took 3,000 out, and in 18 I took almost 2,000
Yeah,
out.
and even
So I
with
need to
the,
know that I
yeah,
have
even
money
if
to
with the
take from.
8,000, you should be able to take 2,000 out. Because what we cannot have is a 2-to-1 ratio between actual.
But basically what she's saying in different words, exactly what I said a few minutes ago. So if you're starting to feel uncomfortable, you want to drop it to $9,000?
Something like that.
No, or $9,000? Yes, Jeff?
Susan,
Yes,
when you take it out, is that going to surplus or other departments?
other departments,
So
because
I think one of the questions then that follows that is, are we just not accurately projecting in those other departments their needs? And are we just putting more in some, less in others? Because, you know, the idea of a budget, from my point of view, is to know what's actually going where, and if we're that far off and we're transferring it, should we be adding to other departments, taking out of here, or is this just?
well, we
But
place, we
that-
place reliance on the department heads to come up with an accurate budget, and then Lizette, I will go through it first, and then Lizette. But if there's no place, like statutorily, I can only do transfers in November, December. This year I had to hold a pension bill, which the state didn't call on, to do the transfer in November. In the following year, I could do transfers on reserves. And if I know from past experience since I've been here, that this is one of the departments that will have a little bit of money left to do the transfers. I think that the departments are doing the best job they can to budget accurately, but then things come up during the year. And that,
You
that
yourself-
Because we're having this discussion, I think it's a
so,
good time
like,
to
if you
understand.
chop too much, I won't, I'm just saying, when November comes, if there's something that comes up during the year, like this year we had pension money that we had out, and I really had to take. So there was some extra money that I could take from. But if it happens again where there's something that comes up and there's nothing to take from,
Hold on,
that's
one
an
second,
emergency note.
one second, Lauren had her hand, but Jeff, you gave an example before, and this year, for example, what if there's additional work because of the Clinton Inn, or things like that? It's virtually impossible for Bob, or even the CFO, in many cases, to predict what's gonna happen in the following year, so they need a little leeway.
Right, oh, no question, I think though, since these questions are coming up, I think the explanation helps us to understand
Well, that,
why certain agencies consistently have more in the budget and what's being done with it. Because I think the question is, where is this going? And I think you just answered that.
okay, Lauren and then Vanu, please.
So I have a question about the overall tax rate. So we're, has budget proposed at 1.9, and if we keep kind of cushioning each department, I mean, is that to get to the 1.9, or can we get to 1.5 and streamline this a
There's
little bit?
no way this budget's getting to 1.5.
Susan?
I can
Because
tell you
too much
because of
capital.
the
One
assessed
second, please.
valuation.
You're in the
Last
queue.
year's assessed valuation went up to $41 million. The calculation that helped to bring us to a 0% municipal rate tax increase. This year, we had a $16 million increase in assessed valuation, which really and truly hurt the budget, and revenue went down.
But keep in
Okay.
mind,
I'm just
I
trying
think
And the
you're-
tax
understand.
levy,
I
it's
wanna-
well calculated
I think
with
you're
those
look-
numbers. The
Yeah.
cost of operating the budget, the revenue, the amount that we need to raise by taxation, and then the assessed valuation.
I'm sorry,
One
Susan.
second, please.
Okay.
Keep in mind, Vanu had his hand up first, Max, but keep in mind, I think you're looking at it a little differently, because
I'm trying to understand.
unless you have that extra stuff in there,
Yeah.
you really come November and December, it's conceivable that she won't have anywhere to move money around, and then bills just don't get paid. So, it's admirable to have a goal, but I think our CFO is being very realistic. Vanu and then Max.
And to kind of piggyback on Jeff's question, do we actually create a report that shows the transfers in and out of the different?
Yes, we do.
Do we get a copy of that?
You get it by resolution, there's a resolution in November, December. I don't know if I did one in
You did
January.
I mean, a full one,
And I will be
like
doing
a-
another one next month to do reserve transfers.
At budget time, for example, something that will show us where.
Where it's coming from and where it's
were
going.
Well,
taken out of and where it went to.
In here, it also shows, there's a line.
No, but that, you have to flip through pages. I'm saying all on one.
I have it.
One report.
You will get a resolution at the meetings in November saying, we're taking something from column A and putting it in column B.
No, I
But
understand.
you have
I'm saying
multiple
at budget- I'm
resolutions.
saying at
It's
budget
their
time.
report that
Yeah, in
shows
that
all of
resolution,
You know what?
each one is itemized.
What I'm saying is
You wanna
not
see a whole
not in
report.
November and
I
December,
have that.
when it's not relevant
agree.
to the budget. I'm saying during the budget period, when we can actually look and evaluate, the
Okay, so,
transfers.
just so you know, the transfers that I'm doing right now are for 2018, okay?
Right.
And being that we went to Edmonds, this is really great because you have up-to-date, accurate information for historical data through February 21st of this year. So anything that we've done hitting the 8-year, last year, 18, it would show in the actual figures. Because
So
we
the
ran
tra-
these so late.
So the transfers show here.
Yeah, it says minus transfer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
and
and
all-
plus
they're
right
all,
here.
they're all,
And
they're all
here's a
in
transfer
here.
right here.
It's just
Just a
how do
minus.
we, without flipping through pages and saying,
See what I'm
so
We
how-
could-
we need to
I can put a
know.
report together.
Yeah, okay, that's all I'm asking.
Max and then.
Okay,
Lauren.
so Susan,
Mhm.
last time we met, we looked at the DPW department, and we were $400,000 apart between what was spent in 2018 and what was projected in 2019. And we tasked you to basically look and take $100,000 off,
Well, I didn't take 100, I
We
think
took
60,
59.
almost 60, yeah.
60. Okay, the ratio was not that. Here, the ratio is something that it forces us to act. I know that we have this can be a piggy bank or something like that, but when the ratio is 2 to 1, the projection tells you it's not correct. So if we take 1,000 or 2,000 or something, we're looking at you because you cannot have a projection versus reality to be 2 to 1. So I know that's gonna be easy in October, November. Every single penny that we can from here comes from the whatever people have to pay in taxes. So that's where I know that, we're gonna have to make a resolution, big deal. That's how we are paid.
Well, then you're not gonna I'm just letting you know, when
Yeah.
2020 comes, well, when 2021 comes, anything that's left out of this budget is how you regenerate surplus. And
I
the
understand that very
auditors-
well,
but
and
this
that's
affects
gonna be
your-
the
Let me
2029 crisis.
finish this stuff. This
Yeah.
affects your future years
Yeah.
in meeting the cap, whatever we have. I may not be able to meet the cap if we don't regenerate surplus. This year, I think I put 2.250 million in anticipated revenue from surplus. That surplus would be generated from 2 years ago. It's a 2-year budget cycle. So if you cut 2 years from now,
It's 2021.
One second.
when you need to have
Because Mark is
an
next.
anticipated revenue in that line, and the auditor's guideline for the Borough of Tenafly is to not use more than 50% because of an unforeseen circumstance that could happen, you may not have that 50% to put into this
You
budget.
folks are leaning in the direction of very short-sightedness, okay? It's, one of the reasons we are looked upon as being a very
AAA bond
stable,
rating.
well-run community with a AAA bond rating is because we have this flexibility. It's not a slush fund, it's flexibility, and if you eliminate that flexibility,
Piggyback.
you're gonna create a real issue for next year's governing body. Mark had his hand up, and then Benu, and then Jeff.
A couple of questions. So, have you kept some sort of running total from the past budget meetings of what's been cut out so far?
I have.
And what's that number?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, I don't have it on.
21,000 we cut, and
Oh.
if Susan took another 59,000, we are at 80,000 so far.
So we cut
Oh,
80,000.
this,
I'm
yeah.
talking,
Yeah.
off the 598,000.
And we cut 100 off this budget.
We
cut
before
we even
presenting it to
started.
you.
But 80,000, just to give an example, out of $30 million roughly.
Right, but it's out of the 598,000 difference for the appropriation this year.
Well, yeah,
right?
the budget, but there's some things that are gonna go up, like I just got the actual number for BCUA, and I estimated it, I added 6.4%.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a little higher. I'm just saying that we're not done yet.
Yeah.
We're gonna go through this, and sometimes you guys add things to the budget, and you cut. At the end of this, which I'll know by Tuesday, we will know exactly where we stand, and then when Paul comes in, we're gonna look at the anticipated revenue.
Very good. So just to answer you, $80,000 out of a $30 million budget, we are about 0.3, 0.4 less than what was the anticipated 1.9. So we are about 1.65, 1.7 right now.
And this governing body's doing a much better job than we've done in the past where we usually add.
No, exactly.
Benu and then Jeff, please.
Yeah, I think we need to change the way we look at the budget, and is my just general opinion. From what we're currently doing is saying we don't want it to increase, whereas we should actually be looking at ways that we've made the budget more efficient and look to decrease.
Well-
So, and then pad it if necessary, but none of the budget items ever seem to be, or almost none of them seem to be going down.
I could say something about this. When I first started here, the mentality in the departments was that if they didn't have enough money in one line item, they might charge another line item within their budget. So I went to all the department heads and said, no, I don't want you to do that. I want to have some accuracy. So now they charge to the exact line item.
Right,
And
but-
if there's no money in that line item, the control, if there's money in the total control, if that line item overexpends, as long as there's money in the total control, they're okay. And that's what I started to do here because the budget may not have been as accurate in each
Right.
line item.
But-
So now they are doing that.
Folks, before we go any further,
Right.
these are generalized comments and thoughts that I
Yes.
think are for another day because we have a jam-packed
Yes,
schedule.
I understand. I'll make this really quick.
9:40 and youth services, and we've got a couple of big.
No, but this is all within the context of the.
I understand,
of
but
the-
you could say the
why we
same thing
wanna
about
cut-
other departments as
Why we
well.
wanna cut the specific.
Jeff?
So, just really quick, I wanted to sum up the point, is instead of having the view of, what reality is and basing it on reality, I think we need to have a new view of how we're going to reduce rather than stick with, a budget that's based on reality.
Well,
So-
I like to opt on the side of conservatism
Yeah.
as an accountant,
Mhm.
and I would, to me, to be too aggressive
No,
in
not,
our,
we're not talking about you, we're talking about the departments in
The
terms
depart-
of,
but this is
having a
I
I have
mindset that
to
shows efficiency.
think about what may be probable and do a conservative budget, not something that's very aggressive, because we're gonna run into trouble if we do that.
Jeff and then Mark. And then I'd like to finish this department, folks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate your explanation, it really is helpful. I think to Vanu's question earlier, for example, there's some minuses that are taken out, and it's just in this budget very hard to follow where it was transferred to, because it doesn't.
No, I could get that.
No, I know, and I appreciate your explanation before about the need for surplus. What I don't appreciate is if I ask a question like that, to have commentary. Mr. Mayor, you've talked to Max a lot of times about the generic "we" that you don't like that, and for you to say you folks are being very short-sighted, when all I'm doing is asking for an explanation, and to include me and say I'm being short-sighted, when I just want to know, really is a way of sitting there saying, don't ask questions. And I want to stay on topic. I don't want to get off onto these generic comments and go on tangents. I really do want an answer to that. I got it. Susan's explanation was great.
Then let's move on.
I don't think I was being short-sighted in asking it.
So, for this
No,
budget.
no. Mark had
Okay.
his hand up.
Comment, Vanu, I very much respect what you said about cutting costs, and I understand where it comes from, but I think part of the question is, are there services we don't want to deliver? Because whether we save $50,000 or add $50,000 to this budget isn't gonna make one hill of beans difference to any resident of this town, right? But my point is,
Can I disagree?
the point is about services, right? We're here to deliver services to the borough. So, if we wanna cut out $400,000, we can get rid of the whole recycling program, and we'll save $400,000 in the blink of an eye. And so we have to be careful about what we wanna do. I mean, I agree with, if we don't need 5,000 in a particular line item, it needs 2,500, that's good. But we have to remember, we're here to deliver services as efficiently as possible.
I'd like to take 30 seconds to respond.
Of course.
Only
It's
because.
not a debate,
Guys,
but-
No.
we really need
I-
to move
I
on.
understand.
And if Lauren had her hand up, and then you
But-
can
but I'm
respond,
responding to
and
something
somebody
she
can respond to
specifically.
you.
Just the thing is, we need to, and not cut things. It's not cutting for the sake of cutting. It's
Right.
cutting when we find that we're to try to be more efficient. And where we see efficiencies, then we have to recognize that and bring the budget down according to that. That's, once we see the efficiencies, we can raise from that. I'm not saying that we should just constantly be looking to cut and, go down to the bare bones.
But when you cut, whether it's necessary or not, you're limiting your flexibility unless you're adding it somewhere else.
And we need the surplus, the additional, to give
Beyond the
flexibility.
surplus.
I agree, yes.
The flexibility to
I-
transfer.
I agree to flexibility. What I'm saying is if we're doing something on a computer that now took away the need for a $50 budget item, we should be willing to look at the reality and say, get rid of that $50
Absolutely.
Oh,
budget.
yeah,
Right, that
we-
makes
we
sense,
do
absolutely.
that.
But we're not doing that, is my point. I
Lauren?
don't see it happening.
Did you want to add something?
I
Lauren?
need to get something on this
I
budget.
I just wanna say, when we make these cuts, when I am talking about, $1,000 here, $2,000 here, I am keeping a running tally as well. Because there's projects that I think our borough needs, there's some updating, and there's some green spaces, and there's some building repairs and things that aren't in here that really need to be addressed. And, I can't go and develop something like a parking lot O, which Mazer's quoting at 100,000, without finding 100,000 in this budget.
Well, that was a
So-
capital parking lot.
I understand, but I'm saying, for me not to change the tax rate, and for me to be conscious of everything in a total budget. So, if you're telling me that we need this excess, basically what it's saying is that no, Tenafly Borough things can be developed, no projects, no, renovations, no technology upgrades, and I think we're way behind the times on those things, so.
Well, no, I'm not saying you can't cut things. I agree with who just said about if you're not $50 and it's no longer needed, then it's no longer needed, that's
Right.
$50 you could cut. But what I'm saying is, you need to look outward to the future. And one of the ways to regenerate surplus is from the budget cycle within the 2 years. If you
Okay.
stop generating surplus, you're not gonna be able to anticipate the amount of revenue you need to stay under the levy cap.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Can I get to this
Let's,
one?
Lisette, we spent the last 15 minutes talking about things really beyond the scope of the building department. If we were not to do this now, is there a time that we can do this, either Tuesday night or at the next, when the auditor comes in?
Do what, just speak about
To
the budget in
talk about the
general?
overall concept,
It
which was
should-
like what
I think
Vanu was
we need
talking
to do
about.
that.
We need to do that
And
Tuesday.
even Lauren, I mean, you know, these are interesting topics, and I understand where Lauren is coming from.
So do I.
You know, if we just worry about what we're doing now, where do we come in about the things we
Yeah.
need to do in the future that are
That-
new items?
That would be better suited for on Tuesday because you would have your auditor here that could explain the auditing process, and you also have your bond counsel here that could go into these capital questions
Okay,
and
good.
future borrowing and what actions are taken that not only what you do today will affect where we're in 2 years from now, but to maintain that AAA rating.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Max, did you have something
Yes.
specific about?
Yes, exactly,
Wait,
about the
what?
budget,
Well, let's
okay.
talk about
So
Where are
Building
we taking that
department.
from? You said
Next page.
$2,000 out of this budget?
Yeah, but that's, you take care of that, I'm not trying, I trust you're
Well-
gonna do that.
Overall.
But the question is,
Where we're gonna
we
take
discussed because it's way too, the ratio of 2 to 1 cannot
Okay.
stand. Is this the time to discuss cars, or there should be a separate discussion about cars for each one of those? Like, should we continue to have cars for the department, or should we get? Another thing to,
About leasing.
just to consider is, we have 3 cars here and 3 cars in the fire prevention. If we are to stay with the cars, there should be a pool of cars managed, so we don't have to act continuously. Instead of having 3 people, 3 cars, we have 6 people, or 6 car, 7 people, and they continuously manage the pool. It can't stay anymore.
I think this is a discussion outside the budget hearing,
Yeah.
because
Mhm. That's
to be
pretty bad.
realistic,
Okay, all right, so it's outside.
I think in a good place is the DPW committee, where we can talk about cars, because I think eventually that's where it's gotta go, into DPW.
Or, exactly, have a pool or no cars.
I agree.
Okay,
Their own
all right.
individual
So it's not this.
GIS
I'd like,
reminder.
I'd like to think that we're finished with Bob.
Wait,
We're done.
I had a question actually on the cars here. I thought last year we were going to look to make these cars green. That was the
We're not gonna
discussion.
sell and buy new cars
We're
now.
not gonna sell and buy new cars, fine.
Yeah, like,
Does-
that's.
Thank you,
does
Bob.
this- Okay. And can I just say one more thing to Bob? I think it's fantastic we're going to a digital scanning of our documents. I think that's the right move for our
Oh,
borough.
absolutely.
Paperless,
That was started a number of years ago by previous councils,
excellent.
Is that what
Youth.
contractual item?
at great expense.
Is that what other
It is
contractual item was?
expensive, very.
Youth,
No, that's capital item.
No, about two, I forget what it was.
Susan,
Why
can
we
we-
added
Yeah, we
more?
can.
youth services,
We wanna see the environment.
I know.
Youth services.
youth services,
I know. We can't do it any other way.
Two of their cars have the
Youth.
exact same.
So we're at 3,000 in the loop.
as they say, youth,
Lauren, youth services.
Oh, youth, yes.
youth,
Youth?
youth services.
Not nice.
Yeah, but you need the money.
Reduce printing and binding.
Where?
Reduce printing and binding.
To look at the year before, was that?
Since Mark is not here,
Mark is here.
oh,
I'll
Mark,
make it
we were
1,000
ready
every
to
time.
zero out the whole budget because you were not here.
Mark's always here.
Mark's been doing this long enough, he knows he better be here.
Ready to, we already did
What?
zero that.
Oh, because the assessor said it was you.
I don't have.
Janet must have not been there. I'll
I've
take
never
care of
seen
it.
it.
I thought it was the assessors.
I've
Okay.
never seen it.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay, folks, we have our youth services director here. We'll start as we always do. Any questions on his budget?
I had questions on the
Okay.
compensation page, salaries and wages.
Okay,
So, just explain to me, so part of the money is paid from the borough, part of it is paid from the trust,
No,
the salaries?
no, only my summer camp stuff is paid through the trust.
We have a youth service assistant who has compensation from the trust as well.
Correct, because she works during the summer camp as well.
So that's summer camp. And who is controlling the trust?
The trust is controlled by the borough.
Okay. So
Okay, I
that's
have to say something,
summer
please.
You
camp.
know.
The salary and wage for Lindsay is
Yeah.
gonna be higher because we calculated it on 20 hours, and she works 20 to 25 hours.
Okay, so
So
what is it
that's
going
gonna
to?
be up to 18,000, it's a change I have to make.
Okay.
Instead of 14,
Yes,
18?
I'll tell you what it's gonna be. I wrote it
And let
in.
me see how much was that here.
18,431.40, because I have to base it on 25, even if she doesn't work that much.
Okay, all right, so that will basically increase versus 2018 by $2,000.
I had
Well,
it
what
on-
was budgeted for 2018, I don't think so. Not $2,000, no.
No,
Yeah.
it does, Mark, it goes from, if we add $3,700, it goes to 135, and last year was 132.
368,428.
That's what
Yeah.
he's talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can I ask, we're talking about title changes in the first page, so how does that affect everything on the wage and salaries?
Doesn't affect it at all.
Okay, so it's
Title
just,
change,
just
not-
title change, not
Right.
job duties. Can I ask, a weirder question? The senior assistant to director, she only went up $860.
Shy of 2%,
Is that,
actual.
that's it?
That's
25
2%.
45 to 9%.
Yeah.
so.
That is the 2%, okay.
and the Lindsay Sarota and Sons,
Uh,
18,434.
how much,
Oh,
18,460?
that's, it's okay.
It's okay, because I'm 40.
Yes, 18,431,
Our calculation.
This goes to 135,
135, 166, 36.
thank you.
Any other questions on youth
I
services?
just, I don't have any, I don't have any
On the
simple.
equipment and supplies,
Pardon?
on the equipment and supplies, this is page 97. We're budgeting almost $5,000 for equipment and supplies.
Yes.
We don't share this with the recreation
No,
department?
no, we're
We
totally
have
separate.
Separate. And then what do we need that's $5,000? What's in our budget this year?
It just depends on what I'm gonna purchase that year, whether it's balls, whether it's, covering the pool tables,
Yeah.
things like that, buying pool balls, stuff like that,
How many
buying,
students? Page
video
97.
games.
Okay, I just thought, that's a lot of, that's $5,000 worth of, equipment. And that doesn't come out of the
97,
trust?
the two.
No,
The two together.
So how does
Trust
it?
the
is
trust is,
separate for the
trust
camp.
is totally different. My trust accounts are totally different. I have
Okay.
5 trust accounts, I have a donation account, I have a building donation account, I have a special events account, there's a candy money account, and there's also a interest, where the interest is account. Those are totally separate, it has nothing to do with the operation of the teen center.
How much money is generated by the candy account? I know
The
it does
candy account,
11,000. Is it 11,000 also?
how much is generated yearly?
How much did you deposit, about 11,000 last year?
About 11,000.
No, wait, that was your expenses.
Why can't they cover 5,000?
I got it right here. All right.
Alright, yeah.
It's deposited into the account.
The trust account.
Trust account.
So my question is, why doesn't the candy account pay for new balls and, where's that money going back to? Where's some of the trust money going into?
Let me
Trust
explain,
fund.
let me
The
explain,
borough's
let me explain the
spending
candy account to you, because it seems to be a problem, and I don't understand why.
I don't think it's a problem.
Yes, the candy account, originally when I started at the teen center over at the middle school, they had a soda machine, and the previous director was selling candy out of the desk, okay? I just continued with that. Then what happened when we moved over here, we stopped doing it. Kids were going downtown, causing overcrowdedness downtown, and the merchants were complaining about it, so we started it up again for the kids to come in. Perfect example, ever since this whole thing happened with me buying the Chromebooks over out of the candy money, I stopped selling candy. Kids went downtown yesterday, got into a fight, okay? So that's one of the reasons why I chose to try to keep the kids
Well,
down here.
Let me just point out, okay, because I assume everybody knows this. No money comes out of any of these trusts on his say. He would make a recommendation to the CFO, I believe even the administrator, and before it comes out, it's on our bill list. So it's not like
Understand that.
any money disappears for any reason without all of us having the opportunity to say, we don't think it's appropriate.
Alright, so.
Mayor, no, wait, I gotta follow up.
let her finish.
That's not my point. My point is, we have $5,000 in the borough budget here for equipment that, to me, should be generated by those trusts. I don't understand why.
Why is
Why is-
operations, why is my operations different from any other operations?
You have
Oh.
trusts.
You have to
Rec-
say.
Rec
Nobody else has
department has
trust.
trusts.
Wait.
Rec department has trusts and they buy
When
equipment
a
out of
trust,
trusts.
when a
Same
trust
thing.
is created,
This is-
it is by resolution, and we have to reference state statute. And the state approves whether or not we can open a trust account. So there are limitations as to what you could use the trust account as an expenditure.
So what is the candy trust account, for example, which is generating $11,000? What is that statutorily allowed
And
to be
how?
used for?
That would have to go back to the.
That
Well,
would-
And
you
then-
know, what I
hold on.
think,
There's other
Susan,
trusts.
Susan,
Yeah.
what I.
That one may not be a
Susan,
dedication,
What
but
I
go
think
ahead.
would be most handy
Mhm.
is if you go back 2 years and give the mayor and council a report as to how much money has gone into the candy trust
Yeah.
and for what purposes and how much has gone out of it. I think that would be helpful.
Look, you have
So
2
in
years. don't you?
rec, a lot of the rec equipment, sometimes rec stuff goes through the rec trust, and some of the trusts cover things like supplies and equipment.
No.
Not all,
No.
some.
But can I just say something?
Yeah.
Just
This
the
is
just
a
the summer
60
camp,
this
just
is
the
a
summer camp.
$6,600 budget. He needs an operating budget to supplement the trust because he doesn't know how much money he's gonna get in candy a year. He doesn't know and the other trust, like a camp trust, that's solely used for camp. The money that comes in goes out for camp. I don't know if the donations you could use for
The
the
donation-
teen center,
the
but he
donation,
doesn't know how much
Like
he's
for
gonna get
example,
in
like for
donations.
example, the Chromebooks were 7,000 and something. I took 2,000 in that out of my donations and purchased them with that. When I did do that, I contacted Susan and Lizette and asked them about that prior because I was going to use the operation account to do that.
Look,
Okay.
I'm looking at this, the youth center, I'm trying to get the budget down a little bit, is my question.
Why? How can you get? It's 6650. That's my budget. Hasn't increased. It hasn't changed.
We have 138,000 here.
That's including
Right.
salaries.
That's
The entire
including salary.
budget.
That's
What's
including
in salaries?
salaries.
But you-
I understand
But those
that.
are, you
But I'm
can't.
saying we're also this is one of the few departments that is actually generating money, which is great. Except that I think that we have to just figure out how much money is coming in and what it's being used for.
Well, that, we'll get a report on that.
Okay.
Vanu and then Dan, please.
So, in terms of the Chromebooks that you just mentioned,
Right.
that came from the donations trust account or from the
It
candy
came.
Candy
trust
money.
account?
Most of it came from
Most of
candy
it.
money.
Okay, so then the question is, was that an authorized use from the resolution? To be able to buy, computer equipment and stuff like that. That wouldn't, to my mind, that wouldn't make sense to be in the resolution.
Well, it's a reasonable question.
I have to look back to see if there's a
Yeah,
resolution.
we have to see how the trust was created. Initially, Mark mentioned that it was coming out of the recreation account, but when the cost came in, including the charging station, that is when Mark reached out to me and said, I don't have enough to cover this expenditure. And that is when he coordinated with Susan to cover the balance. for that
So it was
expenditure.
prior to, so you came to them after
Yes.
actually buying the
Because
No.
the
prior
it,
to
it,
it.
it came towards
We
the
got
end of the
close.
year.
Mhm.
And his initial thought and request was, I'm buying this for the kids out of this line item, but as we went towards the end of the year, he didn't have enough money. So instead of being an over expenditure which required a transfer, they wanted to find out the fiscally responsible way to
Did-
purchase them.
Dan and then
I
Mark,
thought that was in the
please.
2019 budget. I thought
It was
we
in
had put-
2018.
No, but we had discussed Chromebooks and Chromecart in 2019 budget, last year when we met.
No, it was to be done that year,
It was-
2018.
Dan and then Mark.
We took it out, we took it out. We
Capital,
took it
I
out
think.
at capital from 2018.
Not-
No,
not
it was
Chrome.
going to be an operational.
But we took it out last year to put it into this one.
No.
That's not what was in the budget
I
meeting.
checked back in my notes, that is exactly what we did.
Dan
Took
and
it out
then
of
Mark,
what?
The
please.
2018 budget.
Out of capital or where?
We
It-
We
no,
took
it
it
was
out of
going to be an
capital and put it
operating.
into operational.
We never
Right,
put it back
no.
in. You said we were gonna do it this year.
So what, I don't understand,
definitely
why
capital
is
for
this a
11
problem
capital.
that they bought the Chromebooks? I'm
It's
sure.
not, I just thought we were
Well,
budgeting the entire thing now.
But we
So
would
it should
want-
have been done in an emergency situation scrambling last year, it should have been done now.
It wasn't done in an
But-
emergency situation.
Well,
What other
what did
two-
we just say?
Normally, what Normally what I do is this, when you guys give me the budget, okay, a lot of times I wait to the end of the year because number one, I don't know what type of games the kids want. Okay, I don't know if I have to get my pool tables covered and different things, so I wait till the end of the year. I buy what I have to do at the time, but I usually wait till the end of the year. When I when I decided I wanted to do the Chromebooks, and I asked for the request, and I got the quote from the school, which came through Dale,
Right.
it was more than what I had in the operating budget. So I asked, can I take some out of the operating budget and some out of the trust? And we decided to take it all out of the trust. That's
Look, I'm thrilled the
that's
youth
it
center has
completely.
Could
Chromebooks,
we,
that's great.
could let somebody else, Dan and then Mark, please?
No, I got my question
Mark?
answered.
I think I heard you make a comment that you stopped buying candy.
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because the whole issue, all of a sudden it was, you have to do inventory of this and inventory of that, and the thing is, the candy wasn't set up to make money. It was set up for the kids not to go downtown. Sometimes the kids will come into the teen center and some of them don't have money. And they'll ask me, can I have a soda? I'll allow them to have a soda. And I'm not gonna sit here and picky Andy this and picky Andy that on the fact that what's being given out and what's not. And I'm not gonna do that. And if people think I'm doing something wrong with the money, shame on them, because it's sitting there for the kids. So I just stopped doing it. And so a perfect example, all we have in the refrigerator right now is water. The kids went down yesterday and there was a fight because they're not coming here. And you know, and I'm sorry for being this way, but over the past year, things have been said about me and stuff like that I'm getting fed up with.
Well, I just want to point out that the actual for this department was 142,000 in 2017. In 2018, it went down to 138,700, and what's requested this year is even less. This department is running well.
No, the
It's
actual
been
in
running well,
2017 was
and
128.
it's okay to get a better understanding of how it's running. But I frankly don't understand what's going on here. Let this guy run the department. He's doing a very good job. Lauren, and then Mark.
You're looking at appropriated versus actual, by the way, in 126. It's 128 to 138, especially, it's gone up 10,000. But my point is on the discussions that I had last year with Mark, being the liaison, was that our borough should not be handing out anything with nuts. There's enormous amounts of nuts. I saw nuts in candy, which I had a big issue with. We are a borough, I think there's liability there for any anaphylactic shock for any child who wants to go there and there's nuts. Number two, I didn't have an issue with buying snacks, I just was trying to move towards healthier snacks, so I don't think that that was an issue. Number three, I don't see any problem with having all purchases on borough property go through an auditor and a purchasing agent and being accounted for. So I'm
So the end
sorry.
result of your feelings is no candy will be sold.
Well, Mayor,
And
that's on.
how about the liability of our kids going downtown and having a fight?
Mayor, don't even turn this around, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hold-
All
hold-
departments
Nothing's
are
ridiculous.
Can
all
I-
departments
can I-
are,
run
no,
well.
no, my turn.
No.
All departments are required to account for supplies. If a candy is the supply or food is the supply for a youth center, it gets accounted in our budget. There's no hurt feelings or not hurt feelings. It is a financial undertaking, it is an accounting. It is what is done is appropriate, this is borough property.
And a decision
Can-
This
can
is
I
not
made based
anything
on-
personal
Can I-
about the
can I
director,
talk
this is
now?
not anything personal about the kids.
Well,
Can
it
I
has
talk-
been
Can I
personal.
talk?
It
can-
is not
Can I
personal.
talk now? Can I talk now?
Absolutely, Mark.
Okay, first, number one, the kids who come in the teen center, okay, the one who are allergic, okay, they know it. They're old enough to know what they can have and what they can't have. I've been teaching school, I teach elementary school kids. My elementary school kids know what allergies and stuff that they have, what they can take and what they can't. The kids who are allergic, well, they don't go near the food, they don't touch it. I have kids who come
It's in the room.
Let me finish, you had your time. You had your time, let me finish. And I'm sorry if this seemed like is being abrupt, okay? But the thing is, I have looked at that, I have done that, okay? I do what is asked of me to do with this borough. I've been doing it for long. When you came in, I did that, I looked at it. Please don't come. Wait and look and see what happens, and that's all I ask. Don't come in my department twice. Well, first of all, don't come in my department the first time you walk in there and say, this is the first time I've been in here, and start telling me things that I've been doing wrong for the last 29 years. That was the first thing that you did when you walked into my apartment. Okay.
It's
No,
too much
no.
personal issue.
No, it's gotta be, Max,
Yeah,
Max,
okay, so-
this has to be said.
I don't
You-
recall
you
that
said
it,
conversation
this has-
in
yeah,
that way.
now
This
let's
has to
go
be-
to the
this has to be
principle.
said.
Absolutely not.
This has to,
Yeah.
no, this has to be
Okay, you
said.
said it.
No, there's still more,
Oh, there are more, okay,
there's still more.
yeah.
Look, I'm sorry no one paid attention to the department for that long, but I do pay
So,
attention.
so
And I
when
like
Mark,
accountability.
when Mark was my council liaison, he didn't pay attention to my department?
Maybe I have a different style, but I like accountability of what comes into borough
Well,
property.
you're one of,
And I
you're
want
one of
safety.
6. If the 6 of you want to pursue this, then I think we can be assured that there'll be no candy sold there, and if that's what you want, that's fine.
No, but it's
It's not a
it's
matter,
not up-
that's not what you want, that's what's gonna
No,
happen.
it's up to the borough to decide whether we sell food or not.
No, it's up to the 6 of you to decide.
Right,
You don't-
so
And
if food is getting sold there, it's a decision that we make as a borough and borough
What
property.
do you do at Morm School when there's lunches served where there are some kids that are allergic to what is being sold?
We're encouraged to be a peanut free, and we respect that.
And it's not our business, but to do
Well,
more
no, it is,
business,
Mark, you had your hand
it's,
up.
I can't even come, so we're talking about the youth center for our kids.
Right.
Why we wouldn't have M&Ms and Snickers bars there
You should have
is
peanuts.
beyond comprehension.
Peanuts.
But I have kids coming to my house that are friends, they're allergic to flour, they're allergic to peanuts. They know not to eat that stuff.
I don't pack Snickers
Well,
in
well-
my kid's lunch to go to elementary school because the kid next to him might go into shock.
I understand that, but what happens when they go to CVS or the supermarket?
That's
not
not a
our-
borough-owned
that's not
property,
our
Mark. That's not
responsibility.
liability on the borough.
But we have insurance. What happens if a kid gets hit by a
So,
car in our parking lot?
I feel very responsible for kids that come here.
You
that
should not
parents-
provoke
look,
this
There's no
issue,
more
so-
SAP program.
Oh.
Parents
No,
are coming
I think-
because their parents are working.
This
Why?
is a town
So
that
now
buy
you're gonna
food. They
preclude
buy
a kid with
peanuts,
allergy
they buy
from having a
stuff like
working
that.
parent
So
drop
Mark,
them
Do
off
I,
here?
do I prevent them
The-
from bringing,
No.
do I go in their book bags
Mark,
and
may I
prevent
say
them from bringing that
something?
stuff in?
Mark, the issue of
Max,
having-
I'm not done. I
Oh,
still have the
sorry.
floor.
Oh, sorry.
The idea that we don't have soda and lemonade and water and M&Ms for kids is absurd. The
You know-
whole point of us here is for our children in the future. And the
We
fact
can
that
have
we
granola
can't
bars,
have,
apples, yogurts.
and that's fine, so add granola bars,
bars,
add
yes.
apples to it. But the idea, excuse me, no.
I'm sorry.
The idea that we don't have these little items for our kids to eat. I'm fine with granola bars all day long. And whether he gives a free granola bar or you give a free granola bar to somebody who doesn't have money for it, so what? Who cares?
I'm fine with that.
Right.
Let
If
him
he's-
write it down.
If that, and that's so if he's got a $300 a month budget, whatever the number might be, for granola bars, so what? We don't need to know how many granola bars he gave away.
I need to know the purchasing of the $300 goes through Susan's department.
Well,
So-
the
so-
purchasing is there.
That gets done already. That gets done.
But-
Right, so I don't
She's
have a
not
problem
talking
with
about
that.
that.
So
That's
why?
not-
So how did it come to the point that the snacks went away?
That's
We
Mark's
already have that
decision.
control.
They started wanting me to inventory everything that I was giving out and stuff like that. You know what it is? It's like,
No,
if
just
your
the
son
purchasing.
walked up to me and said, Mark, I don't have any money, go get it. Another little kid come in there to meet his little brother and sister and stuff
Yeah,
like
we don't
that.
wanna keep track of that.
I asked the parents, I would ask the
Well,
parents, is it
some of
okay
us
if
do, I
give-
guess.
Is it
No,
okay if I
nor
give
is
your
that
kid
been asked for.
something?
I asked for
I think that
No,
we,
No, but
my
the
time,
purchasing
It's all
is
done.
there.
my time.
The
No,
purchasing
no,
is
it's not
there.
your time yet until you call those.
So wait a minute. Stop for a second, please. So you're saying the purchasing controls that are being asked
We
for
know
are
what
there?
Mark is buying, yes. We do know what he's buying, because he goes to Costco and buys the candy.
Yeah.
And then you
but
turn in all your reports and whatever you have to do.
Well, then what he does is he looks for
No.
reimbursement. But what Lauren is talking about is not the purchasing. She's
You-
talking about the accountability. That's what she's talking
I'm also,
about.
I wanted the purchasing, I wanted to know what was being spent on borough property.
That's not purchasing, that's spending.
That's selling.
You're
That's
talking about,
spending
Not
side.
selling,
Oh, the
I don't need to
purchasing is
know
done.
You
if he's
said
giving-
what
yeah,
is-
the purchasing, I'm comfortable with
that
that.
we have.
There's no issues there.
So this is a good
But
discussion.
again, you're
Hold on.
saying
Hold on.
accountability. Are you talking about how much he gives? You said if somebody gives a bar out for free, you want it written down.
I'm saying he should know what's coming in, what's coming out, how much he needs.
Right, so the,
If we're spending $500 in our budget to purchase candy bars, but we only need $200, I think our council should know that. We have $5,800 or $4,800 right now in sports equipment that we're paying for when their candy account could be generating $20,000, and I don't know. I'm saying we're being asked to.
We know
put-
what the candy account is generating
I don't have
because
it
it
here,
goes,
Mayor, in our budget.
it goes into the trust fund.
Right.
I don't have it
It's not
here.
part of
Well,
operating
none of the
budget.
trusts are in
But
here.
he's buying things out of the candy account, and we're still spending borough money. I'm saying at some
But
point,
to-
we
to
need
the
to.
problem-
No,
Wait,
no,
but if
there's
that
no
candy's still
financial
in the
controls.
operating budget.
We want financial,
I
stop.
understand.
You want, stop for a second. We want financial controls over M&Ms
No,
and baked potato
first of all,
chips.
you're
No,
trivializing it.
But now that's what we're
But-
talking
You're
about
trivial.
though.
I agree.
Dan,
with you.
Because it's trivial.
No,
Dan,
no,
that's
it's
not
not.
$20,000.
No, you-
All right, hold on a second.
Back up.
Hold on.
You're missing the point.
Hold on a second.
Back up.
Hold on,
Back up.
hold on a second.
If it's enough to
Dan
buy a
hasn't spoken, then
Chromebook.
Max.
All
The
right.
Candy Trust is generated via kids who want food at the youth center. This is a borough responsibility to provide equipment for these kids. If there's no candy money, what you're essentially doing is saying, no more equipment for you.
But why can't?
What you're essentially saying is, you wanna play, buy candy. We have to profit off of you. That's what you're essentially saying.
No, what
This
I.
is a borough
That's not what
responsibility
I'm saying.
to buy equipment for the center.
I understand
The
that.
Candy Trust is additional bonuses.
Yes.
Let me be very clear. In the
Chromebook.
rec department, they generate trusts and they use the trust back into the department. That is money the borough and the taxpayers don't have to spend, and the same
It's
equipment
not,
comes.
that's not accurate.
Yes, it is.
But
No,
they still
it's
have
not.
an operating
The
budget.
rec
right?
department, I'm not saying it's the only way they buy equipment, but they do buy some things out of their trust in rec. This is the same concept. I'm not looking
And
to
we are
have,
buying things out of this trust also. We're buying more candy out of this trust.
but at what rate? What is it generating? How much, you said we have 5 trusts here. So how much money is getting generated by the youth center that isn't coming, that now we are not taking out of our operating budget?
The answer to that question is whatever remains in the trust. In other words, the money goes into the trust.
Stays in the
What he takes out for the candy, whatever's left is what's in the trust. If you want an accountability, and you're entitled to it, of the trust, we can get a monthly statement from the CFO saying, this is what came into the trust, this is what went out, and for what purpose it went out. And then you can, at that particular point, time is the time to raise, well, wait a second, they took $326 out for pool balls, is that what we should do? Or we spent $100 for lemonade, maybe we shouldn't do that. But to sit here and waste a half hour on this
It's
particular
not a
thing.
waste to be mayor when I'm trying to figure out the taxpayers' money.
And you,
It's not taxpayer money.
It is
It
when
is,
it's in
it
this
is.
budget, when there's
It's not in the-
$140,000
it's
in
not-
this budget.
It's not in the budget.
That is
It's my
taxpayer
time.
money.
It's my time now.
All right, Max,
Okay,
it's your time.
My time, I mean, I appreciate all the hot heads and all the, there is a simple issue over here, and we're gonna have to agree to. Everything that basically gets spent in the borough, it's our responsibility. There's no question about it. Everything that we do in the borough, it's our responsibility. Everything we basically have. So, there is no question, and we don't wanna trivialize, we wanna get a candy bar or so, no. But we should be able to understand the value of the trust. We should be able to review it. And then basically, we should be able together to make a decision on how the money is spent. I don't think that we should get onto a personal issue. We wanna check how much money is spent. I'm not gonna do it anymore, goodbye, Charlie. That's childish.
No, it's not.
Let me finish, Mark. I'm not, so I think that we should all get to an agreement. Everything that is in the borough is our responsibility, willing or not. And basically, we also have to work together to make sure that both the kids and us are under control. That's all.
So here's what I would suggest.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we allow Mark to continue what he's doing, and we get a monthly report from the
Right.
CFO.
Exactly.
And then at the end of the month, if anybody is
Sure.
not satisfied with
No,
how
we
it's
agree.
operating,
I
we discuss it.
understand the
That's what I
trust
was
has in
telling
now.
you. We should
So
be
I
able
can
to
compare it
have the
to $140.
control and continue to
Break
do
it.
the stuff
I'm
in
not
the.
passing this budget until I see the trust fund.
Well, you're only one person. Jeff,
But I
please.
agree.
And that is 1 out of 6 votes that
So how
counts.
much-
So you made
Can I-
your point clear.
Can I
Yeah.
say something
Right.
along with what
Yeah.
she's saying that for your understanding?
Yes, absolutely.
Like, for example, the summer camp trust.
Yeah.
And this is what I understand, and this is what happened years ago. At one time, I had one trust account.
Okay.
Everything went into that, the different
All right, so
category.
say what you want, Mark.
Mayor.
the different categories had different numbers, but everything went into one trust account. So like, for example, the summer camp, I was told at that time, reason why we got different account numbers for them is that the summer camp money has to be spent on summer camp and summer camp only.
Count.
Okay,
Okay.
so what is the point?
So what I'm saying here is, what I'm understanding from Councilwoman, is the fact that
Person.
any money that's generated at any accounts can be turned around and used for any.
It's not what I'm saying.
No, she never said
It's
that.
not
She said operate, she said she
No, she
want.
never
I said I wanna
said
see
that
the
at all.
5 trusts.
The only thing is
Well,
that
you know,
you should be able to see that.
I don't understand why we're questioning this trust. You
No,
yourself
do it for all of
said
them.
that
Do it
money
for
comes
all
out
of
of the
them.
recreation trust and gets used. What money, or how much, where? We don't
get-
told.
we get that on our
aren't-
list.
Well, so, and we get this on the list
No, we
too.
don't.
Okay, but rec, when they come in, they're not asking for, $5,000 of equipment that they can take out of a trust. I wanna see.
They aren't?
No, I
Have
think
you
there
looked at
is
the rec
money in the
budget yet?
trust. Okay, let's.
Yeah, we've done the
Okay.
rec budget,
Jeff,
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
We've done the rec budget.
Actually, my question was for Susan. I don't.
She ran
know-
away because she
I
didn't.
know.
She went to get information on the trust. This
She's
is
gonna get the trust
embarrassing.
numbers.
Thank you.
So I'd like to hold my question until Susan gets back.
You know?
I'll just make a really quick point, that in a grocery store, just using that as a parallel, in a grocery store, a shopkeeper can give away a candy bar because he's accountable to himself as a private company. In Stop and Shop, they cannot give candy bars away without accounting for it. We, as the borough, are Stop and Shop. There should be processes in place, and that doesn't mean that we don't want to sell candy. It means that we have to have a system in place
So what
to do it.
So what you're saying basically is Mark shouldn't give a candy bar away to a kid that has no money.
That's not what I said.
No, you
Stop
didn't
it.
say
How
That's
can
not-
he- how can he get-
No, hold
how
on,
can he
hold on,
get
hold on,
permission
hold on.
to do
Peter,
that?
Peter, you are
that is not what I said.
misrepresenting.
That's what
No,
the- that's the impact
no,
of
no,
what
no,
you
that
said.
is not what I said. I
You're
said Stop and
misrepresenting.
Shop cannot give away candy
Right.
without accounting for it.
Accounting.
So what I'm saying is, in this case, he can give it away and there's no harm, no foul, but we just need to have an accounting of, this was sold, this was given away, we need some accounting principles.
I'm not
in
sure
there.
you ever ran a small business.
I have.
However, I
I
would tell you
have.
this, one of the reasons Stop and Shop, the manager in that store can't give away a candy bar is because the accountability issue becomes, how is it gonna keep record of that and who makes, here is the same thing, he's not running a store, but what you're saying is, all right, if you wanna
What-
give Johnny a candy bar, write it down, we need to know
No,
that Johnny got a free candy bar.
What happens in Stop and Shop is they have to account for it by buying it or taking it off of their inventory and then giving it to whoever. So there is an accountability that when their shareholders, which in our case are our taxpayers and our residents, come to us and say, hey, listen, we see that he's getting some money from this and some money from that. We need to have the accountability within the town. And that's all that means.
I understand what you're saying, and all I am saying, and I'm not really arguing with you, I have nothing against accountability. All I'm saying is that the current level of accountability is satisfactory to me for a number of reasons, which
But-
I've already quoted.
but we are-
What I'm hearing is it's not satisfactory to you and Lauren
And me.
and Max.
I
Okay, that's
don't know who
fine.
else, so-
It's a difference of opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, so.
But the end result is you're not gonna have candy in the
And-
place.
and
No,
so
I-
That's
that
not the
should be-
truth, that's
That's
not
not
the
the
truth.
truth.
No,
No,
because
you are
if we as a borough
It's
say that
twisting.
we wanna sell candy, the candy is being
Who's
sold.
gonna sell it?
I mean, it's.
We're
it-
tasking
it'll-
our employees with this.
We are tasking our
Who's gonna
employees.
buy it?
No, we are tasking our employees.
Who's gonna buy it?
You know,
I have no
I
problems
won't go,
putting
I
healthy
will,
snacks.
but I won't go out and buy it, and I won't go out
We
and
have a
sell it.
purchasing agent here, and you know what, that's not the
And
director's
and you know what,
thing.
the purchasing,
It's not your
you
decision.
complain all day long about the cost to the borough of our purchases. He takes the time to go to Costco where you buy things so darn cheap. If you want our purchasing, you're gonna go through the purchasing process here in town, you're gonna double the cost of the candy that you're giving away or
The granola
selling.
bars and apples?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you gonna buy an
Can I-
apple?
Can I say
I'm sorry,
something?
our farmer's market has apples.
Excuse me, can I
wholesale.
say something, can I
Yeah,
say
farmer's
something
market.
about the,
Kind of like gourmet farm.
about the apples and the fruits?
Yeah.
I did, and this was way before Lauren even came there. I did sell apples and bananas and peaches and everything else. What was happening was the kids weren't buying
worry
them,
about it.
and you wanna know something? That the teen center was full of fruit flies. If you don't believe me,
Yeah, no, I
you
agree.
go over here and you ask Joe
I don't-
Rossi now.
I don't wanna-
So I quit doing it.
I don't wanna open a can of worms, but Carol Rue, I see Carol Rue in Stop and Shop all of the time, buying stuff for the events where they give away stuff and where they sell stuff. Well, they don't sell. I think it's mostly giveaway stuff. You know, and I'll tell you this, Stop and Shop is much more expensive than Costco.
Yeah.
You know, our kids have been benefiting for what Carol does and what Mark does for years. If you want to change it, that's fine, but it's not going to be changed
We don't
for
want
the
to, we
better.
want to basically be accountable. That's all.
Well, how is it accountable?
That's
What-
all.
How is the purchases made by Recreation and Stop and Shop? How is that accountable
No,
as
no,
far
no,
as
no,
you're concerned?
you're totally trying to twist. What
I'm
we are
twisting?
saying, yes, you are. What we are saying that, and that's a good idea, have the monthly report showing I bought this one, I sold that. Done.
Okay,
It's so
but
simple.
I don't believe there's people at this table that are satisfied with that, Mark.
I mean, Max,
Jeff,
that's fine.
Yeah,
Mark,
yeah, so
The
simple.
purchases.
fellow educator.
Absolutely.
First of all, I do agree that I see it all the time, our cafeteria, teenagers, you can offer them the greatest fruits and they're not buying it and it does lead to fruit flies.
I'm
But
gonna go with
that being said,
a half a bacon.
um,
On that note, I'm
for
gonna get a donut.
years, we have a
I
school
want you to
store
hear my comments.
and I ran the school store. So everything I bought, obviously, the same way here, purchasing had to be through bills that were submitted. Then I would sell, we would keep records of sales, but I also gave away stuff the same way you did. But I just marked down, I didn't say, gave to Johnny, but, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that at the end of the day, we know we sold 15, gave away 5, nobody questioned the giving away 5, because
Right.
we could
You're lucky
justify
to be
it.
practice counsel.
But it wasn't that hard to do, that basic accounting, and
Right.
then we handed, we had 15 sales, 5 giveaways, 10 actually for cash, here's the cash, account it, done.
And
And it was so simple.
And I understand that totally, and I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Mhm.
But what you have to understand too is the difference between your store and the teen center. It's not just the fact that I'm just sitting at the counter or I'm doing something. I mean, I could be playing pool with one of the kids and one of the kids will come up and say to me, and I say, okay, go ahead. And I'm not, and so what I have to do is stop what I'm doing, run over, make a tally and come back. And then later on, may not remember, I said this one or I said that one. That's what I'm getting at, because like
Have
it
the
does,
kid write down.
it does
Have the
become-
kid write down every time
It
they
does-
take
it
something.
Right down
Not
or
the
spread, or on, just keep a tablet with a spreadsheet. Think,
Hey, Mark, let me ask you a
Click.
question. If you buy $100 worth of stuff at Costco, what would your estimate be? How much does that bring in?
It just depends on what it is, if it's.
Oh, it's candy.
If it's candy and it's the.
Do you sell it at cost? Do you sell it a little bit?
It's like $75 for the,
All right, so, okay.
$75, 75 cents for the,
So-
candy
Look,
bar.
wait, no,
He didn't
my
answer
hand is
Peter's question, though.
He said
That's all.
$75.
No, if you buy $100 worth of candy, how much do you sell it for? 75?
It'd be,
No.
the candy bar would be 75 cents, yeah, and again.
Oh, it's-
That's not my question.
But how
If
much
you buy
profit?
$100 worth of candy, how much does that $100 worth of candy
25
total?
Generate.
That I can't tell you,
Well,
because I've
okay.
never, because
Mark, you know,
I've never looked at, I've never
30
looked at doing it that
30
way.
Hershey bars in a box is like,
But you're selling it
$10
for more
is-
than you paid.
That's all
Yeah.
you need
Yeah.
is a
I'm
month.
selling
Okay,
it.
that's all I'm
Lauren,
asking.
please?
Look, this discussion
Okay.
is not about candy. Here is my point, okay? The trust raised $41,000, 35,000 of which goes to summer camp. There's $6,000 in a trust. Instead of coming to this borough and asking or getting a consensus from a committee on how to use the trust, this department went out and bought Chromebooks for the kids, which is a very valid purchase, except is now being asked, to give us $140,000 in our budget. We, as a council, had no say in $6,000 of that budget.
That's not true.
We could have decided.
You approved it.
We could have decided, it wasn't presented to us as a budgetary item. We could have decided $6,000 of Chromebooks or $5,000 of sports equipment. We didn't get that decision.
So-
You did have that decision.
No, it
That's-
was
that's-
not, it was done,
You
but it was
questioned
purchased in
$200
December.
items on the bill list, but this was on the bill
Mayor,
list,
I
it
have the
wasn't
floor
questioned.
and you're being rude and interrupting me.
Well,
My
you're
point is
fake
that,
news.
well,
We
Mayor,
raised,
Wait, I'd like to finish
we raised
explaining.
we raised $100,000 for the building trust to go for that building to be built. A group of us, not just myself, a group of us raised $100,000 and went into the trust account. So basically what you're saying is because of the fact that that group raised $100,000, that you should have had control over everything.
That's not what I'm saying
That's
at all.
what you're saying.
that's not.
That's what
No.
you're saying.
In a
Yes.
budget decision, we should have had a decision here as to whether the budget can withstand an extra $5,000 for sports equipment or $6,000 for Chromebooks. If there's $6,000 sitting in a trust account, it wasn't presented to us, it was presented after the fact of the purchase in a line item in our department. It wasn't set, the Chromebooks were supposed to be presented in this budget.
It's not true.
Lizette, then I would like Lizette's response. That's what I
In
wanted
the
to.
last budget meeting, last year, Mark said he was buying the Chromebooks out of, that what he was gonna use, because as he redid the pool tables and another table, that he knows he won't have to spend money on the tables, and that he is using that line item to buy Chromebooks out of operating. It wasn't a capital expense. The capital expenses for the teen center were for, adding on to the prior year's capital of doing the floors and doing the cabinets and doing the renovation.
Which we budgeted for and agreed upon.
Yeah, that was what was in capital for the teen center. What was in operating, like I said, since the prior year, Mark refurbished the tables, that he usually uses that line item for that purpose, but instead he's going to use that operating line item for Chromebooks. And then based on whatever the cost was, it was more than what had been budgeted, more than what had been anticipated. And we wanted to get them that year because that's what was promised to the kids.
It wasn't promised to kids till 2019. And I'm just saying, we have a $5,000 additional thing
Lauren, there's
here.
nothing we can say. When you asked the administrator, she told you what went down, and you're not disputing, you're just saying she's wrong.
I'm not saying that, Mayor.
Well, then she
I'm-
just said that it
Mayor,
was discussed last
don't
year.
put words in my mouth, and definitely don't interpret that, anything I say to Lizette, okay? So I'm just saying.
You asked her a
we
question,
have-
she answered you. And it
Right.
doesn't seem to
So we're gonna
sit in there.
At this point, you're just being rude. So we're gonna approve $140,000 for the youth center, and there's $41,000 of trust that we have no say. Just saying.
So you want to raise the trust?
I don't wanna raise the trust.
Supplement
I wanna have,
operating salaries?
No.
it should have been presented to us that the trust was gonna go and spend money in December instead of presenting it here,
Trusts have specific earmarked uses.
okay?
Was that one
So
of them?
what is a
this
very
was-
valid question is,
What do you
okay,
want to use those earmarked items for to
yeah,
supplement?
that's a very valid
Not
question.
supplement, offset.
That's a very valid, the money in
What
the
you're
trust,
saying is we're gonna
what are
spend
they gonna be?
11K.
That's what I was trying to explain to you
And the
earlier.
trust is
At
11K
one
total.
time, the trust,
No, the trust
all
is
the trust
6,000
account
after
went
summer
into one
camp.
thing,
But we're
okay?
using
And I was
6K
able to
total.
use it
Yeah.
for, if
No,
we were
it's
going
Okay,
to.
so what are you gonna use now?
Call it
Well,
12.
What's
Mark,
on
first,
that?
Mark,
We got
Mark,
camp, we
Mark,
got
Mark,
camp.
first of
So
all,
what are you gonna
you're
use?
sa-
Why
you're
don't all
saying,
come out of that
I'm
trust?
going to use it. You're going to
Why
recommend,
can't this
because
source
you don't
come
make
out
the
of that
decision,
trust?
you make the recommendation. It's
Trust
this body
trust doesn't
that makes the
fulfill.
decision, and I don't want them to get the
Every
sense
year.
that it's your decision. It's your recommendation, just like this budget is your recommendation, followed by the CFO. You make the recommendation, but it's this governing body that approves it. And Max, you know that because you go through the bill list and you question things and
I'm
they're either
asking-
approved or
I'm
not.
asking
Well,
him
this
what
was-
he's proposing to use them, and he's telling me that it was like this. What do you
We
propose?
don't know yet.
Well, look, if you look and see what's on here right now, like I said, I have five or six different accounts, okay? One of them is for the summer camp, which will be used, that money goes straight to the summer camp. What's left out of there is left out of there, okay?
Yes.
If I had to go into the donation money for something else that I needed,
Offset
if
for
something came up where
This is
I
this
was
is
out of
operating.
money for, let's say, equipment,
So
something.
you don't know anything that way you.
I don't know,
All right, so the answer is I don't know. If I have something, I'll come to the governing body and I'll ask for that to be
And
used.
that's
Why can't
exact,
we
and
say-
that's exactly
But
what
that's the answer.
And that's exactly what I did this time, because we asked for the Chromebooks. I didn't realize there wasn't that much money in my operating account. I went to Lizette and Susan, and they gave me permission to take it out of this. And that's where I don't understand where the problem comes into
The
effect
problem
at.
is that we need to understand the trust, we don't have a report. Now we're gonna have the report, we can move on. We can move on.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, I mean, nobody is beating down on you. It may seem like it, but this has been happening to every department. Okay, so it's not anything
Equal
personal to
opportunity
you or
haters.
your operating of
I
the.
understand.
No, hold on, let me just finish.
From you?
The thing is, there's a certain amount of transparency
opportunity
required
That's me.
in government.
Keep your tab
Okay,
list.
we have to do it with open
tab.
meetings, we have to do it with open records. All of these things are, because government is supposed to be transparent. And that is the only reason why we're coming to this point. Of all of this, why we need the trust information, why we need, all of this is for that reason.
And I understand that, and that's how come I went to Lizette and to Susan, because they're my bosses, and they told me it was okay. Okay, now, I know this isn't the right forum.
Photo.
I know this is not the right forum for what I'm about to say.
No.
Then don't say it.
Then don't say it.
Don't say it.
Can I request a meeting with the mayor and council
Sure,
over
absolutely.
what has been happening, the hostility that has been happening to me over the past year?
Yeah, sure,
you.
absolutely.
All right, thank you, Walt.
I have one final question. So after all this, are you gonna go out and buy candy and snacks again? Because I vote yes on that.
If the mayor and council,
That's all.
council wants me to do it, I will do it.
Well, whatever
No,
it
it's
winds
not
up being, I don't wanna get
That's-
involved in those
that's not
details.
important.
It
It
is.
doesn't matter.
I think that what Vanu said was extremely accurate and pertinent. I believe what's the problem here, for the most part, not 100%, is that people, we don't understand or don't have the knowledge of how these trusts are being handled. We need to get a better handle on it. The governing body believes, and I agree with them, that we should be overseeing things such as the trust.
Everything.
My point is, I just think that the Candy Trust, in this particular case, was being picked
No,
on
that was
at a
being
different
picked on
level.
because that's the
So
one that
let's,
had the most
I think
exposure.
Susan has got the message, Lisette is here also. We are gonna get a better understanding of what's in the trusts, how it's coming in, and where it's going out. And rest assured, before anything goes out, it's on our bill list. Dan, is there anything for Mark? Because we're way
Can
behind.
we start getting a trust tab in the book?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can we
okay.
get one made for Tuesday?
I'd have to check with Susan.
Well, it should be
That's
by
why I was-
department, like
That
if
should be
rec
by
has a
department.
trust, put it in rec, if this is a trust,
There's
put
a
it in
trust
this.
section.
In every department that has a trust, put it in a trust.
If fire has a trust, I mean,
Fire,
whoever.
any department that has a trust should be in this packet.
I'm going to give Lizette something to pass to you guys. It's the brochure of the teen center,
Great.
so you guys can have. And I also I was hoping this meeting would have turned totally different way, but I wanted to let you guys know that we have created a partnership, sistership, whatever, with a teen center in Korea. And the fact that they came over last year, this year they're gonna come back and they wanna spend
What
2
about
weeks in
India?
our camps this year.
I did report that at the last meeting, so I just wanted to let you know that, when we have these, and if possible, and this is, again, not the right place, but if we can have monthly meetings instead of bi-monthly. Even if our talks are
Every other department.
limited, it would be better for continuity, so that we can, just a preference.
Tax assessor. Tax assessor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Take care,
Mark,
Mark.
what are the hours of teen center, 3 to 11?
Teen Center are
I would show
Monday through Thursday, 3 to 9. Friday, 3 to 11, and Saturdays, 12 to 8. And then what,
Saturdays.
Saturdays, 12 to 8. And then normally what happens is if the kids are out of school and it coincides with my schedule, I will come in and open up at 8 o'clock until closing for the kids.
In the morning,
In the morning.
you know, if
Until
both
closing.
schools are closed. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Assessor,
Tax assessor.
assessor. Good morning, Janet, how you doing?
That's what I was saying.
I hope,
I just want to give the council a heads up that there's a group from the senior center, a young group from the senior center, waiting for us. They were supposed to start at 10:30.
yeah, well,
So, anyway, welcome.
this is easy.
Oh, good.
This is so much easier.
The reason I asked.
Because it's too much data
Are we
for them
done?
to look at.
Susan,
nothing
on the trust.
Okay, later.
We done.
Tomorrow.
We done.
Well, wait, I did, was holding questions.
Sure.
Just to make sure Susan knows.
Hi.
Susan, there's a question, but no answer really.
Really,
You know,
there are all these different trusts, endowments, or whatever they are. Is there any point, especially before next year's budget, or with a tab in the budget, that we can just have a list of what they are? Of where they are, because I think a good example wasn't this as much as Davis Johnson, that there is a fund there, and we could have a new DPW director put money in for flowers and things for that and not even know that there's money.
Listen, you might wanna look at the audit. When we get the audit, it'll show every trust and all the balances.
No, for budget purposes.
For budget
only.
Budget, no, but I mean, I'm saying for more information.
I know, just so we have a sense
No,
of,
but
We
I
have a
could-
full picture.
But yes,
a
you're
full
entitled to
picture of each
Yeah,
agent.
I could give you like the
That's not-
balance of the.
You can't take money
We
out of the
don't
trust.
allocate money out of it.
Understood.
Yeah, exactly. You
But
can't,
we
even if it could
we
be
can
a
take money out
tab
of our
in
budget
here
if we
next
know it's
year.
being spent by a trust.
Yeah.
Our budget can come down if money's being spent at a
Yeah,
trust.
but
Some
you
of the
can't allocate
trusts-
money out of it.
No, we can ask, can you use it there?
More or
Thank
less I
you, we'll
asked
take
him
it out.
today.
And you
But
can't
you
use a
are
trust.
entitled to
Some
know what's going
that
on.
are too specific.
Okay.
And you
That's
can't
it.
transfer from a
Okay.
trust.
No, Janet, you were lucky, you know.
Operating
Why am I
to
lucky?
operate.
By the time we get down with you, you're gonna be as upset. We are equal opportunity offender, so don't,
Take it personally.
take it personally, yeah.
All right, assessor, folks.
Assessor.
Dan, Lauren, please, let's go on to the assessor.
Okay, can I ask a question? My two
You're
hands up?
the only one with your hand up. You don't even need both of them.
Both hands up, okay. So, I was very carefully looking over here at your writing on your request to basically get a salary increase, that's what it is.
Oh, we'll go right to.
Right to the points that we
Right
need
to
to
the
do,
point.
because that's where. And I just want to say, you basically had this responsibility since you started the job over here. And the fact that practically the tax revenue was generated basically an additional 460,000 or stuff like that, it's not something, and I don't want to be rude, it's not something that the assessor, basically, we got additional revenues in the house, because the point is, this year we only got 40,000, and it doesn't mean that now we have to take down the salaries of the people in the assessor, because last year we got 400,000, and now we got 40,000, so, hey, if you deserve a raise because you get the $460,000 increase, now because it's only a $40,000 increase, now we have a problem. So,
I'm trying to see where you're seeing a $40,000 increase.
here, it's 19, basic revenue increased much less than 2018. 2018, we had.
That's just in the added assessments that I bring in.
Yeah, exactly. And the point I was trying to make, you bring in some assessments more, and you bring some assessment less, depending upon the year. It's not something that it's the office basically said, oh, I got something here. It's based on how many new houses are created, you know. So, because it was in your completion over here. And the same thing is for the co-op. So without trying to be very rude, I'm trying to say that, you know, I personally, and Janet, excuse me if I don't see absolutely the reason for that extra increase. So maybe Peter wants to say something.
Well, I think the most important thing is we have to handle, try and treat employees consistently, you know, and give people, most people, the same raise. In many cases, it's 2%. If there's a merit bonus, that's an issue. The question, what I hear Max saying, and I'm not sure I understand it any differently, is that the job responsibilities have not increased. The workload is, and if the workload has gone up, we need to hear from you. And the fact that the numbers go up or down, I'm not sure is an example of the workload increasing. So I think, you know, in order for you to get an increase, you really have to justify that increase.
Right, see, with the assessor's responsibilities, COA, the affordable housing fees never fell under, we never had it. And then when we did get that, fell under Carol, they came through a handful at a time. Well now, last year, we had 40 buildings that were knocked down. That's 40 COAs that have to be calculated. Initial COAs, final COAs. The ordinance says you have 10 days to complete this. Each process takes several hours to do. I had over 90 hours of comp time that I do not get paid for or overtime for. So, I mean,
About that specifically, I mean, that's a function of your position, right? And not, I mean,
it
if
was
you were.
never, I mean,
if you
we
were- if
did
you-
it because, like any ordinance, that you pass an ordinance and
No,
this
what I'm
office
saying
has
is
to
the
do it.
comp is not because you're entitled to it and you didn't take it, but as part of your position, you work to the hours that you need to, right? Am I wrong?
You're saying besides like a 9 to 5.
Right, so if you need to do a little, an extra hour.
Correct, and
There's
I'm
no.
always here and I do that.
But that's
But-
part of the job as opposed to
Correct.
being compensated.
But as far as the COA itself goes, that never felt, you know, we didn't have that we didn't have that for many years. Then when it did come on the books, Carol, I know, never got an increase. I've been here 28 years. I've been the deputy assessor for 18 years. So she never got an increase from that. At that time, we had 5 houses coming in, so you can do that during your normal work hours. We had 2 full-time assessors here. I'm here by myself. I have a staff, we're not assessors. I'm the only one that can do this. I have 40 houses that come down in a year, and I have 10 days to do. Right now, you can walk in my office, I have 3 house inspections we did on Friday, and 2 more new house plans. So all my other work has to stop because I have to do this work.
So Carol, I really appreciate, Janet, excuse me, I really appreciate you taking on the COA work, but I'm curious to know how you got to know.
There are many towns that just hire an outside firm to do it because it doesn't fall under the assessor's responsibility.
Well, my question to you is, how did you come to the amount requested in the raise, in the salary increase? How did you come to that
I
conclusion?
did a survey of other full-time assessors that I submitted. And based on their salaries and the time of work, I picked full-time assessors. You'll see on the sheet the amount of addeds that they do, the amount of COAs that they do, whether they hire outside people or not. You know, and frankly, you know, I know what Carol made when she left too. And my salary is quite lower than hers was.
So,
And it's
for
not-
my calculations, I mean, this is over, I think, a 25% raise request. So other than COA, can you tell me, I mean, which I'm not diminishing at all, I know that's a huge responsibility, what else would go under this?
The added assessments that I bring in.
Okay.
In the past 2 years, I brought in $1.2 million of added assessments. The town does a lot of work, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. So, I mean, has to be done. I mean, if you look at what other towns do and the amount of added assessments that they do, we fall third. And the towns in front of us are Fort Lee and Paramus.
Look, I've always felt like Carol did a superb job running that office, and you have not lost the beat when you took over. I think the biggest problem here is the size of your request. I mean, for better or worse, salaries are public records.
Correct.
If we turn around and give one person a raise of this magnitude, we're gonna have a riot on our hands. You know how it works, because
Yeah,
you've been on
I
the
know.
other end of
Been here
the
forever.
equation. So the point of the matter is, that is why I think
I came up with that
Councilwoman
number,
Dayton
like I
asked that
said.
reasonable question.
Based on the
Compare.
Servals, you know, of the other towns and the amounts that they generate and the COAs
Renew?
that they do, whether they hire an outside firm or do it in-house.
Okay, so you said there are 36 COAs completed, or 40, for
Yeah, because
Tenafly.
when I did that one chart, it was like
I,
November.
not to say that, that I know anything about the other towns, but I'm looking at Englewood, it says 25, Fairlawn 11, and Ridgewood 10, and I don't know Hackensack and Paramus.
Well,
But-
because
but-
some of them hire outside companies to do their work.
So they just happen to do whatever the outside companies don't do, and that comes out to the 25, 11, and 10. Okay.
And so far this year, we've had 9 demos that have come down. I mean,
I
it just,
have-
you know, it's just like we have the 10-lot subdivision up on Knickerbocker.
I
mean, it gets done, the edits depend on when the houses get done.
listen, you know, I
I have an answer.
is it proper to move on and discuss the rest of her budget and leave the final discussion on her salary to another time? Maybe, I mean, is that something that has to be done in open session? Can it be done in closed session? Do we need to do a rice notice if we're
No.
discussing the
No,
salary?
it's an open session. What has been done in the past, whenever there's been a question of salary, it's been held until the final budget numbers have been completed. But salary is a budgetary expense, and that's open.
Mark?
So my first I'm just gonna make a statement, is I don't think we should tie the salary to assessments or added assessments or how many COA applications are done, because we don't wanna be in a situation where somehow the salary is based on something to do with how much taxes are collected, right? Because that's a bad incentive. From my perspective, the salary should be based on what's the market value of the salary. And I would recommend that perhaps you do a little homework, not that I'm giving you homework, but you do a little investigation of what, we've got Englewood, Fairlawn, but what's going around in some other towns like
Dumont,
ours.
Presque,
Yeah, what
A lot
are-
of towns are
Demarest.
part-time where
Yeah,
the
okay, let me just finish this, and then come back to
Whatever.
us
Okay.
with a little bit more of what's going
Alpine.
on in a more appropriate market,
Alpine, I'm sure, is part-time.
and then we can talk about that, okay?
Presque, Dumont,
Yeah.
That's a good suggestion.
Right?
Okay,
little
any
more detail.
questions?
Yes.
I'm gonna take it over.
now we go into the,
Any questions about the rest of the budget?
yes.
All right, next.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, I'm going now through your, I guess Edmunds, statement. First of all, what is the stipend for the Jeep? 2,500.
For the safety incentive program that I run for the town.
Who gets that one?
Folks, come on,
Gets it?
Yeah,
Max is asking questions, you might well have the same
What
questions.
line?
it's
This is a
a
program run
stipend.
through the joint insurance
Yeah,
fund.
and who gets, it's a stipend here, means if
I get
somebody
that
gets paid.
stipend.
So you get the stipend.
Yes,
All right, and that stipend is $2,500, and basically started in 2018, yeah, and it continues to, and this is just for me who doesn't know exactly what this is for, can you tell me exactly what it consists of, your work for that?
Yeah, the joint insurance fund
Yeah.
has to do with the safety programs run by the insurance fund that I'm the fund commissioner for Tenafly for that. We just received an award last week,
How much was the award for?
$1,750.
We got an award, folks, we got an award from the JIF for $1,750
It's a gold
due to our safety
certificate.
record,
Okay.
which I know, I know Carol was the chair of the JIF, and I know you're involved too, and you come back with the policies from the JIF, and you pass them on, and they're implemented by, it's mostly DPW, although,
DPW, fire.
so we did get $1,750 back, that's good.
So, on top of your salary, it's on top of the
Yeah,
APA,
and I
it's another
attend a monthly
25.
meeting in Westwood.
Okay,
of the board
I
meetings.
understand, so, but
And we
I'm
have
just.
quarterly meetings here at the borough.
Now, the next thing is overtime. Over the last 2-3 years, you didn't have anybody having overtime. There is a line on the budget. Do you foresee anybody doing overtime? Because you don't have anybody for the last 2-3 years.
This question, because we have a part-timer that also goes in when, if somebody's out of the office or a seminar, does that fall under, would that be pulled out of the overtime for extra time?
No, that's
Part-time salary and
Well,
wages.
what we do is, if it's a part-time salary, you should record it into the overtime line, because it's not officially
Yeah.
overtime, but it's over the time
I
that she would
understand,
normally work.
but that's a part-time additional cost, rather
That she
than,
has to determine how much work is in her department, and if it's necessary for the person to work.
Right, because last year, as you may recall, we had an employee that was out for several
Right.
months. So nothing, her salary was her salary.
So
But
Lee
this year,
Campbell-
her salary is in there, but if we need coverage in the office when somebody is out, or somebody at a seminar, or somebody on
so this is
vacation,
for Lee Campbell,
that would be, yes.
for the part-time clerk, all right.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, the next thing over here, you have maintenance and repair of the equipment.
I had that question.
You know what, I think that your update sheet isn't in here, so I wanna make sure it is. Can you give me an updated sheet? Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but the sheet, did you give me maintenance and repairs, an updated sheet? Yeah, let me see if it's the same thing that's in the book.
So Janet, in
Yes.
your maintenance and, it's on page 19,
Is that the one for $19?
yeah, it's the second, it's, 1900. You
Yeah.
never used that much.
That fee is,
This isn't gonna matter.
we have a vendor, a state, that's approved by the state, Microsystems.
Yeah.
And they charge a yearly maintenance fee of $1,900. The past several years, the county tax board, because of all the money they generate, they have been paying that fee.
And you don't know it.
I don't know and won't know for probably 2 or 3 months whether they would pay that fee again this year.
Mhm.
It's possible, it's most likely they will,
So it will
but
be
I really
a
don't know.
reserve, we'll put it in a reserve. Okay. Next thing is the other professional items. You have a 12,500.
Correct.
You never use more than 10,000. Do you foresee anything
Well,
increasing?
A lot of that, it used to be $20,000 a year. Now
Maybe.
it's down, yeah.
We don't have
it
the
did-
numbers.
Okay, it used to be 20,000, they knocked it down to 12,500. The fact is, we have 86 tax court cases pending with
How many?
86.
86.
With prior years, going back 5 years.
Is this
So-
to pay Bill McClure to defend
No.
us in tax court?
So to pay who this one is?
This money is mostly paid for the defense of if we need an appraiser at the tax court level, or realty appraisal, the money comes out of there for them to do the inspections.
So the appraisal mostly was,
Yes,
you know.
for tax court.
86 is a higher number than normal, you'd say?
How many did we have last year?
Well, you see, what happens with state tax court is attorneys, as you all know, solicits town. if your assessment's over $1 million, they can file directly to tax court. If you have a prior year pending, which we have 86 pending, it's more or less a given, those 86 are gonna file again to reserve that year again, plus additional new
How many
ones.
did we have last year, Janet?
Last year, we had 77 county tax board. And, let's see, 86 tax court,
I'm sorry?
86 tax court directly.
So like the same thing like this year?
Well, I'm saying we're gonna start out with 86. 86 is what's
Guaranteed.
hanging.
86, okay, all right, thank you. All right, so here's for you, Susan.
Yes.
At the end of the tolls, yeah, look at the actual versus presented, proposed, it's a 2-to-1 ratio.
Right.
We agree to have some budget, some extra, but we cannot be 2-to-1 ratio.
What are you, what
Where
numbers are you
are you,
looking
Matt?
at?
Look at the tax maps and stuff like that, after tax maps, the total.
Yeah, but if you realize that practically $10,000 difference is
The
for
tax,
the tax
yeah.
maps. It used to be under general engineering,
Thank you.
but the
Yeah,
information
you
to
can't take it.
make
Thank
the
you.
changes come
Thank you,
from
that's
the
what I
assessor's office.
see,
Less than
I told you there is a logic in the madness. If you tell me the logic, I'm not gonna be mad. So, all right, so that basically makes it 15, 25, 31.
Are we done?
It's different, yeah.
Are we done?
Uh,
Because I'd like to, we've got
Yeah.
other groups way behind. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Meantime, we're gonna stay with the administrator proposal till we get any other information.
One other thing I just want to point out, because I found this out the other day when I was at a meeting, is because I know the tax maps are falling under my
Yeah.
office now, but I know of one or two other towns that, they actually charge a map revision fee. Like if you do a subdivision or subdivision, redivision, new
That's
construction,
a very good
two-family
idea.
house, that they charge a fee because
$200, I have to redo the map.
to, yeah.
Something
And
like
that has
that.
to be changed, so, I mean, I know of two towns, from two assessors I spoke to, just to offset some of the costs. If you wanna look.
What do
Well,
you
it would have
think?
to be codified, it would have to be an
What do you think?
ordinance. So there would have to be an ordinance, we have to find out whether it becomes a trust
We
fund
did it.
or.
Because here's like just one that I got copied from Rivervale, just to give you an idea of like what they, if you wanted to see what like another town is doing.
We're not gonna
Share
do
this
that.
with the council.
Would this be the headline item?
What?
The fee?
No, because it would have to be discussed, because the fees would be like planning board or building
in different
departments,
departments,
because.
okay.
Yeah, this comes under land use.
Okay.
Then you see, yeah, well, you have to do it, I think that that's a good idea, and it's warranted. If I have to do a subdivision, I have to update the map. It's gonna cost us money, this is how much we're gonna have to.
Part of the builders.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Hard work.
Thank you.
It's 4 minutes of 11. If you'd like to take no more than 4-minute break.
We catch up, we caught up with the,
I don't
No,
know
we're
if
not
we're
caught up. We
but-
have-
No, we're half an hour behind.
that's because of you.
Of course. That's okay.
You want to just move on? Anybody need a break? If nobody needs a break, we'll move right on.
We'll move right on.
Okay.
So what is it next?
Senior center.
Seniors.
Oh, let's see the dance. Let's see the dance, that's it. Yeah. Okay, what do we, yeah, so to support Michelle's president.
That's fair. Yeah. That's okay. We can discuss percentage.
Maybe you might work on it.
So you'll sit where Carol is sitting, and everybody else can sit around outside.
All right, thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
You'll sit,
Welcome, everyone. Come on in.
open this a little bit.
Oh.
Hold on, give me a coat.
Michelle, did you bring the whole support group over here?
This just happened.
Yes,
This just happened. Pulling up the rear.
Unexpected, it was so
Telling you, I
unexpected.
love it. I can start to cry when I see the look in the dark.
Oh, yeah, yes, right, especially after we send out the 100 emails to come. Yeah, after we send all the emails out, nobody expects to come. Good luck. Hello, hello.
Hi, Lizette. How are you today?
I mean, this is your groupies group.
Did you go and sleep good last night? You stayed all day in here? No. We had a trip yesterday. That's the library. Yeah. We had a trip yesterday.
Look, Michelle, I want to tell you something. So far, I was the equal opportunity offender, but with you, I'm going to be so nice. So nice.
I might not be.
As a senior, he knows he's only a few steps away from becoming.
Yeah, and I got my
A
cane.
regular member.
I got my cane. I got my crutches. Everything.
I don't even have that. But we had a great day yesterday on our trip. It was excellent. Where was it? We went to the Philadelphia Flower Show.
Oh,
It was a beautiful trip. And
How many people?
52.
So 2 buses?
No one. I got 52 hugs, so that means that it's. I love these flowers. It was really nice. It was a great day. Great day.
I asked if anybody needed a break, they say no, and then they walk out.
I don't need a break, I'm standing.
We walked in and they left. Something we said?
I doubt it. How are you?
There's a chair right here.
Adam, just grab a chair out of my office if you want.
There are chairs, there's a chair here. If anybody needs that one. There are chairs back there.
Yes.
It does, it's
Are
warm
they,
in
are they
here.
also?
That's library.
That's library.
They're gonna stand there because they want us.
There's a backup. We're actually a half hour behind.
Yeah.
And I want to say,
That's not so bad.
we're gonna need a lot of, some time for the police department. So if we can get, folks, it's my goal to try, we have 3 groups before the police department, I'd love to get them done in an hour.
I thought so too.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Are there any, we're gonna start with the senior center, Michelle, our temporary director is here. Feel free to pin it to the fire.
No, not just over the coals, not in the fire.
All right, I'll
Questions,
start.
Lauren, please?
We've been talking with all the employees about going to the league, and this is something that I was curious. Last year, we sent someone from the senior center to the league. We did.
Yes, but you see, I didn't recommend it when you look at the end of the sheet.
Okay.
And we put that the league is for elected officials and licensed personnel.
Okay.
Any other questions? Everybody satisfied with the budget?
No. they're
Lauren,
fine.
then Matt and Mark?
Temp and seasonal. This is gonna be out of the senior center trust account. We've had some issues today on trusts. So do we have an accounting on that trust, Susan?
For with,
Senior center trust account.
they have their own account.
Right, so.
That's a separate, let me just explain that that's a separate account that they hold that's audited from another audit firm.
They are separate.
This is,
doesn't-
this is similar to the nature center and to the
Okay.
library, where
So
we
it's not a
we
trust.
don't
It's not
oversee
a
them. It's not,
No.
not borough money.
I'm just asking because we zeroed out some of the budgets to go to that.
So if we give you a freezer, would you give us your freezer back here to put it instead of this one that doesn't work?
Well, that one doesn't work either. Our freezer freezes up, doesn't make ice, and it's 20 years old and it's sucking the electricity. We're using a lot of electricity for that freezer, and we don't need one as big as we have, so that's a.
You are so lucky because we agreed to that freezer.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the pine tree, I'm sorry. do you wanna go?
Okay, so the pine tree.
Forget.
Well, no, I just wanna give my just thoughts on the pine tree. So we've had some,
I don't want to take a tree.
can I do that now, Oh, right? Is that right? So, we love trees, we do love trees, but we've had critters into the senior center, we all know that. The needles fall and they clog up the gutters. And what happens is the water backs up, it drips right at the entrance of the senior center, And I had to go out there the other day at least 3 times and chop the ice. I just don't want somebody to fall. So that's what happens there.
Hold on.
The needles are a mess.
We just happen to have our
Good.
tree guy. Any
Okay.
comments on removal of the large
We
tree?
trimmed it up with one side of it against the building, took it away from the building. I'll have buildings and grounds look at the condition of the gutters.
That's what I was gonna ask.
If the,
It's
tree
happened,
was trimmed
happened.
away,
Okay.
so that issue should disappear, and I'll have them check the gutters
Maybe they just need to be
on
cleaned.
Monday,
Okay.
see what condition they're in.
And
Okay.
if the issue
Let's
doesn't
find that
disappear,
out.
let Lisette know
I
and
will.
she'll let Bob know.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be a capital expense. If the tree needs to be removed, it would fall within the DPW
We
operating.
can do that in-house.
Cool.
And,
Wait,
can you,
wait, you didn't have the floor. Mark?
I can go now?
Yeah, Max is next.
You do that.
Lauren is next.
I have more to do.
So I have a question for you. The request justification, you have this busing for seniors for day trips,
Yeah.
and you have this comment in here that some seniors can't afford it. Could you talk about that a little bit? And how does that relate to the $9,000 you're asking for?
Well, that's, okay, again, I'm only acting director, so.
That's okay.
What happened, a lot of our seniors come in and say that a lot of the other towns pay for busing. So I think that's the main reason why that was asked for. Because I know, like, I think on Cresskill, some of the other surrounding towns, so a couple of people that do wanna go on some of the trips, don't go on the trips, because they find that some of them are a little expensive. Again, we don't make any money on the trips, we just charge for the bus and all that. But as for that, I really, go ahead.
The trips to this point are self-funding?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
So the question becomes, in my mind,
Right.
just like the classes, many of our classes would not be viable without out-of-towners.
correct.
Is it the same issue with bus trips? Are they viable without out-of-towners? Because, the one thing I want to be careful about is we subsidize out-of-towners to a certain degree, but I'm not sure we want to pay for trips for out-of-towners, but if you say, if we don't get enough out, but paying for people to go on a trip doesn't make it viable.
Exactly,
Okay? It's viable on its own.
right.
And if you have a self-funding trip and there's a couple of people, whether they're from in town or out of town, that would like to go that can't afford it, that's a separate issue.
That
But
would-
we don't want to be in a position where we give a blanket approval, and how do you decide if a request is reasonable? Somebody says, I can't afford it. Well, we all know that some people don't want to spend money. I'm not saying this is the case, but can afford it.
Right.
And other people just can't afford it. So how do we know that the
Well,
requests are valid?
I understand all that, and again, some of my, I don't even know if I should, some of my views on what was requested, I didn't agree with.
Well,
So
who
do you-
who
do
made
you-
the request? The board?
No, it's her
No,
predecessor.
yes.
So do you
Her
agree with this
predecessor.
request?
What's
Wait,
your
hold on.
predecessor?
Hold on a second, back to my
Yeah,
original
so-
question. Do you agree with this request?
I agree with it, some of it, but if somebody can't afford a trip or something, we would love for them to come to us directly. If they really, really wanna go, we would try and make arrangements to help them go, if they, just
That's
like
the
our
way to do it.
classes.
Right.
Just like our classes, if somebody can't afford our classes, please, we tell them, and I tell them, spread the word, come and talk to us, because we will never, ever really turn anybody away. As for this, I don't wanna, you
We
can
got you.
just cross it.
We got you.
You know,
Cross it out.
yeah, because our trips, to be honest, again, our trips
That's fine.
fill up. I just didn't,
You
it's
know?
a nice way to say it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you brought
Yeah.
up the point that it was,
Yeah.
that the package was done by
Yeah.
your predecessor, but,
Yeah.
you feel free to say whatever you
Yeah.
want, because this is now your
Right.
request.
Okay.
So I agree with you on the
Okay.
buses, that should be either covered by the senior center or by the participants.
Can we talk about the first item, which is the senior center software?
Again.
But let's,
Yeah.
can we talk about this, cause
Okay.
actually, I thought this was a nice idea, to make it secure, there's a key fob being proposed here with a scanner. Do you just,
I
what do
mean,
you know
I-
about this?
Well,
Tell us
I
about
don't
this.
know much about the part I do know about is that part. The part I understand that I agree with is key fob security, keeping track of who's paid for what. Some of it I don't agree with. A lot of our seniors are not going to go and register online. It's almost like a does Tenafly do community pass?
Yes.
Right.
It's pretty similar to Community Pass.
So I would also say that this is a good idea. I know it was not recommended, but I think it's actually a better idea because it kind of allows us to get information on our seniors, who's out, who's in, and all of that.
You would get a better, I mean, as reporting wise, your reports will be more accurate.
So just,
Doing this
just
instead
as
of
a
us
general,
counting.
I mean, forgetting about what it does to the budget, I mean, I would support something like this.
The only
Are there
thing is
other
that
options?
50%, if not 80%, of the seniors not gonna go and put a card there.
Actually, they will. I think they
Well,
will.
you don't know the numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Max.
Really.
I mean,
Max, when you
they're a lot
become
more
senior
capable
in
than
50
that.
years, you
My
will
se- my
too.
seniors,
I
yeah.
don't support you, you support, I hope.
Anything else?
Yeah,
guys?
yeah, my
Go ahead,
turn.
Max.
Okay,
So
so,
is that inter-
Oh, hold on, you done, Maura?
okay,
So we're putting it in.
what do you use the copier, color copier for?
The color copy, we
Yes,
use it
please.
for, oh my goodness, we make color copies, yeah.
goodness? For goodness?
I mean, for all our flyers, all our, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and you have one, what's the additional cost you wanna put in? I'm trying to understand, because you have a copier.
We have a copy machine, yeah, I don't know what the miscalculation was last year. It
Well,
said
so
an
what-
increase of $1,000.
That's
I think
that's not a
that, wait,
capital
hold on.
expense, that's a line.
Yeah, that's
No,
not.
it's about, what is it?
I
It's
think
part of our
what-
Xerox.
Yeah, I think what happened with that, if I remember correctly, was that when we upgraded to the new copy machine, I think there was an accounting issue, an accounting error, and I think that's what I think this is what the amount's supposed to be.
All right,
Whatever
so they
this- yeah,
spent
I think that was a
2,500,
lot, right?
it was
Well,
budgeted
no.
for
It
2,000 last year, they spent 2,500, so
Yeah.
they're asking for another
But
1,000.
that's not gonna make any difference, because it's a budget last year, giving that $1,000, that's gonna stay over there unused. It's not that they're using
They
it.
used
No, what
2,500.
happened was this all part of the Xerox contract. Their lease of their older machine was up.
Okay, so
Yeah.
And then
leasing is
this
different.
is what this is, it's
Okay,
Yeah.
it's the lease.
That's a leasing is different.
So, and even though what had been budgeted was 2,000 based on what was actually leased, and it came later in the year, like April or so,
I
that's why
told
it's
you,
25.
when it's
Right.
logic in the madness,
Okay.
I agree with it.
Anything else,
Okay,
Max?
yes, there are.
Your
The next
one.
thing, 1375 for this internet, what is it, please?
Oh, we got the whole new system, the Wi-Fi, we got the projectors, we got everything, we
Yeah.
got the TV moved into the,
Big
art
screen,
room.
yeah.
We wanna get, Cablevision to come in and make it a workable TV.
How you wanna have a
And we wanna,
TV,
well, the TV's already there.
so you wanna
We were
have a
supposed to do it last
program?
year.
You want the program, really, that's cable TV, not
Yeah,
internet?
cable yeah.
Okay, so it's cable TV, not internet.
Is that it, Max?
No, I'm sorry.
Your next one.
Okay, the next one, okay, alright, so. Here's the next one, telecommunications. You want an increase due to 2018 actual, what is your telecommunications? Because you're part of the system.
What would we ask for, 500?
Yeah, I mean, but it says, what is your cost in telecommunications?
Well, we pay for our phone, we have our fax machine.
No, that's part of this,
No,
you.
no.
No, each department pays for their own
Yes,
service.
okay,
And that's something we need to look into.
Exactly.
But not.
yeah, okay, good, that's all. Okay, and then I'm satisfied with all of it.
Lauren, your turn.
So my question is.
Hold on, wait a second.
Yes, okay. Is on the
Wait till-
salaries and wages, this is.
Wait till
I'm
they're,
sorry.
wait till they're ready.
This was this is the actual. What did you say?
It's gotta be.
Did you say? Okay.
Susan, question, go.
Yes.
Lauren?
So my question is for Lizette, and please excuse me if I talk
Oh.
abstractly about you.
Oh.
The position of director right now has a temporary director. What are we, do we have a contract for it? I understand many of our seniors are here to support this particular director.
It's not a contract, it was an acting appointment until
Okay.
the position is officially filled.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Anything else, anybody? I'm gonna ask the council's indulgence, because we have a number of board members here, and they're kind of quasi-independent from us. You want to give them an opportunity, if they can be very, very brief, to ask a question
About the budget,
about the budget, yeah.
only about the budget.
Any comments about, I'll go around.
Thanks.
If I may,
Introduce yourself, because not
let me
everybody knows who you are.
My name is Evelio Altuve, I go by Dan Altuve.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait till they're done. Thank you.
I am the president of the Board of Trustees, and most of the members are here. Our treasurer is here, and our vice president is here. The one thing that I would like to address, Michelle have done a very good job, and we have talked about the budget quite a bit, and she have done a very good job on trying to make sense, and we have talked about things that we didn't agree with in the past, and she pretty much addressed this today. The main concern that we have is she's very capable, but we would like for you to, if you can please expedite the process to get her on board and to get somebody to help her. The last time we waited 4 months to replace the administrative assistant because of the
So
situation with.
you want an assistant administrator, because this is a budget process.
Right, so we need to get an assistant administrator and we need to get her to be in charge so we can get things going again. Especially it's springtime and we have to set all the trips for the year and we have all the planning for the year. We like to get everybody.
Not to be rude, but we need to talk about budget, not personnel.
Well,
appointments.
that's part of the budget, because we gotta get administrator.
All right, Vanu and then Lauren. Vanu?
Sorry, I may have tuned out a little bit at one point, but in terms of discussions about membership and things like that, was there any discussion about that?
We're gonna address it next, in March with the board of trustees. You're talking about for next year, the membership?
So that'll affect next year's budget?
Yeah, not this
year.
year's at all,
Okay,
not
got
this
it.
year's at all, no.
Okay, got it.
Lauren, did you have something?
No, actually, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mark has a question, Mark has a
No,
question.
I don't have Lauren answer the question.
Go ahead.
May I still ask the question? Okay.
Just state your name, please.
Alita Kratnoff, 27 West Clinton. Michelle is acting director, and she's alone. If she is not here, if she gets sick, if she's on a trip, if she has a vacation, what will happen to the senior center? And have those jobs been posted?
Yeah, Michelle, said the jobs have been posted.
Okay.
All right, and I think the council appreciates the need to move forward on it.
Quickly.
We're in a vulnerable position if we only have one person doing two jobs. We appreciate that.
She doesn't get lunch.
I'll buy lunch.
Mary Salputis, 85 Hillside
We'll do
Avenue.
that.
I want to put in a request that you seriously look at the programming line. I think it's very central, not only that we give exercise.
Well, the good news is we didn't cut it, so.
Well, it's part of the budget, so
Thank you.
I mentioned that I think that line is very.
I'm going to thank the members of
We
the
will look
board
very carefully at
and
that.
Michelle for joining us. And then we also appreciate the fact that you took so little time, so we may
I
actually
get a
catch up.
prize?
Huh?
Yeah.
Prize.
You get lunch.
Michelle,
So
we
you're
were
going to that
so
lunch.
polite with you. We were so.
Next is the library, folks.
See, Michelle, I was trying last year to give you a free person extra. Now we're gonna get it because Julie did not want to have a free extra person. We can
Oh, I
get
know,
it.
we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
We'll
because
do
we
it
can
on-
get
'cause
that free,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm not, that scares me a little bit, but that scares me, so.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Julie.
Hello. Libraries.
And we are going to try and catch up.
Maybe you can catch up, Peter. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Look how nice the library is doing. They coming with commercials. It's coming to you, it's coming to you, it's coming to you.
You have enough of these for everybody?
Yes, and I have extras here. And there's like.
Oh, more, right here.
Yes.
All right, so before we go to that, may I ask a question, please? I got my two heads up.
Hold on a second. Okay, so we have with us our library director, Julie, as well as members of the board. So, Max, you want to start?
Yes, And the question is for Susan and Lizette. This is a statutory basic funding of the library. Do we have any say in how this funding is used? Do we have to have any say about the salaries, the way they use it over there? No. So
They have their own contracts that
They're
the
governed by a
board
library.
They're
approves,
governed.
and they get us, what they call 1/3 of a mil, and this year it is 1,525,926, and that is all their money. We cannot use it.
I understand, but so we don't have all these details that is presented over here, which I went in depth. It's none of our business, we
Well,
cannot say.
some of it is our business. I worked with Julie to determine the.
Hold on. I think you might find this interesting, folks.
I worked with Julie and to determine the things that she would not know, like the PERS or PERS, the
Yeah.
pension number, the workman's comp, insurance liability, the maintenance that we charge back from our building department. Those are the things that Julie would rely on me to put in her budget. With that being said, the number still does not change. I have to incorporate those numbers into the budget and we reallocate
So
elsewhere.
to be more precise, salaries and stuff like that
That
is none
isn't-
of our business.
But
No.
I would say, and I believe Shama has done the same. Shama is our, the mayor's
Liaison.
alternate for the board of, and she's away, I've been there. And we have mentioned to the board of directors that, we are on a 2% cap. We try to keep our raises within that range, and would certainly appreciate their efforts as well. That said, they have their own issues there, with part-time help, et cetera. So, Max, you're absolutely correct. We can't control that, but we do make it a point of letting them know that it would
And you
be
did.
beneficial to all concerned if we could keep within that range.
So now, as it comes to us, basically, the only thing that we can decide is we want, if it's anything extra or not, under this statutory.
There would be nothing extra. The dollar
Nothing.
amount
So what is
they
that
get
that we
is
discussed?
the-
capital?
the capital's a separate issue, and I think we still have to work on
Yeah, because there's
capital
no
projects,
capital.
but that would be something that we would have to work on later. It
So
cannot be
Susan,
within this year.
for me to understand, there is nothing then we can discuss. This is how much money they get, and it's up to them to basically do the money, and we are out of this business.
Right, we don't
Right.
give anything or get anything.
Okay.
No, you
All right,
can't, and if
thanks.
there's any money left over from their
Yeah,
budget, it's theirs.
Yeah, okay.
Lauren, please.
I would actually like to discuss the capital plan. I understand that you're not requesting anything at this time. I don't know if we can, maybe in coordination with the DPW, work on this, but I would like to request a repainting of the McCandless room.
That's not,
Is that
we don't
ours?
control the McCandless room, that's under recreation.
Oh,
The reality of it is,
Theoretically.
it's very, very confusing. It's a borough facility. There is nowhere where it's written that the library controls it or is responsible for it. That's just been like a theme that's existed for a long, long time. And in all honesty, you can't have rock and roll in a room that shares a wall with the library. But the recreation, I believe, and library work well together.
Yes, but every time, if I want to use the McCandless room for a program, I have to submit a permit to recreation, just like anybody else would.
When we were discussing moving around possibly for senior center, we were saying we have to ask the library's permission to use the McCandless room.
No.
There's a little confusion here.
Yeah.
It's with recreation, but it can't be,
Loses library.
it has to be an event, whenever it takes place there,
Back it
it is not loud, it's not boisterous, it's not an event that would interfere
The
with library
yearly dance.
operations.
So who would I ask for repainting of that room?
Hey,
That
Bob?
would be,
Bob?
that's why he left.
Billy Bob.
Is that DPW
Bob, that's something we
facility?
can do in-house, right?
Well, that's what
The
I'm
painting is
asking,
not
and,
happening. It's being done in-house.
Oh, we're gonna,
The
no,
second
okay.
We only needed the fire.
I can get it.
We're making progress. The mayor's office was painted 2 years ago. Lisette's office was painted this year. And the last person that painted my office was Michelangelo, so that's how long it was. So it's quite conceivable that we can get this done.
I volunteer with a brush.
So what I'm asking, and I spoke to Bob just now, I'd like painting and possibly change the light bulb. It's a very dim room.
Alright.
So
Yeah,
really
we-
just give it an update.
Like the firehouse was something separate that had to be done, had to be contracted out on capital, but all the interior otherwise, we're handling it in-house. to
You know, something like
minimize
that, and
expenses.
your complaints most likely are legitimate. Send them to Lisette will pass them on to Bob, and, you know, if the
Really,
light
Bob?
bulbs need to be changed or upgraded, so be it.
Okay. I thought I needed.
Does anybody
library
else have
permit,
anything?
so-
I frankly would like, on behalf of the mayor and council, like to thank Julie and the board
Yes.
for doing such a wonderful job. As I've said many times, the library is just such a credit to our community. It goes well beyond, government. It's a focal point for a lot of social stuff. But for example, the other night, they had an art show there, and it was extremely well attended. The artist was terrific. In fact, I have a little painting next to my poster in there that was done by him. And, they have concerts, and they just do a great job. So we want to thank you for your efforts. And make sure you realize they're not unappreciated.
I have one comment.
Yeah, sure.
No?
Just state your name.
Mary Sokukis again. I didn't change since the last time.
And the
I
address?
just wanted to say that Julie has made a terrific effort, one with foreign policy, that when Dr. Arthur Peck died, that she stepped in to try to make a smooth transition, and I appreciate it. Second, she has been very sensitive, and so is her staff, to low vision and accessibility. And I think this is something that unless you start to not have a problem reading, you think, oh, the library's mine, and I go and I open up a book and I'm happy. And what she's done is really made a great effort, and her staff, to help people who have a problem reading still be able to access audiobooks and so forth. So she's really done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We were trying to catch up, we're a little behind, but I want to ask a question, because I don't know any of us are, how familiar we are with the children's library. And,
It's fantastic.
people say that kids are no longer reading, they're no longer doing this and that. What is your sense of our kids? Are they reading? Are they coming to the library? What are we offering them that the seven of us might not be aware of?
Yeah, that was one thing that really impressed me when I first started working here. The children take out stacks and stacks of books. I mean, I've seen parents bring 30 books up to the circulation desk.
Do they return them?
Yes.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I think so.
I have
I'm
a
sorry.
question though. To follow up on the mayor's question, he was asking about children and when they do they come. What do you see in terms of like a percentage or any kind of quantifiable? You know, how many kids do we get there? How what's the recurrence rate? You know, et cetera.
Well, in terms of, I could tell you that we've had, I didn't separate out the children versus adults. So I have the total. We had 335 programs last year, and we had over 5,000 people attend. But I can say that most of them are children's programs,
But is
and
it
they
the-
get.
I mean, in terms of the children, is it the same 20 children showing up 30 times a month?
No.
You know, or is it 500 children?
I think I'm going to let Marcia, who has some experience in the
Because
children.
Lauren, kids come
I
three
go
times a
all the
week.
time,
Right.
and I see lots of different kids.
There are tons of kids who come in, and I recently worked in the children's department, and I just want to draw your attention to our newsletter. So if you see the picture, children's librarian Latricia Markle, she challenged the kids to read books in the month of January. We had adults and teens participate as well. And the challenge was if we read 1,000 books, she would dye her hair blue.
Mm-hmm.
And we had over 300 children participate in just that activity. So and they had to read at least 3 books. So we had at least 300 children who read 3 books during the month of January so they could see Latricia with blue hair.
She has blue hair.
She does have blue hair. You can come
should
see
have
her.
And I have to say, I cannot say enough about this children's librarian. I just want to take 1 second and thank her. Latricia is incredible. My kids will come in and say, I need the story about the mouse and this. She knows it. She knows the author. She has a beautiful knowledge of the library and of the incoming authors that are coming up. She has wonderful recommendations. She does a stellar job. I think she's fantastic.
So the blue hair isn't natural.
Well, I haven't seen it, but we have a long pile of books to be returned this month.
I'm waiting for a challenge for myself.
One other question, Julie.
Next week,
What, if any,
calendar.
coordination is there with the libraries at the school, public schools?
Oh, well, all of our children's librarians and our teen librarian, they go to the schools on a regular basis. David Gregorio, who is the media specialist at the high school, is on our library board, and he's always praising our teen librarian she does the morning announcements, and she lets the teens know about programs coming up. We also help the school media specialists. Actually, most of the Tenafly school media specialists work at the library on Sundays. We have a separate Sunday staff. So they're always here. And so we work with them on projects coming up and what they need. And like I said, I know them personally, and so does the staff because they're employees.
Jeff, please.
I know this was last year's issue. I just want to make sure no ongoing issues or anticipated issues with Buckles and delivery of books from town to town.
Yes. Buckles.
Just want to make sure it's solved long term.
Buckles they're developing their own delivery system. So it's going to cost each library in Buckles, and there are 77 libraries, it's going to cost us $9,000 a year. But we will have our own delivery system independent of Library Link New Jersey, and that was the organization. It wasn't really their fault, but that was the organization kind of responsible for what happened last year, and we won't be dealing with them anymore.
Is that a new charge, or that's a charge that takes over for another?
It's a new charge.
So that's going to be an increase in
Yes.
operating costs?
Well, it will be within their budget.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. But like every other department, they struggle to stay within their budget. And this is a $9,000 charge. That's
Yes, that's true.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your attendance today. Anybody else have a comment from the board?
Mayor?
Very nice.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just need to have Mary's last name. I wasn't able to get it.
Mary, you want to spell your last name?
SALPUKAS.
The way you say it.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you need the address?
I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is this the time now to talk about because I
Thank you. And thanks for your help.
car? They want this car? Absolutely not.
On the record, I'm going to try and cover everybody.
I know you, but it needs to be a charge and inspector stuff like that. First of all, I shouldn't need it.
You did a great job.
I understand, but they can use, is that the time to discuss again?
You could just bring it up and have to follow up on something with the auditors.
I used to read all the time.
I don't wanna
I
give
used
you
to ride my
advice.
bike to the library with my little basket.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
When kids could go wherever they wanted.
Just said, do we have
And I
somebody
used
from
to
fire
get
protection?
those
Yeah, yes, it was volunteers.
I read all 6 books in one day. She went to the library. I'll never forget this. The librarian accused me of not reading the books, and I was crying and crying. I went home crying. She wouldn't let me get another 6 books out. And I think about how nice these librarians are, and how I still remember
Jersey
that
librarians.
to this day. Were my mother, and I came home crying all the way home from the library that I couldn't get another 6 books. I was little, like maybe 3rd grade. And when I got home, my mother was a pretty mama bear, right to that library. And she's like, how dare you? She stayed in her room all day, read those books, and she wants books for tomorrow. Give her the books.
I used to read them in the car. We used to go once a week on Sundays, and I used to get all my books. And then by the time I finished, we were out of the car ride, I read 2 already.
But you know what? The librarian could have a big, huge impact on a child.
Of course.
I take my
Huge.
kids,
Somebody that's a mentor,
Huge.
influential.
we go every
You
other
know.
week to the library.
Yeah.
Every other week we are
But
at
you
the
know, you think
library.
about something like that, like.
And you know what's
Now
great?
you get to cry about
This-
budget meetings.
No, but this library takes out books on topic about what's happening. So this week we took out St. Patty's Day, we took out Valentine's Day a few weeks ago, we took out, like, you know, it does
that's not-
topics. We took out for Martin Luther King Day and President's Day, we took out the whole thing on Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. I mean, and they have them on display for the kids, like, it makes it so easy to teach your kids what's going
To
on.
think about this children's librarian dying with her blue.
She's so
you know?
That was great, that's a
I
great
know.
Have
idea.
you met her? She's
No.
fantastic.
I probably met her though.
Like,
I told
jealous.
her.
My kids will
I know.
come Peter's things like
She has hair and you don't?
Yeah.
I wanna get my
Max
hair
will
blue
just-
too.
just
You gotta get hair first.
You end up looking like a Smurf.
No.
That's right.
He gets his hair done blue and he'll become part of the
Just
Blue
make the
Man
face
Group.
blue.
That's right,
That's a
exactly.
question at some
Yeah,
point.
I'm just
He'll be on
jealous.
Broadway
Jamie
as the Blue Man Group.
I might do the face because the rest of it.
Which makes me a football meeting and discuss it.
Give me this back when you finish what we.
I'll bring it up anyway, you're entitled to your opinion of policy.
Oh, the Shakespeare thing.
Okay,
It's just a
she
good-
thinks she's not getting it.
Alden listen to us and quit.
Maybe he was on a fire call.
It was so, he's not on fire.
He was here.
Huh?
He
Well,
I saw him peek out
was
like
here and.
She listed.
We're gonna have
hour
the
and a half ago.
conversation.
He came
Yeah,
out.
he was here like.
We're gonna have a conversation about the
What's
secretary
not
here.
her job to
I don't
do?
know what the
So
secretary
she's
does.
here on the weekends and evenings a lot.
We're gonna ask him to what the secretary does.
Please, have a seat, please. Welcome.
Hello, Alden.
I mean, that's it.
I will do.
You didn't get any helmets with you?
Oh, that's okay.
All right.
Your job.
Ready to go.
Hey, Alden, how you doing?
Hi, how are
Okay.
you?
Well, Alden, have you met Vanu yet?
Yes, I
And
have.
anybody else?
Lauren.
I've been here for.
No, Lauren's been here a while.
Oh, it's the Mark. Yeah, Mark.
I think he knows me.
Yes.
Okay, who wants to start on fire prevention?
Can I?
Budget.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Well, then I'm gonna start with a few basic questions. In today's world, administrative assistants, they don't type, they don't do anything anymore like that. What is the job description for Amanda Booth?
I don't know what we
About
wrote,
for the administrative assistant, I'm
what
sorry.
she actually does.
Yeah, what does she?
She enters in the INFRS reports,
Into what?
INFRS, National Fire Incident Reports.
How many of them should?
What?
How many of them are a day?
How many a day? I don't know because we don't enter them on a daily basis. We'll do them like once a week.
So how many a
It
week?
could take 2 hours, it might take 4 hours.
Okay, 2 to 4 hours. Okay, what else?
She enters in all the run sheets for the fire department.
The run sheets, I talked to the chief about that. It's about maybe half an hour a day.
Or,
That's what he told me.
well, he doesn't do them.
I'm sure he
Okay, we
doesn't.
do them, okay? Again, it could be 4 to 6 hours
A week.
a week,
All right.
depending on what the guys write in the way of a
All right. What
narrative.
else?
She handles all the phone calls and scheduling for the change of occupancies.
When you say scheduling, what is exactly that means? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Okay.
It's my ignorance.
People call up, they have change of occupancy, they're changing tenant, they're selling their house, whatever. They call up, she schedules on a
Inspection.
roster the inspections of when the guys can go out
How
there
many
and
of
do
them
them.
you get a week?
Explains to the people all the information that they need to do, and make sure that it's correct. She also handles all the phone calls for the fire chief
Yeah.
and for the inspectors.
Yeah, so how many, it's, we got 2 to 4 hours a week, 4 to 6 hours a week. How much is like a schedule, how many changes of occupancy do you have a week?
A week, it can vary, usually I'm gonna say about 20.
20 changes of occupancy a week on a continuous basis?
Yes.
All right, and how long do you think it's gonna take something like that to do?
How long?
Yeah.
Some people that know what they're doing takes 5 minutes. Others can take 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It depends on who's on the other end of the phone.
So I'll put over here, let's say,
Half hour.
half an hour, 20, 10 hours. The reason I'm asking, and I'm doing that with everybody, it's not only you. The job, bless you, the job of administrative assistant, which was started 25 years ago, when she was typing memos, and she was taking today, basically, let me put you on his voicemail and stuff like that, has dramatically changed. So we're looking at every single administrative assistants to understand how can we change the job description to start to make them into today's world rather than in yesterday's world. Because if I just have to add them up over here, they're coming very short of the full 35.
You forgot some. Amanda
Also
does
does
all
all
the
the
requisitions.
requisitions. I'm gonna say 2 hours at least a
Yeah.
day.
And I have to add something. Amanda is
The
the face of their
employee.
department.
No, we're not talking,
She's,
we're talking about.
the person is the face of their department when Walden isn't here, when the chief isn't here. We might have
Yeah.
questions, and she has to get in touch with
Yeah.
them when they're out of the office.
No, I understand that. You understand what I'm talking it. This is something we are doing for every department because it's becoming something that we have to rethink the way we distribute jobs in the board.
30 years ago, it was the secretary that answered the phone and wrote some stuff down.
Yeah, and type
When I was
memos,
here.
and type
that was
that,
back-
type timesheets.
Now, the requirements for the state, Division of Fire Safety, the stuff that has to get entered in and everything, it has grown to a full-time job.
That's the type of information that we need to know in order to be able to assess and rewrite the job descriptions to be in coordination with what the job description is today, and be able
It
to
has
put the
changed
qualities
drastically.
in order to put what kind of qualities do you have to have, what kind of resources, stuff like that. Not anymore the assistant administrator. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions, please, and I'm sorry that I'm taking long. You have over here a few fire inspectors, and I'm not going to name the names.
We have 4 fire inspectors.
The numbers,
Three.
yeah, the number of hours, or at least the salaries for 2019 doubled for the inspectors versus 2018.
Half a year, 2018.
They were half a year.
They
Okay,
only
so
worked
it's
half a
prorated.
year.
It's
I
right
had
next to their names there.
No inspector for half a year.
Next to
Okay,
their-
so both of them were prorated. Okay, that would answer my question. Thank you. That's okay. That would probably, if we go next, and I'm sorry that I'm taking this, but I spent a lot of time trying to get through everything in one of them. On your next page, on your part-time salaries, last year, you had 62,796, is increased this year to 89,000.
That's
If I
because of
may-
that proration.
If I may,
Sure.
when we went through the budget hearings last year, it was anticipated that the 2 inspectors would be hired in April. That's why it's higher than the actual. And they were actually hired 2 months later. That
So-
accounts for the
Right.
difference.
So the actual will be pretty much matching the executive budget.
We
based
thought
on-
April, but they came more than June.
Those are the
Okay,
part-time.
all
The
right.
part-time.
Part-time, okay.
Clothing and uniforms, what do you give to those inspectors?
Nothing. On money-wise, there's no, what I do is, your shirt's worn out, the collar's frayed, we'll get you 2 new shirts.
Okay, so you give them shirts.
Shirts, pants, shoes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. So you give them shirts, so you're buying them,
It's on a need basis.
because that's something that we are looking for the other departments where they bring in different, $400 for a pair
No,
of boots.
it's a
No.
direct purchase, not.
Yeah,
a
no, but that's what we're
Right.
looking for to do for other departments.
Basically, prior to me,
Yeah.
The inspectors were using Class A uniforms, white shirts,
Yeah.
uniform pants, uniform shoes, sliding all over on the ice with those shoes.
Yeah.
Getting the shirts dirty. No, I changed that. The stuff we wear is, since we are required to also go to fire calls, we do wear Nomex gear,
Okay.
just to avoid lawsuits.
Yeah. All right. No, that was a very clear answer.
You're next, Lauren, yeah, when Max gets in, then Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. If you have something before that, because I'm gonna go to the
Well,
next one.
Max, just finish.
All right,
If that-
so I'm looking at motor vehicle parts. You going from 3,000 to 800 and now 4,000. You basically, and here's the conversation about the motor vehicle parts and new cars. We're gonna have a conversation. The cars that you are having are very little used. Less than 3,000 miles a year. Less than that. If you look,
Probably
I
they stay
calculated the
within borough.
mileages with it, yeah, because and they are very expensive because of the little, they become very expensive. We're looking to see if we can do something, maybe give the people a stipend or something so they can use their own cars, rather than to buy cars to be used so little becomes so expensive. Just listen for a second. You have $4,000 in maintenance, probably another $3,000 in insurance. That's $7,000.
Okay.
Probably the cost, if I take a car and I amortize over, let's say, 20 years, for example, a $40,000 car, at least $2,500 for the car. We're talking about somewhere around almost $10,000 in cars, and having
Per
to
car.
maintain $10,000 the cost here. So, and having to maintain those cars over here, stuff like that, and it's becoming very inefficient. And that's when we're gonna look at see if we can provide, maybe use your own car and give you a certain stipend per year, per month for provide, because it's using 30 miles per car that cost us so much is very inefficient.
We're going to review not just your department,
Okay.
in general, and we'll
Don't
want
make any
input from
difference.
you as to
Done.
whether or not you think that makes sense from the individual employee's perspective as well as from the borough's perspective.
Yeah.
We haven't made any decisions yet, but
Okay,
economically,
I would-
we have to review this.
I would suggest we have a separate meeting on that.
Yeah.
Yes,
We'll do it.
absolutely,
Absolutely.
exactly.
I did work for 27 years,
Yeah,
traveling the state, using a car to do my own car, personal car for inspections. Of course, in those days, I did 24,000 miles a year on the
Yeah.
car. It may not, you have to see about insurance and whatever, it
Okay.
may not be effective.
we'll work out that out.
Yeah.
And I just want to say
And
one
I don't
thing,
have-
Mrs.
Okay,
Capital.
you done?
Yeah.
We're taking out the Crown Vic, because do they make Crown Vics?
Nope.
anymore?
They do
I
not.
mean, oh, okay.
And it's a passenger
but
car, you can't use,
Yeah, you
capital
can't
for
put that
passenger.
in the cab.
And there should be also, if we have cars, should be a pool between your cars
we'll
and
talk about
building.
that.
Okay,
Just
we'll
wanted
do
to
it.
let him know.
Okay.
I got-
Well, I'm actually using one that was building.
Yeah, so that's
The one,
what,
the one with 100,000 miles on it.
all right, so I'm done.
Okay. I got Lauren, then Jeff, then Mark.
I want to go to the list of repairs or damage reports. There's 3 things here. I'd like the costs on the first 2.
Hang on a minute.
I think the plumbing one, maybe you put out a bulletin, please remember to flush, but
I don't think these are in.
they're
They're
not.
not.
Okay.
I want to know if there's any costs.
Of course.
What page you on,
Yeah.
Lauren?
It says repairs or damage,
Oh,
looks
okay.
like this.
List need.
Maintenance and repairs.
Building.
Yeah, so while Bob is here, this is damage or reports.
Okay.
Heating and air conditioning.
At that time, we, as usual, had been having trouble with the air conditioning and the heating. That has gone on for the 15 years that I've worked here and previous. That there've been intermittently sort of work and maybe not work and use portable heaters, etc. It's been an ongoing situation. However, at this point, that is being addressed aggressively.
Yeah, And we have a
New
plan
HVAC
to
system
have
fixed?
zone,
Okay.
local zone to
We'll talk
control.
about
That,
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
that was something that I and
Yeah.
a construction official had recommended years ago.
Yeah.
And it makes more sense
Yeah.
the way this building is operated.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's
Uh,
I think the zone.
What was the other thing?
the lighting,
Lighting
we wanted to
is-
switch to lighting, and I was gonna
Well,
ask.
that was just a recommendation on my case. Some of the lights, not necessarily in fire prevention, but within the building generally, in particular within the fire area of the building. I will come in here, say at night, sometime late at night, and there will be lights still left on. It's kind of inefficient. Plus the fact that the thought would be to go eventually to LED lighting. It's a lower cost and a better light.
I just changed every single bulb in my house, it's already done.
Yes.
Okay, something to have
And yet, why didn't you
DPW
do the
look
fire
into.
department when you had it?
They didn't ask me, I'll come and do that.
They have.
Is it as bright as the other ones?
It's brighter,
We
much
have
brighter.
looked into doing a complete change in the entire facility here.
Okay.
The problem being, we went through Lime Energy, and Lime Energy basically rejected our request because there's no one single electric meter for the building, so there's not one account. So they can't track, and it makes it very difficult for them to quantify the energy uses and how it's being used, so we got rejected, which would have been a program that would have saved us a large amount of money in the changeover. So what we would have to do if, in the future, is we would have to start budgeting for changing all the T8s out to the LEDs ourselves.
Yeah.
And then we would reap the
We'll do
benefit of
section
that.
by section.
So just a clarification,
Yes,
so
sir.
the company that would have recommended or not recommended we do it, rejected us, are the ones who were benefiting financially from that decision?
Of course,
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
of course.
How ridiculous is that?
Seems a little.
They,
It would be
like I
so
said,
strange if they are recommended.
Of course.
Save you
It
electric
was just the
bills.
way this building is laid out.
For longer discussion.
Okay.
Or needs a longer discussion.
Anything else, Lauren?
No, that was my questions on
Jeff,
that.
please?
I don't know if it's for you, Alden or Susan, because it comes from the salary sheet. So I know we've been across the board 2% and demanded 2%, but the fire official is almost 2.25%. So I was wondering why the differential. Not that, doesn't, from combined, from this side, it's 2.24.
Why did you see who the fire official is?
Oh,
sorry. I thought you had more fire.
Look to your left, you
No,
will
no.
see who the
Well,
fire official
you
is.
know what? I don't know
We're not
what their
mentioning
titles-
any names, but he's sitting real
No,
close
but-
to you.
Sorry. I thought they might have been talking about one of these guys. I don't know what, they're all fire inspector. You're the official, okay.
So you just want to
So,
understand the calculation.
Do you get,
I know the calculation.
No,
I
how
wanted to-
it was
Get
calculated.
longevity, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets longevity.
Half a point? No, he
Well,
cannot
might
get
not-
half a
Quarter
point.
point.
No, he cannot get
Okay,
half.
so that
He should
includes,
get
It's-
1 point.
Longevity pay.
One point
Every
every
half an
other
hour.
year.
so that includes longevity.
I'd have to go back and look to see if he got the longevity. in the
Just check the calculation.
Yeah, I'll
please.
check it.
Yeah,
That's all,
Longevity
it's not,
is in-
it's not much, but I just was curious.
We
Thank you.
should, if it's money, we should take it away.
Even years.
Mark?
So, Alden, I have a question about the whole change of occupancy issue. So help me understand, how does change of occupancy work for like a retail store?
Doesn't.
So there's no inspections or anything like that?
Borough of Tenafly does not have a CCO ordinance.
Okay.
So there is no inspections on a change of occupancy of a commercial building.
Okay.
There would be for something like Stonegarth or Marlboro Apartments, because that's residential.
Okay,
The change of occupancies are for basically residential occupancies. Originally, it was meant to make sure that they had smoke detectors in
Right.
there. And it's gone now to the fire extinguisher and carbon monoxide.
You said Marlboro and Stonebrook. Those are multi-units.
Yes,
Individual, single-family homes?
yes.
of course.
Individual, single-family homes, two-family dwellings, multiple dwellings.
I do know in the past, you've been supportive of the concept of creating the CCO ordinance in Tenafly. You want to explain why you feel that would be helpful? Or maybe you change your
Directly
mind?
to me, as fire official, and probably to the borough also. As it is now, we don't know somebody moved into 34 River Edge Road. We think there's somebody existing. We walk in, and of course, we and the state, if it's a life hazard, have been billing the old tenant, and we find out there's somebody else there now. The CCO would help that we take and
So what is the
get a
CCO
registration.
requirement?
Okay. The requirement that I had put in Alpine was that we would come in, look at the building, make sure it is safe,
Yeah, so you get the CO.
and make sure that all existing permits from building department, whatever, are cleared. And they've been taken care of, and there were actual inspections. A lot of times, I'll go into some place where they call me for an inspection that's 10 years old, and I walk in the door and I can see why the
Well, I
guy
understand
didn't
it,
call
but
me
how
for the
does it
inspection.
help with the change of standards every year?
Standards do not change yearly.
No, change of tenants, somebody changes the tenants.
We would have to do that.
Well, we have to do what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We would have to come through,
So
basically
every time
pretty
there
much
is a
the
change of
same as we
tenants,
do for a change of
anytime
occupancy.
there's a change of tenant, you want a new CO.
We want to know who's there. We want to come in and make sure that the place is safe, that the other guy didn't leave it with holes punched in the walls.
So every
You
new
know.
tenant, before it goes in, should have a new CO.
Should have, yes, an inspection to see that the building is safe.
You'll also see that there's no violations such as
Correct.
added
Well-
walls put up or.
If you rent a room in your house, what are you gonna have?
Okay, Mark?
So on this issue, the whole, let me finish. On this whole, I don't support the idea of a CCO at all. I think I respect your opinion on it, of course, but I think it's kind of an unnecessary intrusion and just more bureaucracy. And if, to use your example, if there's one tenant leaving and there's a hole in the wall, you know, that's really for the landlord to figure out how to solve that problem, not for the borough to start micromanaging apartments and stores and things like that.
We'll
unless
never
there's
end up.
construction. It'll be endless.
Well, you're absolutely correct. It does add another layer of bureaucracy, but I think Alden didn't use a really good example when he said a hole in the wall. If you, how about a fire violation or an illegal subdivision?
Subdivision.
Right.
Now,
Go ahead.
lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with the idea of having a CCO. I think it is important, but maybe have it put on as we were just kind of sidelining, do it on a periodic basis, you know, every 5 years as opposed to every time, because if somebody leaves a year later, you know, just to make sure that everything is up to code, that things haven't changed, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay, to answer your thoughts.
Mr. Vino.
Basically, we do that with the fire inspection. Okay? That we come through, life hazards and non-life hazards are required to be inspected once a year. The state is slowly coming down on us more and more to make sure the non-life hazards gets done. And also on the multiple dwellings, Bureau of Housing, which Tenafly years ago accepted to do those inspections, they have been coming back to us, did you get to this place? Okay, so the common areas on the Bureau of multiple dwellings get done once a year. The apartments under Bureau of Housing get done once every 5 years, or 1/5 of the building every year for 5 years.
Do we, can I follow up with that? Do we have any sort of program where we do, you know, a voluntary inspection of someone who has a question about, do they have enough smoke detectors and that sort of thing, or fire extinguishers in their house, that you'll go in and say, you need to do this, that, and the other thing?
We will do that, I don't think I've had anybody call me in years to do that.
Follow-up question.
Because most houses, there's been such a turnover in Tenafly with new houses and with people coming and going through the school system, that we've probably been in every house in Tenafly at least once in the past 15 years.
Okay.
Last question from me. In the past, we've been concerned about the backup, your ability to get to inspections that were required or requested in a timely way. Haven't
Okay.
heard too much about that lately. Are you caught up? Are you satisfied with your ability to do things in a timely fashion?
Okay, you're talking about two different jobs. You're now talking about fire subcode official.
Okay.
That backup in there, that depends on how much work, new construction is going on.
But currently.
I have gotten caught up on the big ones that were hanging for a long time because they didn't call us, and some of these jobs can take 2-3 years. And they're out there.
You mean the construction
The
jobs?
construction, okay. That has gotten caught up. I will say, when I first started here, it was 15 years ago almost, that I would have about 36 inspections a month. Now, last month I did 97.
Wow.
Okay, it has crept up with the amount of construction going on. As you go around town, every block has something going.
It doesn't show in our revenue this year. Unfortunately.
It's a numbers guy.
That's
Well,
right.
thank you for your service. We appreciate your work in keeping this town safe. Anybody have anything else? Otherwise,
Thank you.
we'll get the police going. Thanks.
Police is not here.
He was here a second.
Yeah.
Sorry?
1 minute break?
For
Yes.
police?
Sure. It might take us that long to find
We're on
them.
schedule.
We caught up.
Yeah.
The library was really the
Yeah.
the break. Boom, boom.
Excellent.
She was hoping that we're gonna give her more money.
Well,
Adam, how was California?
This was written.
Can't you see the tan?
Yeah, I
I was
can
sunning
see
myself
that.
on the beach every day.
Sounds like a song.
Yeah, there is a song. You never read something California? Guess what? Right there, freaking day I was there.
Why'd you go to California?
That's where all the food was.
Adam, we're not your wife. You don't have to make excuses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, give me a break. It's California.
Sometimes out on Long Island, sometimes.
When anytime I come back from business, I say it was so
I haven't had a
lovely.
donut in like 30 minutes, so I think I'm due.
Yeah, I think so.
And now I have about 12 hours and then
Yeah.
Vienna.
Because he has to change his insurance.
Where are you going?
Vienna.
Vienna.
I know, so that's gonna be a topic that has to be.
That's why I said.
It looks like we're there.
Really? That's beautiful.
So that everybody can put their perspective.
That
All right,
becomes
that's
very
it.
involved.
Exactly, there's not just using your own car.
It might be.
Well, that's another thing. that we
Airbnb?
kept-
But then that's
We were
not
looking
funny
at
stuff.
Bergen County, but we're tripling bonding, so we may not need to even deal with the county because they may charge us a fee too. We have the same
Why
rating
search you?
as them, so why use it? Right?
Yeah, of course.
All right, well then.
That's great. So, good price?
Yes.
No, sir?
Yep, everything's moving along.
It's crazy.
Hey, we're right on time though.
Thing, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate it. So we were talking about the cost. We were talking about the revenue side. Me and
Right.
and my biggest revenue one is we have such an affluent. People are so generous with their money. They give to cancer and to heart association and to
So
diabetes.
yes, there is, but
Why? Like
there is, but
We have
because
that
we're government, because we're a government
Well, so far.
agency, we can't have a nonprofit under
They
us.
late?
We let the other
A minute late.
So we let other
By now you got used to it. I mean, every day you hear them.
I don't know.
I didn't know what it was in the
Yeah.
beginning, but now, okay, now it's lunchtime.
They test their alarm.
Why
can't it be
Why can't we sponsor it?
Yes.
I think there's state laws against it. That's why.
No.
There's
No way.
reasons why it's not done.
I don't think
Yeah.
Really?
You have a good point. Yeah. So like guys in your field's named after guy in your it's not guy you pay for. I think you probably should, but then you get.
I'm just telling you how they have it. Look,
So like TVAC, Tenafly Volunteer, they have a separate group for donations.
And the first time I heard the argument that
Maybe to their parents of the kids who graduated. They just let them go. Listen. We get turned down for so long.
So the business people in town are upset that so many kids are coming to buy food.
Fire truckers, that kind of shit. Every year, I need a fire truck. Always knows. Every year. You didn't know you was Tenafly, relax. It's like that.
Let them use.
So when I talk to other CFOs and QPAs from the county.
Listen, you understand the economics of this town.
Yeah.
Kids need a free candy bar once in a while.
I don't have a problem. They should get it from the town. I know.
With extra peanuts.
20%.
Gonna cause a riot. Fill up the teen center candy box with apples and pears and see where that goes.
Hi, Chief. There are some bagels, some stuff.
I'm good, I already ate what I said.
There.
No, thank you. I'm gonna pass. Water, I'll take that.
Spend it. If it's good for the kids, spend it. So single massive issue.
It's doing.
Did you hear any rumors about how the CBA is looking at our negotiations?
I don't get that information.
No?
I like it, you're a brave guy, you bring your gun.
Oh, my friends live in Worcester now.
No, you know something, I think the PBA's been pretty quiet about it. I think even to the membership.
Chief, would you like to ruin your figure?
No, she already had, this morning I already had some breakfast.
That's what I'm saying, it's lunchtime. Time for
I can't even taste it anyway, I got a sinus issue, I gotta get it addressed.
I'm really not gonna take offense that I didn't see a single Oreo, a single Velveeta bar in the.
We were hoping that you were gonna be back from vacation.
You guys yell at me all the time.
Why didn't we
This
get
guy
the
threatened me. I had the email that if I bring more food to meetings any longer.
There you go.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Oh, yeah, you're thinking, you're
Okay, I'll take
talking about.
it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dude, if we have a loading dock, I'll just bring a
Oh,
loading dock. I'll bring
that's
it.
Scott.
Remember, chocolate delight, chocolate covered, chocolate cookies with chocolate cream. Chocolate delight.
Even with the window open?
Good, as he goes. You're probably looking rough as he goes.
So, Adam, I saw a dark fudge, centered.
I get that
Yeah, fudge covered Oreo.
No, dark fudge in the middle. It's a dark chocolate.
What do you have there?
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate fudge in the middle with regular Oreo.
That's what I was telling you. Chocolate.
That's someone that stole my
It's
product.
at Stop and Shop right now.
Dark chocolate.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Instead of the white cream or the chocolate
Oh,
cream
yeah,
or whatever,
chocolate, yeah.
dark
Yeah.
chocolate,
Yeah.
dark chocolate fudge.
Yes,
We're running
it's,
on
it's
time.
called dark
We're-
chocolate. Yeah, sorry. It's a
Oh,
limited
I
edition
thought it was
right now. I thought it was.
Last
It's
Last
not
year
chocolate
we,
covered.
No,
last
no, no, no.
Yeah.
week we didn't run on time.
How are you? We met before. Adam Michaels. How are you? That's all right. I got it already.
Okay.
I wish all our meetings were about Oreos and stuff like that.
About what?
I see more as a spectator sport meeting.
Awesome.
And how they became kosher.
Helps keep you balanced.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm gonna pass. That was a, there was somebody had told me a long time ago that, the way they.
When we get to the vehicle line, I wanna say a couple of things outside.
I wanted to say so too.
Well, I have a suggestion to make about them.
Basically.
Probably we have the same suggestion.
The sales fell
Maybe.
tremendously.
To take it out of here, put it in the capital.
They're coerced into it.
I wanna
That's
talk,
part of it. But I have another suggestion.
I wanna
Coerced into
talk
it.
about the recreation budget for 5 minutes, but I can do that at the final meeting, right?
Are you gonna make any changes?
Maybe.
I won't get into
Okay.
it.
Well, I'm gonna ask, I really need to circulate some information to the whole council, we're gonna talk about it intelligently.
I feel like it would be better to have the person make the request.
Yeah.
Feel the diabetes kicking in.
What do you think?
It was awesome.
Awesome.
It is excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Max?
he's unarmed, so our police chief, who would like to start? Mary, you're not, you only
I
have
would
one
like
hit.
to start.
All right, go ahead, Lauren, let Lauren start.
Okay, I actually would like to go to the second page of the budget analysis. And I actually want to start on a.
You know what, hold on, I'm sorry, all right, we wanted to wait for a second.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
I actually would like to start with the surveillance cameras that are proposed.
Yes.
Which I think is a very interesting idea. I was told when we proposed this last year, and again, we'd have to go back and look for this, that there would wind up being privacy issues here, or First Amendment issues. What do you know from your end about this, and have other boroughs instituted these kind of surveillance cameras?
They have. When you said that you heard, was that discussed here or somewhere else?
It was discussed here, because when we had a bunch of cars getting taken off people's driveways with the key fobs.
Yes.
We discussed possibly putting cameras on
Right.
some major intersections.
Yes, right.
So we discussed it a little bit in council.
Something, other departments, the towns are doing it. I don't believe there is any privacy, right to privacy for those. I guess it depends on how you use them.
It might be the red light cameras that were struck down.
The red light cameras were actually overturned in court, right? Something that these are something that I actually would look to buy with full funds. And we're investigating a couple different types, possibly tying into the town's fiber system, something which would lower the costs. If it wasn't just unless it was a remote type wireless system. There's two different types. I mean, there's the cameras themselves, but there's also something that the ALPR, the automatic license plate reader,
Yeah.
which goes into a larger database. And again, it's something that you use when you need it. It's not that we would use it just on a regular basis, but if we have a crime, we can go back to it, and we can, look to see if there's any suspect vehicles or suspicious vehicles that basically are wanted. So they've been very helpful in other places. It seems to be a trend. I know that there are places like George Washington Bridge. There, something on major highways, but towns are getting them. They're also the ALPRs are also in cars also too that drive around also too, which I think I also mentioned in here also too. So, if in fact we do get to this,
Would this be a useful tool for you? In other words, if you had these cameras at a major
Where would you put
intersection?
them first?
That's a good question. So I would probably lean toward the experts, but probably it would be, if we got them, maybe it probably wouldn't be more than a handful because.
Yeah, but where would you put them?
Probably East Clinton Avenue and Angle. Probably a couple locations on Knickerbocker Road. There would be in major intersections on thoroughfares.
Where you have-
But probably circling the town because something. So you could try and
Yeah, entry
measure
and
a car
out,
coming in and
entry
going
and
out.
out.
You can't put it everywhere. The public really wouldn't even know that they're there. Again, it's not to. You limit what you can do, but they also have a value in Also, too, is a car
Yes.
crash. You can look to see who's at
Yeah.
fault. So there's cameras outright, or there's cameras with the plate reader that goes into a database?
But the
Actually-
plate reader is a function, you get the camera, it goes into the back database, and you can have a
It actually goes into the state database.
Yeah, and you can
And
read
we have
over it.
access to it.
Yes.
So the plate readers, which are basically all over the country, probably all over the world,
Yeah.
they go into a database, something that all government agencies use.
Yeah.
They get used in ways that we don't even know. By federal agencies
Yeah.
for tracking
How do they
purposes,
control for abuse?
alibis, something, I mean, we don't even know what they're used for.
How do we control for abuse?
Say again?
How do we control for abuse of those systems?
The ones that are going to other agencies, you mean?
Well, I mean, because we're putting these in, or the proposal is to put it in.
Right.
Once it's put in, how do we control for?
Well, there's policies that have to be put in place on how to use them and how to access the information.
And how to share.
When we go to access the
Well,
information, I mean, there's a footprint, something that we're going into it, we're
we
looking.
can control our access
On
and
our-
our policies.
But we can't
However,
control
if this
once
goes
it's
to
in
a
a
federal
database,
database,
yeah.
you're not gonna be able to tell the
No,
FBI.
but we can
what they-
control the access to the database.
No, we can control our access.
Yeah, we can
But-
say our cameras, for
No,
example.
if it's in the federal database,
once you
you're not
transfer
gonna be able to stop the
No,
federal.
what I'm saying, we can control saying our cameras are not gonna be feeding the information to the FBI database, if you want, for example.
No, I don't
No,
think
you
you can.
Unless the FBI asks for it.
Actually, these ALPO,
Then you give it to them.
I think the first stop it goes to is the prosecutor's office and then to the state. I don't believe we have the ability to restrict their access. But
It's our cameras, we can do whatever we want.
not if you're tied into the ALPR.
Not if you tie them, but you don't have to tie them.
Well, then it's just a camera alone then, probably.
You can tie them to your system.
I don't think we can get an ALPR standalone for Tenafly.
No, but listen for a second.
Right.
We can tie it to your system as a first step. And then from your system, anytime we need a special assistance, we can say, here's the feed, go to ALPR, go to something.
That's kinda
So
how
we
it
can
works.
control, we don't have to continuously feed this feed to the entire database. We can temporarily say, we need that time between 2 o'clock and feed that and try to.
How about this? This needs a lot more information. So
Exactly.
Can we do a lot more research on it? This is just a goal and objective, something.
No,
I'm
but
not
it's-
pitching
I
it at
think
this
it's
point in
good.
time.
It's a good
So-
goal.
But this is kind of where, something the industry is going, something, technology. It's good for us and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
Something, but I have to get a lot more information.
And the ALPR that you are requesting, is this the LPR or is something that you have?
The other one. We have one on a car
Mhm.
that hasn't worked in a while.
Yeah, okay.
That was given to us by the prosecutor's office, actually bought one for every town.
Mhm.
This one in particular, I think the CPU went down.
Okay.
So we haven't been using it something, so I wanna repair it.
Okay, so the capital you request for LPR is for
It's a
this
car.
car?
It's a
Okay.
car. And that only works when the car's running. Like the pole mounted one will be all the time. This is just something when the car's in operation.
Dan and Lauren?
So, I've heard of the chief of North Arlington has requested from the prosecutor's office a standalone license plate reader, but it's mobile. I don't want to give away too much of the details. It's mobile.
They're like on trailers. I think I got message trailers. Yeah.
I don't want to give it away.
Yeah.
So if there's a high crime rate area,
Right.
it's very conspicuous. It can be placed there.
Yes.
It records, and then you guys, as a police department, can review that traffic on that high crime area.
Right.
Is that what you were looking to get? A mobile one?
No, I'm looking for basically a few of them that are permanently fixed. Because the mobile ones are subject to, as long as they're there, and if you only have one, then you're moving it around. We kind of would like ones in strategic locations that are there and just, like other towns have. And you're not looking at them every day, the amount of things, the time you go.
So you're gonna pull data when
They
something
can be very valuable in solving a crime, but, it's not every
Right, so
single.
when something happens in that specific area,
If you get
you'll
a violent
refer
crime, you
to
get
it.
something, we can look at something and see something, a time period, something, and what cars went through and what,
Right,
who was operating or something. And some of them are good enough now with the high definition cameras,
Yep.
just something, like get an image of someone driving. And again, it's just, it just goes into the investigation. Again, you still have to, identify who's driving the car.
Yeah, let's not spend too much time on this, folks. Lauren, please?
So I just have a follow-up, sorry, Mark, if you don't mind. I
Oh,
skipped.
sorry.
Chief, so some of the ideal places I think that would require these kind of cameras would be in intersections of county roads, like Dean and 9W. Have you been in touch at all on the county level as to whether they'd be willing to have us fix cameras there, and is there any coordination there in terms of budgets and costs? Can they cover any of it if we are on county roads?
Law enforcement, so no.
No, okay.
No, that's local legislation.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, there you go. Well, you know, I don't know the answer,
Let's
so-
go back on to the main budget now, folks.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm saying, do we need their permission on county roads?
I don't know, I don't see them actually having an issue with it, again, it doesn't have a utility pole, it's kinda out of sight, it doesn't really, it doesn't,
Let's get
obstruct
to the
their
budget,
function.
folks.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to tell you, Chief, I want to tell you, this was a very well-done budget, and you can, we've been through over here, I offended every single person, so you're the first one that I don't offend right now.
Oh, motion to adjourn?
So we
Yes.
thought we'd go home?
No, there are some questions I have. So here, the first thing that I was suggesting is you are trying to move from SUV to from cars to SUV.
With the patrol division, yeah, but that's
For the
problem.
patrol, yeah. And you have in your budget over here, a $45,000 for that car. It's on page 51.
Hold on, wait, we get there. Where are you guys?
Page 51.
Page 51.
It's not,
Should be more than that.
No, it's-
That's vehicle maintenance.
It's not there.
Vehicle maintenance contract, Clinton Avenue.
Yeah, the purchase.
Purchase of vehicles on page 50.
50, I'm
Third from
sorry.
the bottom.
You're absolutely right, I jumped.
Right.
Yeah, you have a 53,800.
Yes.
So what I was suggesting, and I was suggesting to Susan, since this is becoming an SUV, to put this in the capital, take it out of the expenses, it's a SUV. We're gonna save 53,000 on top of the 81,000 that we have so far. That will make it 135. It's 0.5% of the taxes we can reduce. And we have already reduced the capital budget by 127,000 so far. So we can put this back. It will not change the overall plan, but will reduce the actual expenses. I'm sure you have another car coming in through the back door that you are hoping to get the other car.
Well, if I can explain.
Yeah.
This 53,000 is a car and a half. You remember the half cars that we've been dealing with?
Mhm.
Because the fees for the overtime jobs pay for it.
Exactly.
So that's a SUV and a half.
Yes.
So I just want to speak now. So what the chief had done was he put some upfit costs in the capital, which we have to put a car and the upfit
Yes.
cost. So it should be an SUV. So we discussed this yesterday. We're going to pull out the one cost of an SUV, put it in here with the upfit costs, and then
That's right.
you have to make a decision among you whether or not you want the other. Well, you can't put a half of an SUV in the capital, so the other part would stay in the operating.
Yeah.
But my suggestion is that we, and I've talked to Lizette about this, that we up the vehicle increase for loaning it out, for jobs. Because I
The
found
fee
that in
schedule.
other towns, we only charge $75. That gets contracted back into the chief's budget on that line item.
Yeah.
There's other towns that charge up to $200
Yes, absolutely,
for
you're right.
that. So we were thinking 125 or 150.
Yeah.
But
for
that's an ordinance change, and I did conduct a survey.
Yeah, we'll send it out. That's a good idea. So we are in violent agreement, as they say. Violent agreement to move this into the capital, put together with that one in case, and it will give them the additional cost revenue for the car.
Right.
So we good on that, I think.
So how much would it be,
on.
that way I could
Like,
prepare
can
it?
we recap that?
So how much would
Susan,
one
you're-
be?
Hold there.
Increase.
So
Susan.
we're gonna reduce operating by 35,922.
Yeah.
And we're going to increase the capital to accommodate that amount. And remember, the Crown Vic is coming out of capital, so you're
Dan,
not
Real
gonna really
quick,
see that.
Susan, real quick,
Yeah.
can you summarize that in number of cars? Half the car in operating, and then 2 SUVs in capital?
No.
One SUV in capital with the upfit plus.
Yes.
And then the other other half of the SUV in operating plus upfit costs.
That's right. And we're taking, just to finish this one, we're taking out the Crown Vic.
Yeah,
We took
Yeah.
out 100,000. Not for you, don't worry.
They don't make that car anymore.
I know. we
Exactly,
found out.
that's why we-
So I asked nicely about that. But, right, so it will reduce by the cost of the one SUV.
Exactly.
Mark?
Okay, the
So,
operating.
I have a question, so if we move in this into capital and we bond it, how long is the payoff period of the bond?
Well, that rate, each specific item that's in the capital plan has a different useful life, and that's how they calculate it overall, then they come up with the total useful life for that.
So what will be what's typically the useful life of
For
an
a
SUV?
I don't know if it's
Or a
five.
truck or whatever.
5 years,
Five.
maybe? Is it 5 years
Yeah.
or longer?
It has to be at
least 5.
Yeah, it has to be at least 5, but I
In
don't know.
our fleet, it'll, I wanna say 6, 7, or 8, because what happens is
I don't know
is that it goes to the
details.
patrol division,
Just to count.
and then after
Bond
3, 4
counts
years,
as
we
account.
move it out to the
The
overtime
roads are
fleet,
higher.
so we will have it.
Okay, so-
It could be as much as 10.
So my question is, so the car will last longer than what it will take for us to pay it off?
Yeah, 5-year
Well,
bond.
the bond is a multi-purpose bond ordinance, so it's everything compiled together, and then they figure out what the term is. Like you know, it's not that cut and dry, it's every single useful life that's on the ordinance, and then they compile a total year based on everything that's in there.
But when we go out for a bond,
I
it's
could
kind
show
of
you
5 years of
an
bond.
ordinance so that you could look at it.
So let me ask the question, I understand what you're saying, let me ask the question another way. The SUV, will that get categorized in such a way that we will have paid it off before it's a
Useful life is
vehicle
gone.
that gets thrown away because it's no good anymore?
I can't answer that question, I'll tell you why, because it's compiled with all the other ordinances, all the other projects, useful life. So I'd have to go back and look at that specific useful life, and the payoff for the bond ordinance may be longer, like if there's roads in there, it's compiled in
Jason
that.
It's a reasonable question, but it's impossible to answer.
Well, the
Right.
bond council will be here on Tuesday.
We have to, because we wanna make, yeah, okay,
the
as
makeup
long
of
as the bond council
But
tells
the
us
useful
that.
life is calculated within that ordinance, so it would
The
be.
makeup of the bond is a whole bunch of different things with different life expectancy.
Yeah.
Understood.
So,
All right. So we
But
we
they
are.
both have a useful life for that.
Just for,
So is the council in agreement that to take out, that's the proposal, to take it out of
I'm
the
fine with it.
expenses, to put it in the
Yeah, it makes
capital,
sense.
take the
Makes perfect
Crown
sense.
Vic out?
makes perfectly good
So,
sense.
yeah.
I
Okay.
just need clarification, in order to prepare the ordinance for the fee for the cars, what is the amount going from?
Well, is it 39?
No, no, no,
35
no, no,
now.
no, the
What was it?
ordinance.
We should
What
double
we-
it, make it 150.
150?
That's what I think.
What?
I was
What
gonna
is
say
that?
125, but let's try to get
What,
150.
I'm sorry.
The rate.
For the rate for the cars, you know, off-duty hours, we're charging 75 now?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
125,
Or 150.
150?
If
I don't know if you
people are
want
at
to double
But
it in 1 year,
it's
125.
right, we should take, chief, it would be too
Public
much, you know?
service, they pay that
125.
until-
Yeah, 125 is reasonable.
Let's do 150. Push the envelope,
I say 150.
because other towns are
right.
charging 200.
Chief,
So
what do you
up
think?
to 200.
Who's charging 200?
Was it
Can I ask a question, Chief?
I don't know, I gave you a.
Every,
There was a few
everybody that we
different towns.
saw
There
was
was
at
different-
125 and lower.
There's towns that charge more than that.
There's
When we're
some that
ta-
charge
when we're
less
talking
that don't
about this
charge,
charge.
that
Yeah.
charge a
No,
lot.
I- I-
These,
but
when we have the.
Hold on, hold
cards
on,
for-
Jeff is speaking.
For public utilities and such,
Say again?
this is when public utilities, that's what we're talking about? So, everybody who's saying, you know, 150, 200, whatever, just keep in mind, all we're doing is shifting a different burden on to our taxpayers because utility bills will go up as a result. Water bills will go up, electric bills, they'll all go up because that's where, when we're talking about paying for this, they're not gonna sit there and say, oh, we'll have less for public service or Suez, they're gonna just pass it on as rate increases ultimately. Just keep in mind,
So
I'm
let's
not
do
against
125.
raising
Yes,
it.
125.
I
But
think
I-
that's
They
reasonable.
budget high, though.
You want 125,
125,
Chief?
using less electricity and less water.
The more
That's all.
towns that raise.
Yeah, okay.
Because our,
LEDs.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Roughly a couple
One,
hundred
two,
dollars.
It's the balloon
that they
effect.
spend a
Okay.
year,
Next.
spread out over so many
Truck.
residents.
All right, so let me finish.
What happened?
Maybe
what
we
did
can
you
finish
think?
that, maybe
I
we
told
can
you it was-
Jeff, you want you need the floor?
No, well, when, on the budget, when.
Wait, what did we
Max is
decide?
done.
125?
When Max is done, you're next.
Okay, I didn't finish, so
I know.
Right.
I'll continue. There is a Mars annual fee, which I don't understand.
Page?
It's on page 53. I just
I
don't
have
know.
questions on page 50. Oh, no, 51.
You know what we could do is, all questions on page 50. then go to page 51.
Whatever you want, it's up to.
Any other questions on page 50?
Yeah, oh no, 51.
51?
All right, 51.
51, I want to talk about the vehicle maintenance contract. Now that we are changing out at least some of our fleet, can we get a better quote here? I mean, I feel like
Well, that's not really a quote, that's just an estimation based upon some of the, now, we have gotten rid of, we've had some bad luck with some cars, and we've had some newer cars. It may come in well under that, I just don't wanna shortchange
Well,
myself.
it's been 57 last year, so
Yeah.
Well,
45 is probably.
But that was a bad year, I mean,
Yeah.
it could, I'm always after them, and they know that, you know, something
The
that.
year before was worse. 59.
And there is one more thing, and I say it all the time. Our insurance, we should get the insurance to have a full cost replacement. Whoever does the insurance is, if it's Jeff or if it's Janet, we have to look at an insurance that gives us full cost replacement. We can't anymore have a car destroyed and we get 10 cents for it, and then we are budgeting out of our money. So
I agree on that.
whoever does that
I'm in
insurance.
favor of that, provided it's not astronomical.
Yeah, you have to.
Then
you
we
have
need to find out, we need to come into
We
the.
need to figure out what the cost of it is.
Exactly, we
Because
need to
it'll-
find out, come over here and
Listen,
say,
can you ask whoever's in charge of that?
Brian.
Because it'll be
Brian?
25
Brian,
cars.
I-
yeah, okay, thank you.
I mean, I
Good
feel like
idea.
for a fleet of cars, we should be able to get something reasonable.
And it's not only that I
Well,
have,
it's not
we need
one
to get
car,
back after
unfortunately.
Brian
I don't
to
know
see what's going
How
on
the
with
cost
our
is
truck.
regulated by the number of cars that are
I spoke with him
insured.
last week, he's gonna double check.
Any other questions on 51?
No, that was my question.
52.
If you don't have
Jeff,
one.
please.
I noticed the very bottom traffic signal contract,
Oh, I
we
have
budget
that too.
10,000, but we spend over, why don't we just go to the actual amount, I'm curious?
Well, that's a great question, I'm glad you're bringing that up.
That's in
So,
his
I.
Nobody else is
I,
glad, but
I think in my budget memorandum, I talked about that, did
Yeah.
you read about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is something that we talk about every year. So when I first became chief, it was the first year into my being chief or something, I was on vacation and we had a catastrophic failure of East Clinton and Angle. It was a $25,000 repair, and there was no money in the account that we normally paid for. Apparently, I guess the town in the past had, I guess, a capital account for traffic light upgrades, and it had possibly was maybe put in place to replace a specific light, never got done. It was drawn down over the years, and then when it was basically all expended, it came out of my budget. So ever since then, these big charges are charged to my operating budget. Now, in a lot of these cases where a traffic light is knocked down, usually it's a car accident, and you go after the person, the culprit, and their car insurance pays for it. But we do have these situations where basically storm takes it down, or it fails on its own, or it's a hit and run, and we have no car, and we eat it. And we had some expensive repairs. So there's I think it's like $6,000 or $7,000. They do a maintenance fee, something where they do all the traffic lights and they check them and they change bulbs and this and that.
That's
And-
Gen
and-
Electric?
Yes,
Okay.
but anything over that was
Those were
because
high.
we had repairs that they come out of that line.
Like controls.
Like on River Edge, when they had to do
Right.
that.
Boxes, controllers, you name it.
So at one time he did have in capital, I think it was either 90,000 or 110,000, and they needed it as something broke down or got hit by a car. But then what happened was it wasn't used for a few years, and we decided to reappropriate some of those funds. I think it was for maybe your communication system
But
or
also
something
too,
like that.
But it also was drawn down over the
It was
years
drawn
also,
down
so-
somewhat,
Yeah.
and then we reappropriated funds. So right now, in capital, there is nothing there for this situation.
So
So that's
Chief,
something that the governing body should think about.
Yeah, I have another question.
Because it is a huge expense to his budget, and he has no idea how many times this could happen. It's at random.
So are we gonna leave this line the way it is?
Yeah,
You could leave it, but I do think that some consideration should be done, thinking about whether or not we want to put something in our capital budget for traffic controls.
Well, if we leave this line the way it is, do we need something in capital? I mean, you said consideration.
Well, I think we do, because the
Well, all right.
10,000 he
Then
said
we
is
need- then we-
repairs and.
So is that the way the council wants to handle this? Leave
But
the
we-
operation the way it is and put another $10,000 or so in capital?
Is it appropriate to
I
be in
need some
capital?
quotes.
It was in capital at one time, yes.
but right now we can't because we
I'd
don't
have to
know what
ask Jason, because I
we
don't
don't even know
know
what
who
we
did
put
that
in
the
on.
last time.
We need quotes.
We don't even
For
know what we
capital.
put in
I
on.
thought,
understand
I
that,
thought there was
but we're
discussion,
leaving ourselves-
I thought there was discussion years ago, something that basically, I mean, that's what I want, but I think there was an issue with that where basically it has to be for a specific light and project.
Yeah.
You can't have it
Well, I have
just,
to find out, but how could you determine that ahead of time?
You
That's
can't,
why it's
that's
not,
why
a
it
cap-
goes,
that's why it's not a
in-
capital expenditure.
That's why it goes
That's
into
why it needs an
operation.
OE.
But it used to, it wasn't, but the
So we
problem
did a
is.
lot of things in the
Okay,
That's what
so
I'm
Chief,
saying.
this is
I
what
know,
we need
but I
to
have
do.
to find out because
We
the-
need to get a
this
quote
could be a
for
big thing when it
updates of
happens.
all the lights, whatever
Well,
you need.
here you go, so, I don't wanna break the bad news to you, so. Over the years, General Electric every year they come out and they do this maintenance thing.
Yeah.
You know, something, now, I'm a conservative guy, I like to basically fix things and, you know, something,
Right.
not basically, but one of them we can show you something, our lights, the infrastructure, it works. They don't look very good, they're a little dated, but basically, but they're outdated, and every year I get an inspection from them, and usually the bottom of it is an example, but basically it says like, light in need of full upgrade, light in need, almost all of them, according to General Electric, and this is our vendor, you know,
Yeah.
something, so they're probably a little biased. So I said, well,
How much is it?
can you give me something for the town, because, like, what are we talking about? And a total traffic signal upgrade at an intersection is a very costly endeavor.
Yeah.
Now, if we were gonna do this, you'd have to go out, obviously, for,
The quote, RFP.
And then
So,
that's-
so.
What's
this
the
is-
total number?
This is General Electric, just basically
Lots
giving
of
some
it.
ideas, and I'm just gonna throw out to you, so basically.
It's a good idea, because they're usually the only ones that bid on these.
Well, so you got Highwood Avenue and Angle Street, right? And again, this is the high end, 200,000. Highwood and County, 275,000. Jefferson and River Edge, 200,000.
And is
West
it-
Clinton Avenue, Knickerbocker Road, 250,000. Tenafly Road, River Edge, 300,000, I mean, so on and so forth.
I mean,
So-
some of these
What more
intersections
is
are
this?
basically interchangeable. I mean, the only variable, it's a four-way intersection, none of them have pedestrian buttons, so why does one cost 200 and another cost 250? We're not talking
We don't know.
pennies.
Turn lanes.
I know, because
Well,
some of them have like a standard, you ever sit a standard, like somebody knows, we just have a light on a pole.
Mhm.
Some of them have the big arm, so
Yeah.
they're not all created equally. Listen, these are big costs. I like fixing what we have, but you look at them, they are dated. I mean, I guess the town at some point in time is gonna have to, and you can't just all at once.
We need to
You're
do
gonna
an
have to
RFP.
You're gonna have to start maybe
Well,
doing one
if
at a
we decide we
time.
want to do that. Lauren?
So my question is, obviously, we need to upgrade something, but, because I think our traffic patterns are bad, but does this come with an overall town flow of traffic and
No,
traffic
no,
study
no,
and analysis?
No.
So they're just, so we're randomly gonna replace traffic signals here or there, and yet they may not all coordinate with each other.
Well, this is what it is. A new traffic signal, as expensive as they are, it gives you a lot of different options. It gives you turn intervals, which like a turn arrow, you know, something, if you're gonna do this, you're probably gonna be basically maybe making an adjustment to the intersection, something, the lines, the lanes. They come with, right now, we have these new traffic control boxes, where basically we put different programs, so you can give signals more time at different times of the day. So they are versatile. I mean, they can help you with traffic flow, but I've said it before in the past, again, and not to get too in-depth here, but and I know this Clinton Avenue, Clinton Inn project is going on, you know, something, and we've had a lot of requests, you know, something, and all of us have probably been approached about East Clinton and Dean, East Clinton and Dean, East Clinton, you know, something, and I said to Marion, I don't know how you do this, but like, it's something, it's just the opportunity, something that, if Clinton Inn's gonna make all these upgrades, we fix the light at the same time, and they pay for part of it, or it's part of their, I don't know how that works, but I always said also too, that when East Clinton and Dean is done, right, eventually, in our lifetime, I guess it'll be done, it has to be synchronized, connected with the two lights before it.
Yes.
The one in front of the church and the one over by County and Hillside, because if they operate independently, it'd be catastrophic. They have to be in unison where they fire all together. Green, they fire all together, red, and.
At this time, is the light in front of the church, that's West Clinton and County, and the light at Hillside, are they coordinated at this time?
No, what we do is we've had General Electric kind of like, they try and do it, and it will last for a long time, but when there's like a little bit of a fault, it throws it off. So there are systems in there, you know, something, I mean, the technology is advancing every single day, or something. Now, the old way was probably something to trench and put lines. Can they do it wirelessly? I'm sure they can. You know, something for.
Well, so that, I mean, the answer is, when we do Hillside and County, we also do West Clinton and County. We do them at the same time and bite the bullet. But I think we need to move on.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not gonna be doing the lights this
All right.
year, so.
Can I ask you a question, please, Chief, on the same page?
Did we
Telecommunications.
ever finish our?
But we have to figure out how much goes in that budget, because
It stays as
we
is.
go back to that line item.
Raise that 10 to 20 for the lights in the operating budget, since we have nothing in
What do you
capital.
guys think?
It's consistent with last year,
Yeah.
there's 20,000 is fine.
20 is fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 10.
Okay, next.
Uh,
While we're on 52, anything else on
Yeah.
52?
I
Yes,
just
please.
added 10.
Okay, so what is this telecommunication charges, please? Do you know?
The phone bills.
The phone bills, which are our bills, is your part of the general bill, or how?
They have their own lines.
I know they have a hunt line,
Well,
that's what I'm asking.
Yes, and then also too, something that's probably files, something also too, we have some cell phones.
Okay, cell phones, how do you pay the cell phones?
I got a cell phone, detectives have a cell phones, we have something for confidential informants, so they're work-related cell phones.
I understand, but do you get your own cell phones and then you get reimbursed? What's the
No,
process?
they come from the government contract, the Verizon government, business government.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to know. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, Verizon.
The town owns the phone. When people retire, they turn
Okay,
the phone.
we can talk
You
about
don't want
it.
to consider AT&T, huh? Just for, I won't.
No, it's lousy coverage. I mean, I'm
You're a
not.
Verizon guy, I know.
No, I with Verizon, we went through lawsuits of it, but it's better coverage than anything else. All right.
Page 53?
What is Mark's
Jeff-
annual
Jeff-
fee?
Jeff has, yeah.
No, Max, we had that question earlier about Mars annual fee.
Mars is,
Military amateur radio service.
Oh, okay.
No, unfortunately.
No.
It's,
Sounded good, Jeff.
Go to Mars.
municipal arrest recording system. It's a county-wide system. It is a computer system program that has all arrest data. All the counties use it. It's very beneficial. In our industry, there's a lot of different systems. I wish it was a statewide thing, it's a county thing, but it's very valuable. We put our data in there and we get data out of that. It's a arrest system.
And drugs and medicine, that's for cocaine and all.
That's
Oh, you're not done, Jeff?
oxygen.
I'm sorry.
No,
well,
that was Max's
Narcan.
question, I didn't even start.
If Adam comes aboard, we'll have to switch from Mars to Nabisco.
Yeah.
Take Dan that on go.
Dan, then no, Jeff.
The second drug testing fee.
That is
From the AG's
no. Oh,
drug
fee.
testing fee. It went from 0 to 135. 135.
Yeah, well, that's
the
a
AG's.
mandatory drug testing. So
Yep.
that's half a year. You only had to do we did 3 tests last year, but actually the department had to do actually 4 twice a year. So that's going to double.
But we didn't put anything in.
We should,
Yeah, you're right.
Requested.
from that AG's.
So what do we
So
need?
put 270 in?
Yeah, that's about right.
300?
270.
270.
Okay.
Lauren is ready to give police anything.
Like,
300.
Round numbers in case it's a little different.
Just so you know.
Dan, you done?
Yes, sir.
Jeff, please?
All right, so just, how many times in the last, let's say, 3 years have we had to tase somebody in town?
Thankfully, none.
All right, so how many people do we have trained that we've increased the number of, because I saw your cover.
I have everyone in the department trained except for the administration, which is myself and the 2 captains. And the reason that I've done that is because I want 3 on the road at all times. We have a east side of town, we have west side of town, something that we have a car, there's an extra car that covers both. So, all the patrol people, at Detective Bureau, the adjuncts jump into patrol, and we move around a lot to save overtime and cover shifts. So anyone that can fit those in those capacities has to carry it, so that's why I have to have it. It's an invaluable tool. We've never had to use it. I know we never have to use it, but I gotta tell you what, if we ever do, something's a lot better than having to deal with the aftermath of shooting someone.
Rob,
No,
I know Max asked about this. There was an incident in the court room Wednesday night.
Yes.
And even something as physical as that doesn't require a taser?
It depends. Something the officers that were there, with 3 officers, something they felt, something that they control the situation. But if you read in the paper a couple weeks ago, Angle would tase someone in their court, and that was a sovereign citizen, something who was actually supposedly the article says the person was going for the officer's gun. So you never can really map out how. It's up to the officer's split-second decision on how it's going to be.
Yeah. So what is it?
I get that, but I also know when I was involved in New York, for many years, and I think it's still true, ESU in New York is the only group that's set with tasers. They don't have it with patrol, because they know that it's rarely an exigent circumstance where you're going to need to do that split second. Normally it's an emotionally disturbed or some other person, and that's why they have it, that there's very few people who actually can go and do it in New York, because they can get them there pretty quickly, but it doesn't require everybody having access to the unit, having all those units, all that training, and then all this. And so I was just very curious, because if New York, which does have great strategies for their police force, can do it that way, I just don't know what the decision-making was here. I understand it's nice to have, but in the time it usually takes to get someone to that situation, if it's an emotionally disturbed person, you're going to want to have someone who's differently trained anyway to make that decision. And there's also medical considerations.
We're a small department, we don't have any issue, so our patrol officers kind of are the jack of all trades. And, you know, you're looking at it from a standpoint, something where, you know, something, we're going to EDP call and we have the information, you know, something, you know, beforehand. A lot of the things that we deal with basically are instantaneous. Basically, you don't know what you responded to, and all of a sudden, you know, something occurred right in front of you, something, and there is no time to react to something. So it's an invaluable tool that you know, you're seeing across the nation, so where people are getting killed, and the community is saying, well, why didn't they have a taser? That was a tasing incident. Why did he have to be shot? You know, something. It's a tool. I want to try. My goal is to try and make obviously to serve the communities and protect them the best that I can, but also do something to protect my people and give them the best tools and training possible. It was something that I bought with forfeiture funds, didn't cost the borough any money. We haven't used it, we're not showing that we're careless with it, but it's something I, as chief of police, feel that we, and the surrounding towns are getting them also too, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but a lot of the surrounding towns. And New York is a big department, ESU is very large, and they're all over the place. So they're very quick to respond. We don't have any issue.
Okay. Vanu, and then Lauren?
So you're saying you haven't used it, the 14,277 represents what, just the training?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The cartridges and such for training.
Increase in
Or is that just all firearms?
Well, so that's firearms. This is in addition, because the state mandates that you have to fire so many cartridges, practice cartridges per year at a target. See something so which I
Chief, for the $14,000, how much roughly? How much is designated towards taser?
Well, so it is I jumped up because of what we spent last year, because there was like there was an increase of probably about $1,000 in last year we got more people qualified, and the practice cartridges are expensive. I think like $35 a shot. You get to shoot like two, but when you add it up over twice a year and each person doing it at a certain distance, that's what it's for.
So how much of the 14,000? How much is firearms? How much is tasers?
It's
approximately.
I have to get back to you on that.
20%?
Is it minimal, Chief? Is
Minimal,
it half
small?
of it?
The taser?
Yeah.
The taser. Can you put me on the spot here?
No, it doesn't matter. I mean,
Why are we?
I mean, because
They spent 14.7, they're asking for 14.
Taser usage, you know, if we're increasing it based on that, we should know what it's
Yeah,
starting
I'm gonna
from.
say the taser is roughly about 3,500 to 4,000.
Okay.
Roughly, because just with the practice, because now.
Okay. Lauren,
That's fine.
you have something on this page?
I actually want to go back a page.
Yeah,
I have a
I'm
question.
sorry, I have both the back
I had
pages.
more of a question for Susan here on the street sign line item.
Yes.
It had 0, but in the chief's capital plan, we're putting in 2 blinker signs.
Yeah.
So why is that not in, it goes in
It's
It's
capital?
Blinker, yeah, capital.
It goes in capital, not in expenses,
Yeah.
but street signs here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would go in capital.
Capital. Okay,
Yeah, I
that
have
would-
that in the capital, right? Don't
Yeah.
I?
Yes,
And I
yes.
have- I
wanted
have-
to know which. where it
Since
was.
we got back, page 47, can you please move to page 47?
More back seats.
More back.
That's a long way to go backwards.
I'm sorry, but that's what it is, I'm sorry. And because I jumped in. Susan,
Yes.
I apologize. Page 47,
Right.
on the top,
Yes.
which is the control total for the previous department. We are having the actual last year, 542,898.
Yes.
That's the whole.
Right.
The request is 5507. Basically, we are looking at $60,000 more than the last year actual.
Right. And that's correct, because you have to take into consideration the longevity and the step increases.
Okay,
All right, so
That's
that's
for
salaries.
salaries.
Full
Yeah.
salary.
Okay, thank you, it explains
We were
that.
last on
Th-
page
There
50.
is more, on line 4,
Which one?
maintenance of motor vehicles.
Okay, this one right
Oh,
here.
okay, yeah, right.
What are we paying from here?
All right, so that is if I get a car banged up, I have to repair it. The reason that I haven't spent that much money in it is because the Grim Reaper, I call the adjuster, every time I get a car in an accident, he comes and he totals it out. And I'm always fighting with the guy, can't you fix the car? So they're very quick, it's emergency, they total them out. But that's in the event that basically I get a car that has to get new fender and painted and.
Yeah, we never spent so much in any
I
of the
was
years.
hoping rather than.
I hope not to
Yeah.
spend any of it.
Okay, all right, okay.
Lauren,
The
please.
Green Reaper.
Yeah,
Are
he's
we-
terrible.
I'll remember.
Can I jump ahead?
I love that
Please
kind of
do.
talk.
Okay.
What page?
I'm in the capital plan.
Oh, well, you are way too far.
Let's finish
Yes,
with
we are.
operations.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on page 53. Anybody with?
No.
No.
I just have a question, what Mar's annual fee, and you didn't tell me.
I said, Dick.
Yeah, he said.
It's the municipal arrest recording system. It's-
Okay, I'm sorry, you did,
What page are we on?
you did.
Okay, I think we are
We
to
done.
capital. Dan?
No, you do, oh wait, you added
Community policing line.
14, let's see.
What did you change?
Oh, yeah.
Dan, I'm sorry?
Chief, the community policing line.
Yes.
I've asked, I think I asked last year if we could increase that to increase, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the community events that your guys do.
Yes.
Do you think increasing that would help do an additional event or something for your guys to get out in the community, especially with the kids and stuff?
Potentially or something, I mean, the guys would probably like more money, I'm a conservative guy.
Right, if they have the energy to do another event.
Usually with that will translate into like a giveaways, just handouts, something, so if we had more money, something,
Because I think it's a great vision.
When we do the community night, something, a lot
Exactly.
of our giveaways are
Exactly.
paid for by that.
And then your guys do the swim party for the kids through leads.
But that's separate. A lead is paid through what is it? It goes directly to finance. I don't even see it. It's what is the money that lead generates?
Oh, I don't know offhand, but it goes into a separate account,
Yeah,
and then it's
yeah.
used, it's like a trust
Yeah.
account that goes in and comes out.
And that's funded by one of the bins, the clothing bins.
So can we go to capital?
You know,
Is there, let me just, yes,
We discussed a lot of this.
we discussed most of it.
I have a
I do have
question.
a question.
Go ahead, Vanilla, please. Oh, just one second while our professionals hopping up. Go ahead, please.
you know what I mean?
So, the chief, it's not in here, and it's not in your budget, but it's a question that, because you're involved in this, the video, for the teen center and for the senior center.
Yes.
I think you've, had a look at the youth center and where putting it in, connecting it and all that.
Correct.
Where is that going as far as, how?
I just met with Mark the other day, something the police department has an IT person, jack of all trades, he's helped the borough in many facets, something, I think it's something he's, he came down, he provided an estimate, but, I think it was a little bit over $5,000, I think we still have to go up for another 2 quotes, right, at that, so.
Well,
with
no,
it-
if it's under 6, you don't need it.
No?
It's only if it's over 6. But the issue was there was a certain amount appropriated in last year's capital for senior and the teen center, but we don't know if it was a 50-50, 70-30.
So that's good. I see some, so the ones that we looked at, something that we thought would actually work for them, it was about a little over $5,000. It was about 4 cameras. That didn't include the senior center, so you're right. So I don't know.
I don't know what the allocation was.
No, the money was put in for both the senior center and the teen center.
Right, but there was no allocation of how much.
How is it portioned out?
We'd have to figure it out.
So I met with Mark last week.
Right.
So that's a good question. I mean, I think Mark was satisfied with what we talked about. I think it would provide the coverage that he needs. I guess I just have to submit the quote to
And
to
the-
us.
And the coverage that he needs, there's three locations
It was
inside?
3 inside and 1 outside.
And 1 outside, and the
Yeah.
one that's outside, is that the one that doesn't provide enough?
It's what it does, it provides, it's a very long shot. And
Right.
It's an older camera, but he's looking for something, I mean, obviously, it's a newer camera, I think probably a fisheye, it probably would give you a little bit more expanded view.
And that'll be a little closer?
Oh,
or
without a
that'll
doubt, yeah.
be a little
And
higher
the cameras these days are
resolution?
high definition.
High definition, but for the dark as well, you know, so we can, because their operation runs, until some days 11 o'clock.
Yes,
So
but I think there's illumination there, there's lighting there, so I don't think it's an
it
infrared
seems like a
camera.
dark area, it's not really, so I'm just wondering how that'll, but anyway, I mean, I didn't want to take up too much time.
Always camera with the LED.
Yeah, I didn't want to take up too much time, but I just wanted to find out.
I think it's a valid
in
point.
general.
Yeah.
Any other questions of capital?
Before we get to the capital, Chief, the 2 cars that you have there now for auction, those are basically the cars that cannot be repaired and was destroyed, correct?
Bad
There is
shape.
nothing that you can do. We cannot give them hand-me-downs or
I
anything.
would. Transmissions are bad, they're just bad, they're beat.
Are they destroyed? You mean they had an accident or just?
They're functional, but they're worn. I mean, they
Cost to
drive
repair
very,
is
very
more than the
rough.
value.
It would be cost effective to fix them.
Okay. And
Warren?
they cannot be okay.
I just wanted to ask about the engineering costs, the projects. I haven't seen any, maybe it was before my time, but I haven't seen anything about the turning lane on Jefferson. Do you remember, that kind of plan, the costs, anything associated with it? I haven't seen anything.
Do you remember the cost of that? I know, but we got some from Mazer.
Off the top of my head, I know if I can have it for you.
Sure. So you'll bring that
I
for
wrote it
us
down.
right now.
When we were going over the budget, I wrote it down, I gave it to you.
Anything else from capital?
Well, this, in the same, engineering, there was a request, to switch the speed limit on East Clinton.
Up top.
Right.
Yes, we
Up
never
top.
got around to that yet.
Does that need that needs county approval, I would say?
It does. We've got a traffic analyzing data box, and we put it out, so we did a lot of the counts ourselves, we provided the information to Mazer. They provide, they still have to do their research, which is requires them, so that was not a heavy lift, but they still have to be involved. It would involve, I don't see a problem with it, I think they would go along, I think 35 is a legitimate speed for that area. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
why do we need county approval if you think it's legitimate and we all
County
agree?
road.
It's a county road.
And it used to be 40?
No,
No,
it's 50. It's 50.
50.
It's unmarked because we don't want
People
people
don't
to do
realize
50.
that when you crest.
There was a sign there that said 40.
No, this is what it is, this is what it is. There's a sign as you're going, actually probably both directions, it's yellow, and it says 35 miles an hour.
35.
Yellow is recommended.
Recommended, that's right.
The white sign with the black letters is statutory, that's what you gotta do, so
Right.
recommend, so you've driven this way, when you drive East Clinton Avenue eastbound, and you're going up to 9W, you've passed the JCC and you follow the curve, you ever notice how many times that utility pole is knocked down on the right-hand side? Maybe you get knocked like 5-6 times a year. People are just going too fast, they lose control. Now, you're still gonna have these people that speed up there, something, yes, but 35 is sufficient. We all know people don't drive exactly the speed limit, so if you give it 35, they're gonna be probably closer to 40. It's better than 50, 55, 60.
So what will
People
it
used to
cost?
stop in my backyard all the time.
What will it cost for the engineering report?
I thought, he's not here, I thought it was a few $1,000.
I think it was around 7. I'm checking
I
right
submitted
now.
that, I know Jewel had it.
And when they do the engineer, for $7,000, what do we get?
It's
What
all
do
the
they do?
traffic
Nothing.
studies and all the
Absolutely
information that has to
nothing.
be produced.
But that's what you
and
get. You
submitted to the
get
state.
nothing for $7,000.
Let me ask the question another way. If we happen to spend the $7,000, will the report reflect in the end what we want? I mean, anecdotally, do we know it will do that? Or are we still trying to figure out whether we'll be able to get it lower the speed limit?
I think the county, somebody told me, whether it was you or Andy, that the county is amiable to doing that. We just have to move forward. on it.
No, and Mark's got a valid point, because there's criteria you have to follow.
Right.
Right.
And the
In other
engineering
words,
study was the
if
first
we,
part.
if we
Well,
pay for the report, we want the result that we want.
But this is what it is. Things that come into play, some more accident data, it's also to something, the average speed is something that's also injuries, fatalities. We did this in the wake of that gentleman getting killed.
Right.
East Clinton Avenue and Woodland Street. I'm pretty confident we can do this. We had somebody was killed, it was dark, there was other factors that came into place, but this is safety based. And I don't think it's unreasonable. I'm confident that we can get it through. Oh, and also too, which I'm not, I haven't totally agreed to this yet, but there's been a push for pedestrian crossing East Clinton Avenue and Woodland.
That was my question.
And I'm like, well, how many people cross there? I mean, we do have things, but I said, I'm not gonna give my stamp of approval to have people cross in a 50-mile-an-hour roadway. I gotta at least have a slow speed limit to give it some careful consideration.
So what about, I know that last year we had discussed possible lit up crosswalks higher up where the JCC, because a lot of people come out of both the JCC and the Greek Church. For those two locations, a higher up cross, not equal to Woodland, but higher up on
No, there's nowhere to cross to though. There's nowhere, there's no
But the joggers cross anywhere,
But
I agree,
there's no sidewalks there, you can't put a crosswalk to nowhere, right?
So, I mean, they're
Woodland,
crossing anyway.
if you wanna, I'll be honest with you, I'm not crazy about a crosswalk at Woodland Street, but that would be the place you have the exit from the Greek Church, you actually have a sidewalk that's really in bad repair coming down from the JCC. There is a significant amount of pedestrian crossing there, but it's a really lousy place to put a crosswalk,
We would have to
unless you
really
lower the speed.
Lower the speed and also do something, the theory of constriction, you have to basically with paintings and things like that, so like in front of headquarters, you have the white lines with the hash marks, you really gotta kind of really spell it out and draw the attention of the driver.
I mean, I'm looking for that. If I'm gonna go lower speed, I'm looking for the safety of the pedestrian crossing as well.
It's all up together.
Right.
Just wanna tell you something, it's.
Wait, Jeff has the floor, then Mark and then
And
you.
we will make sure, if this happens, we'll make sure that there are posted speed limit signs, because as long as I've lived here, everybody has had to guess, except for that 35-mile-an-hour curve, everyone has had to guess what the speed limit is.
Up top?
Up top.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think as far as long as I've been here, that there hasn't been any, we don't wanna advertise at 50.
No, I know, but if we lowered, I'm saying.
Oh, that,
Will we be
Listen,
advertising?
now also too, I'm an old traffic guy, I'm a firm believer that I'm against sign pollution, you put signs in that are effective, but without a doubt, we would do that, yes.
And clear that it goes, I know it's already pretty clear that goes to 25 once you hit Devon.
Church.
Which is very hard to do going down. I just
Mark?
put it out there. That's very hard.
Yeah, but the bottom of
I would be real concerned about the false sense of security a crosswalk would create on East Clinton, even if the speed limit was 25. I mean,
Right.
people don't stop at these crosswalks in front of the police station, by the post office.
Unless you have to put a flashlight
You got
sign.
maniacs coming down.
Yeah, people.
You have to put some flashing coming before and after.
Crazy.
Anyhow,
I crossed that street twice a day.
You couldn't do an overpass.
and I couldn't get you. I couldn't get you. I tried.
Well, so Mark, I agree with you, and I said, I'm not sold on it yet either, but there definitely is a need to lower the speed, at least by the Greek Church and JCC. Now, maybe the study will say, you know something, lower it until Buckingham, and then, because the problem is people going on the JCC and the Greek Church, that's challenging to get out of there.
Why couldn't we put a traffic light there at Woodland and at East Clinton?
You got people coming over the hill.
Traffic, up to East Clinton Woodland?
Hard to get into the heights.
That would be expensive. I mean,
I'm just saying, I mean, if we're
Right.
talking about crosswalks,
200.
either it's safe or it's
Well,
not.
see,
No, that's
we
replacement.
have very low crossing volumes there.
Okay.
So, you know something, I'm not sold on that crosswalk, but I still think there's a need to lower the speed. Because all the traffic comes out of those church and JCC, and people basically, they're trying to get out, and people flying by, you know, something, I think that's justified.
I agree. Max, did you, let's
Yeah.
stick to capital, because it's 1 o'clock and we're
Yeah,
almost
so
done.
I just want to say, I recalculated the whole thing, taking out $38,000 from your budget, putting back another $10,000 for the repairs. Basically, it gives us $108,000 in savings so far, with a $59,021. We are at 1.54 instead of 1.9.
Break that down
increase.
for me. Break
I'm
that
gonna
down.
throw the numbers together, but I just wanna bring up
Yeah.
something.
How are you gonna do
I would like to revisit the street lights, only because I think we spent more than what was in there, because I remember calling the auditors, and I charged a portion of the street lights to street lighting that's in utilities. She said she would allow me to do it.
That was the 17,000 issue that was here in the Jefferson, that it didn't work, that was that.
Yeah, so I think we need to really look at that with bond counsel to see what we can and can't do with that before we
Okay.
make a decision to up this.
So do that Tuesday.
Okay, we finished, folks?
You're suggesting
I
it's
think
too
that,
low?
I just wanna recap what we did
That,
with.
we don't know when
Can I
it's
recap what we did with the, to make sure that we all agree?
Can you go slow?
I don't think we agreed yet. No, we didn't recap the capital. What we did in the capital for the police, basically what we agreed is, you're gonna have the automatic license reader, it's in. The flashing pedestrian signs is in. The video recording dash cams are in. The UPS and the uplift cost that gets up by another $35,000, $38,500 for your SUV.
It's
So-
gonna be 35,922.
Yeah, and, and that's pretty much it, that's all you have.
Yeah, I
The
will
vehicle
fix it.
upfit.
Mark? I have just one thing. Rec Department, Jamie sent me an email with some information, is asking us to revisit her salary increase. Her salary increase.
Okay, the chief has to.
Yeah, we gotta
Oh,
see
oh,
this.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
thought
no,
we were
no,
done.
no,
We
no,
don't,
no,
no, we have to get the chief
My
out of
mistake.
this.
Is there anything with OEM or ERT that's in there?
I didn't see any issue.
Okay, that's why I just
Wait,
wanna make sure
what's
it's been
ERT?
chiefly.
What page is ERT?
Emergency response,
the back,
keep
keep
going,
going,
keep
keep
going.
going. Emergency response.
That's right.
The emergency response team is a team that ID commissioned, but I still have some equipment that I'm using to control, it's a very nominal amount.
Right, just make sure you for
Yeah.
Okay.
So can we,
I'm
we're
good.
gonna continue the car discussion though,
Which one
the
of
car
them?
fleet discussion.
That's a different story
That's a
at a different
different-
time. It's not,
Different time.
yeah.
All right, good.
Thank you so much.
So Mark, you
Bye-bye.
Take care, Chief.
Take care.
You have the floor, Mark.
So anyway, Jamie emailed me the request to ask the council to revisit our salary increase.
The way around last time.
Right.
You mean the director?
The director, right, whatever her name may be. And she sent me a document. And she sent me a document which I'd like to circulate to the council. I'm not gonna just give you a copy while we're sitting here, and perhaps invite her to come back to the next meeting to discuss it a little further, if the council's willing to do that. I certainly am.
When could we do this, Tuesday?
Next budget meeting, right?
Yeah,
Now, let's
Tuesday.
first
Tuesday.
decide if we want to do that.
Yeah, right, well,
Of course.
before we decide, I do want you to know when you would be doing
Yeah.
this. Do you want,
I
are
think-
you
I
willing
think-
to listen,
I think we
folks?
have to listen, I think we should listen to her proposal. I think she should be here to discuss it, so that way we can ask questions.
Dan?
Okay.
Tuesday's
Jeff?
fine.
Danu?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Max?
No.
All right, I believe the majority says,
Yeah.
let her come in on Tuesday. Lisette, what's a good time for that?
And would it be
Well, we're
called
starting at
closed session?
6:30. No, it doesn't need to be closed session, because
No.
it's a budgetary item.
Budget.
Yeah.
We could have her start at 6:30. We have our bond counsel and auditor, because whatever council decides will ultimately affect the end product of the budget that they work on.
Keep in mind, we start at 6:30 on Tuesday, folks.
Can I
Yeah.
add on Tuesday, we didn't go over two tabs here, I'd like to add them. We didn't go over something called
Please, I'm
unclassified. We actually didn't go over, I don't know if we need to, but the unclassified tab, I would like to
Yep.
go through those items. I don't know if anyone wants to do it now.
Yeah, I would like to go,
Where's it right now?
and we still have to go over a few
I got
capital
this
items.
picture, but it isn't
Yes,
for the grant.
I have something else I wanna add to
I
capital.
guess they just put it in.
We need to get a few
Yeah.
capital
I thought
items.
we were only subtracting.
I wanna add parking lot,
Only subtracting, yeah.
We added
I wanna add an engineering project. Well, can we go over this unclassified
Yeah.
tab first before we discuss
So
it?
close and
Classified?
yet so far away.
Classified.
Unclassified, sewers, this is significant costs, we have sewers,
Zero.
fireworks,
Parking
Yeah.
lot lease.
we do have a
And health.
125th parade or some
And
event.
health.
I would like to add in $5,000 to the Tenafly 125th.
Hold on.
Where are we in unclassified?
Unclassified.
What are we doing with the 5,000?
Okay,
Well, the
so
parking lot lease is for the
let's
Wells,
go through it quickly.
is for the Wells Fargo. We didn't get the last set of bills for 2018, that's why it's only showing 15 out of 20 was
Which one,
spent.
which one is this one, is that?
Unclassified.
150
Which,
unclassified.
The
which
Wells,
part?
the Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo parking lot, we lease it from them, the one on.
Which, I'm sorry, just bear with me, I don't know which one is that.
But it's off of West Clinton.
I
You know
know.
where the drive
It's
through is
across
to the
Next to the
Wells
Elks
Fargo?
Club.
It's across from the
Next
Elks
to
Club,
the
so
Elks
it's
Club.
long, down
Okay, the
Frank.
one, and, okay, so.
Holds about 15, 20 cars.
And,
No,
why do we
Hold-
lease
holds
it?
more than that.
Is that
Well,
the
there's
one on
like
the railroad,
50
adjacent
for
to the railroad track?
22,000.
No, across
Why
the
do we lease it?
I don't know why we lease it.
Why
It's
do we
about
lease
50.
it? I mean, altogether,
Oh, you
why?
have to be kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you, I'm
Why
asking
would
a
you
question.
not want to lease it? It provides parking spaces for shoppers, it provides parking spaces for commuters.
And that was the lot
And once you-
designated for overnight parking
you know-
for Tenafly,
Right.
295 Tenafly
Yep.
Road.
Once you give up that lease, you'll never get it back. And
So,
it's not
who's
expensive.
using it? It's 22,000.
I park there to go to town, to go to the movies.
Residents are using
To go to dinner.
Yeah.
Commuters.
Okay.
It's more convenient than the other lot that we want to talk about.
We should definitely keep it for the future too.
Yeah, you
Okay.
wanna give that up.
Alright,
That's right, and Northern
Use
Valley
the
Greenway,
council.
hopefully, Mass will be able to use that.
Someone else.
alright.
Okay.
Concert fireworks.
They make money. Oh, you want to flat out buy it?
No, the fireworks, how much is concert, how much is fireworks,
What number is
please?
it?
Well,
Fireworks is 15,000.
15,000.
It was normally 13,500, but we increased it to 15.
And yeah, so, and concert is 13, let's say.
Don't we get
And then
donations to
yeah,
cover
we
this,
do,
right?
we get
Well, you get
donations.
donations, we'd never be able to do 2 concerts a week
Right.
Right.
with
Do
13.
the donations cover the full 28.5?
No. Whatever donations we get goes into the trust.
Trust, right.
So, to go down a few lines, 125th, this is the 125th year. While we haven't actually figured out what we're doing, I'd like to put a little bit of something in it. Either we make books that we've done on the 100th and the 75th, or we create a council ball, mayor council ball, or we do something just
Note is in the wrong
attached,
spot.
or we can
Have to
decide
take
not
into
to
account.
use it, but if we don't
It's
budget
one
for
below.
it,
I meant the note to be one.
if we don't budget for it, I think we're doing a disservice to that celebration.
Well, like you did for Gay Pride, I think that any of the things you just mentioned should be self-funding. And
125th has always been funded by the borough, it turns out.
125th has never happened before.
So the 100th and the 75th had
That
both
was
borough
donat-
money and donations had both. Have to take a vote. Anybody?
So you
What
think
what
we
are we
can-
voting on?
you think
Just
we-
putting money in that we have no idea how it's gonna be spent.
Well, we have concepts that we were gonna use. We were
What are the
gonna-
concepts?
One, in the past 100th, 75th, and 50th, they've created a book that they've offered to residents. We actually get money back on it because we do charge, I think at the 100th, they charge for the book. So hopefully we'll be able to repay some of that. So that's a printing fee. And number 2, they had in the 100th, they did an event at the Clinton Inn that was.
Self-funding. They sold tickets.
They sold tickets, but I think the initial money to rent the space was out of the borough.
And I would tell you this, the book is an admirable idea, but in those days, they had Alice Rigney and they had Ann Moskowitz who really did all of the work. If you wanna do a book, somebody's gotta figure out who's gonna do it. It's one thing to have the money aside, but somebody has to accumulate it, somebody has to put it all together. I don't know I'm just being honest with you, I don't know who would do that.
I understand, but, this is the year to do it. Either we
Well,
decide
you're
to
right.
celebrate the 125th or we don't. But since it's presented to us and we didn't budget, and plan for it last year, this is our opportunity. This could be money that we don't spend, and if everything becomes self-funded, then this comes to surplus. But I would like to put a couple $1,000s here, not anything crazy, because if we can't self-fund all of it, then at least we have some cushion to do these things for the residents.
My concern is timing now,
Obviously, we are late to the
We're really
game.
behind the ball.
We
These
are.
ones have
We're 2 years behind.
So it gives you a little cushion for surplus if we need
So
it.
we're not, we don't have anything planned before June. We don't have anything planned before June.
The 100th
It would-
was done
Any
2
sort
years.
of ball would be in the
The 100th was
fall,
planned 2 years in advance.
like November, which I know, mid-November, late November, after leave.
So, Lori,
Yes.
can I ask you a question? So we could put, if they decide to put something in, that's fine, but then what would you have in mind to do for the 125th?
Well, Jeff and I brainstormed. It's both.
So what's your brainstorm?
So,
One is a ball of some sort.
Yeah.
The what?
Another is a ball of some sort, and something piggybacking off maybe community night as a celebration, but nothing gelled yet.
right. And I do apologize, we haven't, gotten that committee together. We've been otherwise occupied with budget and other council issues.
So that would probably piggybacking off of July 4th or having a gala.
July
would-
4th fireworks.
Yeah, would be a big monetary difference. wouldn't it?
Well, the gala, like the mayor said last time, we did sell tickets.
Okay.
So, again, we would have to figure out how to reserve a space, how to promote
Who's gonna
it.
do that?
The committee is, we have a committee with people in
Which
our,
committee?
we're forming a committee, but we have a list of residents who are interested in being involved, who would like to celebrate the 125th. I know the welcoming committee has some members that they're interested in being involved. I've spoken with Karen News, while she doesn't want to take it, she said she'll participate. And, Jeff and I both said we'd work on this.
Can we get this all summarized by Tuesday?
I could do my best, we could do our best, I should say aye.
Well, we do have a logo, I'd like to put it on something.
No, this has been
So you're thinking of just a, what's coalescing is the idea of some sort of dinner or ball, is what we're thinking about?
And a book, and something that has some signage on the 125th, this is 125th Tenafly. Plus, we have the logo that we just did and the
wanna do
the
health.
seal, we'd like to be able to use that stuff, and that's printing costs.
Max, what do you think?
Right, so write it down.
Look, I'm gonna be very honest. I come from a communist country that had rah, 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 rah for everything. I'm so much against it. I'm so sorry to say that. I'm so much against rah, 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 rah. So I'm not for it, but, I just.
Do you want to put some money aside for this?
So I'm of a different mindset. I think, you should commemorate achievements and accomplishments of some sort, and this is an accomplishment that we didn't destroy the town in 125 years.
Not yet.
We're trying to.
We're trying hard, but we haven't done it yet.
The year's not over.
And so, I think there should be some money put aside to commemorate. I don't know if I agree with the ball idea, because again, you're then limiting the number of residents who are celebrating with you.
Okay.
But if there's something that's a little more kind of egalitarian, I'd be in favor of something like that.
Mark?
How about we compromise, put aside $2,500 with the proviso that really we want it to be self-funding, and that provides some cash to help get you up and
I'm
running.
okay with that.
Okay.
You okay with that?
I just
Are you
want to
okay?
say, the other boroughs that are celebrating their 125th, I spoke to both of them, they both have some money in the budget. So Glen Rock has it,
So
Closter
is
has it.
2.5 okay?
I think it's gonna be low. I think if we wanna do any sort of signage of 4th of July, or Pride Day, or Memorial Day,
So
or
how much
Veterans
do you
Day.
want, Lauren?
I don't know, signs are expensive.
I
So
can't think
write
of
this
anything
up
we
by
do on
Tuesday,
any of
and
those
we'll
days that would
discuss
cost
it.
money.
You gotta throw a
Signs,
number out there.
125th using the logo, come
So
celebrate.
we got
the
2,500. If you need more, I'll find some in the concert money.
Bring the write-up of the.
Okay,
quotes,
it's a deal,
Okay.
it's a deal.
Motion
It's a
to
deal.
adjourn?
No,
No,
we
I
wanna
have
do
more.
for health. We wanna do the
Wait,
health.
we didn't finish
I
the
thought-
classified.
We have to go back over
I thought we-
capital,
We need to go
We're-
capital and
because we
health.
didn't finish all of that.
Yeah, no, we
Can we
didn't.
take a 5-minute break, please?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I wanna do health.
Is
Everything
that
that's
we're
here.
gonna be here a while longer?
Yes.
Just 5 minutes.
I'm not talking about the break, I'm talking about.
No, we have to go over capital, because we
have to
can't,
finish that up.
throw this all on council last minute.
Exactly.
Yes, sooner the better.
Alright, we need to do
5-minute break.
5-minute break from
Just
then.
come over, you can't just throw out,
I wasn't.
give me a number.
I don't have printing costs. Last time they printed books.
So get close, just make up, it'll cost $10. We went out 1,000, you know, like.
To be or not, that is the question.
What's going on? We're gonna be a little while longer.
My teeth really hurt.
No, I am ready. No.
Has the pizza gotten delivered yet?
Probably about a half hour. You heard from me? What's going on here? All right, I'll call you when I'm done. I have no idea. So, I get you whatever you want.
trucks.
I need to eat something, my sugar's dropping. That's why I need to break.
I'll be back in a second.
What do you eat?
Package and cheese.
Is that enough for you?
Until it's over.
It'll keep you.
If not, pick me up when I fall.
Cheese and not peanut
So,
butter?
what's that, the 5,500? I think Jamie told me not to worry about it.
Mm-mm.
You want me to put it in there?
I had to put something, I don't know if it was full
Because it
55.
says, and then the other thing is like the
I don't know if
trailer
it's
and
full.
the mower, I was confused about what amount it was supposed to be put
Well,
on there.
Bob got me the price. The mower comes up to 12,100.
And what's the what about the trailer?
Exactly. If they're gonna cut it, then they're not gonna save them that much money.
So, but how much is a trailer? Because this number is only 15,000.
Yeah, it would be the balance. It'd be like
So
2,800.
So is that the right cost for the trailer though? How do we know?
Because I got the price just for the mower. The initial.
No, I mean, so the 12 one, but I have here mower only. Oh, so you're
No,
saying.
they said revisit it. Well, how much do you need for
the
just the mower?
But are
And
they
that-
gonna do the trailer too?
That's one of the things I have to decide.
Okay. All right.
Bond council is Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Along with the auditor.
So, yeah, the auditor will everything up on Tuesday. I already sent him a bunch of stuff yesterday.
Mark?
Yeah.
You were on the committee with parking lot O with Lauren and me?
Yeah.
What is the capital improvement fund?
The capital improvement, what is it? That's the, when you do,
5%
multi-purpose ordinance, you have to account for whatever this capital plan comes out to, you have to account for 5%
down
for
payment.
down payment.
Okay.
Who does
So
our
this
debt-
year I think I
who
put
does our debt
190.
service- Who does our debt services report?
I didn't hear
The
you.
debt service. Who
Who
does that
does,
report?
who does that? The auditors supply the debt service to us.
I work for the county, Bergen County, so I've been there 5 years.
So
Years I did.
I don't think-
This 750
We already
For
did
the
it.
road
Yeah, we did it already.
is above and beyond this DOT thing, right?
Yes.
How much did we spend on roads last year?
That was all outreach.
Last year we had like 1.6 million, I think, in the plan for roads.
Well, we discussed that part because we have another at least 800,000, if not a million, coming back to us from reimbursement, and we need to figure out how we're gonna use it.
No, you
No,
can't
from
do
where?
it that way, Max.
That's
That
repair
can
money.
pay down debt, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
I'm sorry?
You don't use that way. You can't, you have to appropriate no matter what for that. We don't know when we're gonna get it, and.
No, but what I'm saying, we have 3 projects to close. Piermont, the parking lot that we school, and the roads last year.
Right,
Lots of money coming back from that.
but you don't know when you're gonna get it.
Doesn't matter. When they get it, and I have a solution for that. I don't wanna discuss it now. I have a solution for that. We'll discuss it when the
Auditor comes,
Yes.
the auditor will explain to you what happens to the monies when the grants come in. That's
Okay.
the best way.
Yeah,
Where you
exactly.
say what you wanna do, let the auditor explain.
Exactly.
You know, it's a beautiful day out there.
All right.
You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
What are we discussing now?
The
Health.
the rest of the cap.
I wanna
Oh,
do the health, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, health,
Yeah.
Where are you, Health?
let's see where health is.
Where are we going?
Health.
Oh, I
Before
see.
library.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Are we done with?
We're in health.
Health.
Mental health.
2 questions I have. Can we, what is this registrar, please, for health?
What page are you on? 86?
86 registrar.
That's the shared service.
Yeah, this is the, shared service agreement we have with Little Prairie. We need to have a registrar to process all the death certificates.
Marriage certificates,
Marriage
birth
certificates.
certificates.
2 days a week.
I'm not done with unclassified.
Oh, you're not done with it?
I wasn't done with unclassified.
Well, we're already on health, we'll go back to unclassified.
Okay.
I
This shouldn't take too long.
We have to have a
Okay,
license ready.
all right, so, okay, and who's the salaries over here?
Stipend?
No, besides the stipend, it's a salary.
It's just, well,
Ruby?
let me explain
Ruby, the health
that.
inspector.
I moved that because it was really a stipend, it should have never been in part-time.
So that's
salaries.
0, okay,
Mhm.
good.
And zero's out.
So who's stipend?
That's for
Is that,
Board of Health Secretary, or is it between two?
I think,
No.
is it Valerie? That's the
Valerie should get a stipend for this?
Somebody
She
gets a
has to
stipend.
go to the meetings, and she also has to
$45,000
coordinate a lot
for
of
3
things.
meetings?
Is it
I-
Valerie that gets that?
I think it's two.
2 stipends maybe.
Mhm. It's
I
for
think
2 stipends, I believe.
Christine fills in and.
And we have a Board of Health Secretary, and then, you have to have a registrar, and you need a deputy registrar.
And-
So just please, break it down for us, please.
We'd have to pull that
Isn't it,
account.
the deputy registrar is Christine.
Deputy
correct?
registrar. They're
And
both employees from an administration.
Yeah, so
And
cre-
let me see if it's
can you
in
break
that.
it down, because there are 4 meetings, $5,000, it's a lot of money.
Let me see. I don't know if I have that in here.
There's no breakout there.
Yeah.
Just see if it's in
I think
there.
it's 2,500 for, one, for Christine. Oops,
For one of the,
my bad.
I mean, for 4 or 5 meetings.
I know.
Well, I know that Val does work between the meetings, she does a lot of, when I say a lot, she does the paperwork
You have to pull that
for,
account to see where the money is.
This comes from payroll. I don't have that.
where is Ruby's stuff?
Ruby stuff is under,
It's under a contract.
Health off, Mid-Bergen Regional.
Yeah.
That's all lumped in.
That's Ruby?
That's
As well
Ruby
as
and Sam.
Oh, you know what, you could go to your administration.
It's not there.
Right, why are we going to go there?
I didn't see it there.
What are we trying to figure out here?
I can tell you what,
She's
for
receiving
example,
$5,000.
we have a secretary, she makes $70,000. She makes another $4,000.
No, I can't gear.
Whatever for the planning board. She makes another $2,000 for nothing here.
And
That's what I'm trying to
alternate
Deputy-
So to
deputy
figure out what this
registrar.
5,000.
So that's
Yeah.
2,500 in there. But the other 2,500 I'd have to
I think
find
it's
out.
Board of Health Secretary,
And who is that?
Who's that?
the other employee in
Who's
that office.
the other for you? So
Well,
the
we're
2
not
employees,
naming names,
we
we're
don't
not
name, so you have
No,
2
we're
employees,
doing it.
you have 2 employees in your office administration.
Mhm.
Each one gets $2,500
Mhm.
for 4 meetings a year. Just explain
6
the,
meetings.
the,
6 no, 4 meetings.
explain the logic for that, please.
Well,
6
what,
meetings,
well,
6
one
meetings, 6.
is the deputy registrar.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying what it is, you asked me to.
But I don't know if it's 25 or.
Oh, yeah, we don't know that yet.
I don't, I
Yeah,
have
but
to pull that
it's still,
account.
it's, we have a registrar.
You have to have a deputy registrar for the times that that person isn't here on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If anybody comes in needing a copy of a marriage license, and especially by having the funeral home here, somebody has to
More
cover
for death
everything.
certificates than
It's
of
state
marriage
mandated, I
licenses.
think. Because a lot of the Board of Health stuff is required by the state.
Yes.
And the other one that participates in 4 meetings a year,
6.
6 meetings a year, gets paid $2,500. Tell me how much per meeting that is, please.
Well, if that's all she did, it'd be $400 a
$410
meeting,
or
but that's not all she
$420.
does.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money for 6 meetings.
Last year, that person asked for a significant stipend, and we made it down to 25. I remember that.
There was a planning board. That's another stipend.
I think
Are we sure that, Lizette, while we're having this conversation, are we sure that we're talking about this correctly?
I know it's for that department, I just don't know for sure if if it's a 50-50 allocation. It might be deputy registrar getting.
Maybe we should get that
35.
information and follow
Yeah,
up
Yeah,
the
because
next
I'll
meeting.
get it for you.
'Cause we're-
We get, because I have to tell you, it's a ton of money for 6
Well, the reason why they
meetings.
did stipends is so that if they
Yeah,
can be
yeah.
moved around.
The question is the amount.
Max is correct. If it's just for the meetings, that's over the top.
Right, so
But
let's find the
what I would-
details
I would
out.
suggest that somebody,
Right.
I ask Valerie or
We'll ask
Christine, whoever it is, to
payroll.
itemize the work that they do, if any, between the meetings. I'd like to know what's
I
going
know
on.
between the meetings, I get monthly reports. I
That-
think you get them as well. I
That's
get
sent out by the
Mid-Bergen.
Mid-Bergen, and they basically
But I think
broadcast.
we asked for what we need.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, next thing. Okay, good. All right.
Done with those?
Okay, other contractual, all the other contractual issues basically are registrar. Okay, I got you.
The
Which is,
last-
and how much is the registrar making? Half of here, half of the other? 2
Um,
days, 3?
That's a
What's
shared
the-
service.
Yeah,
It's a shared
what's the,
service.
so what we talking, 2 days here, 3 days there? What's the ratio?
It's 2 days here, the whole day, so it's from 8:30 to 4:30, and, to be on call if anything arises that the deputy can't handle.
So just with the same thing, so it's 1 day and on call?
No, 2 days.
2 days and on call. So basically, if I have to move it for a week, will be 2.5 times. So the deputy registrar makes $50,000.
No,
As
it's
a-
not the deputy registrar.
The
it's the
registrar, I'm
registrar.
sorry, $50,000 for
And we're
between
fortunate
the
to,
two of them.
we're fortunate to enter into this agreement.
No,
only
I
because
understand, I'm
it's
trying
more.
to make sure that the one I'm calculating correct. Okay, and the other software is the software for licensing fee. Yeah, that's the Sunrise Pet licensing software. Cost us $2,700. Okay, and the drugs, what are the drugs? Because we don't spend any money.
It's drugs, no, drugs and medicine money was spent, it's for.
It's minus, if I'm, in my book it's minus. In my book it's minus.
Yeah.
Those are flu tests, a
44.50.
flu vaccine.
I understand very well, this is minus because we
It's a
can
minus number,
reimburse.
which
Is
means
that
it's
minus
actually,
I
it's a transfer.
don't know
Was that
why,
in transfer?
no, usually another line is a transfer, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it's
I'll have to find out.
before it's 9.99, this is, we getting reimbursed for all the flu shots and everything else. We don't pay anything. So I'm wondering, why do we put 5,000 in?
Might be a
Well, I think for next year,
reimbursement
are we
status.
doing lead testing?
No, that's not, this is,
That
no,
wouldn't come from there.
doesn't
No,
happen.
so that needs to be looked at though.
Yeah, need please,
Is it
$5,000.
reimbursement?
Okay, I'll
Upfront,
review that.
you get reimbursed?
And that's all I
Is that
have.
why it's a minus?
Dan has a good question.
Is it a reimbursement type stuff?
I I can't tell, I have to really look at it, cause the transfers would usually be
Then we got
Different
back.
line.
a different
The third
line. So I don't know how that got picked up, but I'd have to figure it out.
Okay.
Maybe it's something
All
not
right.
linked right
Finish
there.
with the Board of Health, go back to unclassified?
Unclassified, finish now, classified. Unclassified, classified.
So I would like to talk about parks
About what?
on page 125.
125.
It says parks.
125.
Now this is for equipment. Is that, am I correct? Is that parks for equipment? But it's not maintenance, right?
What page, I'm sorry again?
125 in unclassified.
It's after
Oh,
160.
No, these are phone lines.
Parks phone lines? How could that? There's phone lines in the parks.
There is no 125.
Well, yeah, it's after 160. Keep
No,
going.
no, no, in unclassified, I have,
124.
after the telephone page, in
Yeah.
the corner, it says page 125. in
Yeah,
unclassified.
I got it. You're right
Those are
there.
the phone bills.
Oh, I see it, it's back
Parks
here.
at the top.
Parks.
Yeah, those are all the, let's see, if we go to,
Is this to maintain the park?
that's all
No.
the telephone.
That's telephone lines?
Well, no, wait, there's
What is
borough
it?
clerk, tax
But
But it's
collector,
all
It's a
zero.
telephone,
pay telephone, super.
for the
But it's
borough
all
clerk.
zero.
No,
Why is the
No.
borough clerk is 26.
I don't know,
Wait a minute,
It's zero.
there's
We're on-
$3,000
No,
for
but they-
parks phone line?
Well,
There's a
it's
phone,
zero.
there's a phone
No,
line
no,
at
not
Davis
parks.
Johnson,
There
right?
is a separate phone line for
It's
the
zero.
parks,
Oh,
for
okay.
Davis Johnson
It's
Park.
zero.
I thought it was
It's
equipment.
whole- It's set up like a separate
No, I
division.
think
There's a
maybe we
When you
can-
call the,
26,000
when you
actual.
call the
Maybe
reserve
they
or
can take a
borough
little
clerk,
money out
you
of it.
call a certain number, and that's what it was set up years ago.
Davis Johnson.
Davis
Recreation
Johnson
Commission.
Park, yes.
Okay.
Administration
I think this is a
requires
good,
that it's zero.
this is a good example as to why we really have to have our entire phone structure analyzed. Because I'm not
Budget.
sure what we're paying. Is this a could this be the burglar alarm for the building?
No.
So she's
Oh.
recommending.
Davis Johnson
I'm
Park.
sorry?
I just explained what that was.
No, I'm
There's
saying
a
for
separate
the,
telephone line that's set up for, the Davis Johnson Park.
There you
well, I know there's a
In the
phone in
garden room.
there's a phone in the office there.
Correct.
For $20,000.
Wait for
We're
20.
paying
No, it's
$3,500, we're paying $3,500 a year for that?
No, that's the
You would just-
budgeted amount, maybe you could, that
Well,
would
you
be.
said it was 125.
Okay.
We budgeted.
And the borough clerk,
3,500.
20,000, what is that?
That's the main line, the 6100 line.
I don't see
Uh,
that.
for the
Do you know
park?
that there's phone lines?
No, borough clerk, this is the main line,
Okay,
the
so that's-
6100. You can take it out and then we don't get phone calls.
No, I thought did the best
Some of
thing
the
ever.
phones are just a little, I
Okay.
just didn't know we had, I was
That's
thinking of
huge.
a phone line in there, so.
That's
Why
huge.
the- why
We
the
need to
increase?
redo the whole thing.
Why the
We'll
huge
talk to
increase from
Vera,
13
right.
to 26?
Where?
Yeah, borough
Yes,
clerk,
that's how the
page
bills-
124.
This is how the bills came in.
And then
It includes,
maintenance and
but
equipment.
that's the main line. I don't,
No,
I don't
that's
talk on my
crazy.
regular phone here, I'm not on the phone all day here. So it's the main line, it includes the long
And
distance
the next one,
service.
which
We're
is-
calling Trenton, that's long distance.
And the next one, which
Well, that
is
doesn't cost
maintenance
that
and
much.
repair
Well,
equipment,
can
000.
can I just center on a
Actually, it
specific
was
one?
26,000.
Rec commission, a rec commission, it says $1,500. Now, I know they have a separate line, but why would we pay $1,500 a year for one phone line?
There should not be,
It might
absolutely.
Shouldn't be.
It might include
Should
also.
never be.
Let's listen.
I don't know, they have a fax line, so
So,
they might include the fax line.
Well, there's
doesn't
an
matter.
actual at 1541,
And this
so
is
it's,
not
it's being
including the cell
utilized, the line.
Well, I understand that, but that doesn't make it a reasonable deal.
No, it doesn't, we have to review it as, and it probably will be during this year for next year, because
no, we have to, with this year, we're gonna review all the
I don't know
telephone.
if you have enough time to get it.
No, you leave it in the budget, but
No,
we
it's
have
not
to,
the budget,
have to just deal
It's
with
not a
this.
budgetary
But I
thing.
think there's room to, like, the parks one could go down a little bit. You could
But
hit that.
just stay with maintenance and repairs,
Okay.
$5,000,
Where's
never
maintenance?
used it.
The
The
third
third,
one.
third
Oh,
line.
yeah, that.
I guarantee you that the firm that gave the presentation, they said save $45,000 in Demarest. They could come in here and probably beat the heck out of all these numbers.
Yeah.
We're paying, I'm not
I
even
can
talking
do that
about,
for free.
I'm not even talking about 6,100, which is tied into the, our system is tied into the schools, right?
That's for the voiceover.
Okay, but with all these individual lines,
Oh,
it's, I'm not saying they're not necessary, but we're paying
I
ridiculous
can do
amounts
that
of
for
money
free.
for it. Well,
I can do
whatever.
that for free.
We need to get a list of every one of these
Exactly.
additional costs and what they're for, and then go,
Getting all the
you know, analyze
Yeah.
it.
Right, but.
Stay with
this
here with
budget
5,000.
We do, and then for
Yeah,
next
what,
year.
yeah, I'm sorry, what is 5,000 here?
Where?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on,
Third
wait,
line.
Matt's wait. Stop it,
We
somebody.
did an analysis when we were doing construction of public works garage.
Yeah.
And we analyzed all our, we had.
Okay, and what was
We,
it?
we know exactly, I don't have it on hand with me right now, but we do have a large majority of the phone numbers all accounted for.
Good,
And even though we have voice over internet, you still need outgoing lines.
no
And
question about that.
There, our main line is our responsibility from a certain
Yeah.
point after Verizon hands
So
you off the-
internally is voice over IP, outside you need connection to the
Correct,
world.
Correct.
N-
We have a good handle on that. I'll be here Tuesday. I'll have Lynn provide you with all that information.
I appreciate it. Let's stay back here at $5,000. There is no reason for that.
Where? What line is
Third
it?
line.
Equipment.
Maintenance and repair equipment, there is no
So
reason.
how,
for
what do you
that.
wanna make it?
So we should
Zero,
take-
there is
take
zero,
it out.
zero, zero.
Okay, so
Never-
I just want you to look at the bottom number when we do this, and see
Hold on,
that
hold on.
63,000 was
Hold on.
spent in actual.
Yes,
Back up,
possible.
back up,
So
back up.
69.9 minus 5, now you're down to.
Let's look at
No, no,
what
no,
it
wait,
is.
wait, wait,
I
back
know,
up, back up,
as
back
long
up,
as
back
you
up.
revamp this.
Susan, that,
Yeah.
that 5,000 line, Bob,
If
is,
your main line goes down, that's the money that you use to bring the company in to fix your main line.
No, this is maintenance and repair.
of that line of the equipment.
That's the equipment.
Of
Your
the
lines,
equipment.
your
So,
lines.
so for
Maintenance
two,
of
so
the
for
line.
2
Can't
years,
afford
there
to-
were no costs,
We
but,
had-
but this year they
we
made.
We had,
You have to
it was
put-
3 years ago, we had the main line go down, this whole place had no
No,
costs
I don't think that
whatsoever.
that's.
Yes, I remember.
You remember that?
Those were good
And it
times.
was not
69
Verizon, we
minus
called
5,
Verizon,
you're down to
Verizon said, no,
64.
it's yours.
You gotta make sure you
we
do
have to
something.
help
No, I
you.
understand that that's telephone charges, which is also $2,000 and
Well,
spend
if your
zero.
fax line was down
That's
this
the
week,
fifth one.
so it would be charged from there.
That's the
correct.
fifth one, but the maintenance and repair, it's different. The telephone charges, which is 2,000 and zero, maybe that's the backup line.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
we had the DPW fax line go down, they needed that to be repaired, so that
So
repair
they
would
use
come
this
out
one?
of here,
No.
no, it would come out of here, it would come out of maintenance
How
and
do you
repair.
do
Just
a
don't
fax
reduce
line
it more
repair?
than what was
Fax,
last
first of all,
year's
the
actual.
line
That's my
repair is free.
recommendation.
The telephone company fixes it for free.
Not-
Where is last year's
Not on our,
actual?
not with
Right
our
here.
agreement, no. If it's past the pole, they don't touch it at all on us.
If it's past the, it has to be past the need, the network interface, the definition. The network interface is not usually the pole, it's the
Is there already five out of
entry
this?
to the,
Yeah, he
to
took
the
it over here.
facility.
Who's he?
But even then one,
I'm sorry.
you have
I
another
know
one,
they degrade,
telephone
yeah,
charges
but
for
that's what I'm saying,
2,000,
that's what you're
which I think that that's the
He's
backup.
recommending more.
This
So
is
I would
different.
do-
Okay,
You know, we have $20,000 for calls for road repairs and resurfacing.
No, that's the DPW line,
I mean,
that's their line.
and
I'm just saying.
that's okay, 19,000 is, okay.
Susan.
Yes.
If he takes out the 5,000 and the 2,000, that'll bring you down to 62 million.
Then
Right,
you're lower
and that's
than,
less
then you're
than
lower
the
than.
actual of the prior
Right,
year.
you're lower than last year's
So I'm a
actual.
little
But-
concerned.
But I didn't
but-
see
but
anything
We
that,
need that
We need to know,
for emergencies.
we need to know why there's 13,000 going up to 26,000, why, what happened?
That
Why-
had to be the
Those are the
actual
bills that
usage.
came in.
But that's crazy, I mean,
Well,
usage can go up to
do you-
10%.
More
I don't
resident
know.
complaints.
Well,
No,
no,
that's called coming in,
Maybe
there's no
something
cost, and
happened
we're talking
during
about
the
people
year.
Or
calling
just a
out.
calls going out. Any
Yeah,
call
they have
outside
to
of
be.
201, all the times we call
609
Trenton.
state.
Lizette, if this are calls outside and double the cost, we are so wrong.
Somebody's abusing
The
our
costs
phone system.
are coming down like crazy.
Mark?
So we're completely guessing about what's going on
Yeah.
here.
We-
We can't lower this budget number less than last year's actual, because we don't know what's happening.
Right.
What we need to do is what Max and Lizette talked about, is to get someone in here, whoever it might be,
Yeah.
to analyze the situation
Yeah.
and go forward, right?
I agree.
That's what we need.
Yes.
This way we don't have the
So
same
why don't we just
conversation.
take
last
out, well, you
I
guys
wouldn't
decide,
take out
but
the repair.
I would leave something in for repairs and something in for the
Leave
telephone.
something, this is ridiculous, if our phones outside double when the general trend is for the cost per call to plummet. Used to be 10 minutes per minute, it's 10 cents, now it's 0.5 cents per minute if you do a right
No,
negotiation.
I agree that you need to renegotiate this, but I'm saying for this year's budget, and until you get that done, you need to fund this,
So
these line
is
items.
65,000 enough for you?
Yeah, 65 is good, so just
Okay.
take out,
I'm
End of discussion.
4,900.
65,000, good for everybody?
Take
good
out
with 60.
If you guys
4,900.
tell me
This
it's
is like,
reasonable,
okay, we'll
I'm
do
gonna
that
be
with-
fine with
Well,
it.
no, but we need to follow through on this.
Right, because we don't know
We
what's
need to
going
find
on.
with the computers, with
So-
telephones and everything.
So we're gonna take out 4,900, so maybe you leave 1,000 in telephone charges.
Yeah,
And take the rest out of the
Yeah.
maintenance and repair, so you leave something.
let's
in
finish the capital, so we
Whatever you
can.
can get,
there. Yeah.
as long as you have 65,000.
Are we all done with that question?
I think that has been.
1,000 to 2,900.
Alright, so we said we're gonna take out the Crown Victoria, we took it out.
Wait, I have an ad to capital.
Just, let's see what we take out, we'll go in a second, just, I don't mean to be rude.
There was one outstanding item,
No.
on the parks and fields to replace the parks department equipment, cause that involved a mower
Yeah,
and
and,
a trailer.
trailer,
The
yeah.
the mower is about 12,100.
And so instead of 15,000, we go down to 12 and a half.
But the mower is 12,000?
Yes.
Oh, I figured the. what's
Is
the
it a
budget?
stand-up mower, what kind of it is?
No, it's a zero turn,
Sorry?
zero turn mower, you ride on it.
You ride on
And
it,
it's
you
an-
stand on, you
It's a
stand on
rotary
that.
mower.
You sit,
Oh, you sit on them. So it's like
I'll
a
show
truck,
you.
yeah.
And that's also through the county cooperative bid.
Okay, all right, so it's 12, okay, 2,500 is good,
Gotcha,
Yeah.
yeah.
all right.
Where were we? I'm sorry, I was writing down
Put
something.
12.5.
For,
Take out, reduce 15.
And put 12,100.
Okay,
that's the
so,
mower. That's what we talked about already, yeah. I got
okay,
it.
let's go back to the command car.
Yeah, that one we need to look at.
Command car for the 511,
Where are you?
511,
Fire.
fire command car. I looked it over there, and it's relatively new.
I thought that one was super old.
No, the command, relatively new,
Under fire.
yeah. They said they wanna change every 5 years. I got you.
Bless
you. God bless America.
So that's a 2012
Yeah.
Chevy Tahoe with
It's 7 years.
57,000 miles.
Yeah. What kind of a, okay.
Fire, see what the.
So
Fine
they're,
one.
so they're
So
just
we
saying,
taking that out?
they're just saying they want it because it's 5 years old.
Well, that's not a reason to get a
Or
new
it's
car.
8 years old.
Well, what did he say when he was here?
I don't remember, we didn't do my capital when he was here. We didn't do capital.
He was gonna, he
Chief
possibly was gonna
vehicles
come
are
back
scheduled for
today.
replacement at 5-year intervals.
A lot.
That's what he wrote in his
How many
narrative.
miles?
Look, it's here, it's
Yeah.
57,000. My car has
He said
180.
something that he would.
First of all, he's
But-
saying, the car,
okay.
the vehicle's a 2004 vehicle.
No, it's a
Yeah,
2012.
Where does it
Well-
say that?
It's
On
a
the
list of
vehicle
cars.
list.
Because
When-
I'm looking at the narrative, the capital plan, Chief's car, 511 command vehicle. It's a 2004 vehicle. Yeah, I think you're looking at the wrong car.
Mayor, look
No,
at this chart.
look at the-
Look at this chart, which is the vehicle
The last
inventory.
Okay.
And look for car 511 in description.
Command vehicle, you have two command vehicles.
It's
One
20
is
it says
510, one is
2012.
511.
With
Well,
57,000
there is-
There is no
miles.
2004 vehicle.
Well,
And there are no 2004 vehicles.
I know, but but if you go 3 pages in front of it to the narrative, or 2 pages in front of
No,
it.
no,
I think there's a confusion here that we need to resolve before.
No, it's right, they said this vehicle, what he's saying is that he's gonna take this one and now give it down to somebody that has a 2004 car.
Except we don't see a 2004 car.
It doesn't matter,
That's
if it's a
probably for fire
2000, the
prevention.
issue is, do we wanna replace
Well,
this?
When I reached out to the departments and asked, when Susan and I met with the BCIA about leasing, they asked to provide with a wish list, and the only department that responded was the fire department, that they will be requesting to replace this vehicle, but they're willing to participate in it as a lease.
Okay.
The thing is, with the leasing, we didn't get any wish lists from anybody else except for the fire department.
Mhm.
But I'm not so sure we need to go through the BCIA because our rating is the same as theirs.
Mhm.
And they may not be able to do any better for us.
So, question number one, do we wanna replace a 7-year-old car that has 57,000 miles, 58,000 miles?
I don't think so.
That's basically
Well,
first question one.
once again, we're not replacing it. What I'd like to know is, the car that you're taking out of service, what function does that serve now?
I don't know what
No,
car that is.
no.
I don't either.
So we're guessing again, so we need
Yeah,
to speak
we
to
are
the chief.
guessing.
Well, no,
We don't
No, no, no,
regardless,
he's
all
gonna
3
be-
of their cars are great shape.
The chief
fine
vehicle
shape.
is for a 5-year interval. This chief is in 8 years of service. So it is the 2012.
It's a wish list. It's
It
not
is in
a-
2012.
Well, the
All
car
three
that
of
he's,
their
u-
civilian
the car that
vehicles are
he's
fine.
using as a command vehicle now is 8 years old with 57,000 miles.
And it says
It
that
appears
here.
to me that.
No, it says it here. Read,
I-
Peter.
I know.
This chief vehicle is in 8th year of service.
Right,
Right.
so he wants to take this car and move it down to replace the 2004 vehicle.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, before we bring in a new car, let's find out what we're removing.
Why do you care?
Well, because if it doesn't, it isn't required to remove, we leave it the way it is.
The
But
youngest car
even
that I
if
see
it's
is
not
2008.
removing, do we wanna replace this car? Just go to the
No.
basic
The oldest
question.
No.
But what I'm
All
saying is,
3
you're
of
not
their
just
command
taking a
vehicles
car and pulling the 8-year one out of service.
They're
You're
all
not
fine.
taking that out of service.
It was his-
You're taking a 2004 out of service, and what I need to know is, do you need to remove that 2004 car?
It
Let's-
doesn't exist.
It does somewhere.
So all 3 of their command vehicles are
I
relatively
don't
young.
think we need them
Take
here
it
in the
off
room
wish
to
list.
have the
Take the
conversation,
60K
we're all
out.
guessing.
Yeah.
He's
All 3 are
saying,
fine.
in
Nobody really
ideal
has any facts
circumstances,
here.
it should be replaced.
Every 5 years, but it's fine.
And this
Not
one is still,
replacing it.
it's
Alright,
over.
so
8
is the
but
council
still-
ready
Look
to
at
take it
the-
off?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
Look at the mileage.
It's
It's
off.
low miles.
It's
Yeah,
off.
it's very low
60
mileage.
hours.
So
It's
taking
off.
out the
That's-
60,000.
Okay, good.
So, can I put something in back?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I would like to propose that we actually go and develop a plan and engineering study for parking lot O for 2 main reasons. Number one, we are trying to make cleanliness behind the business district to be improved. The Board of Health has been concerned about this property. We have contracts for pests. Garbage and recycling there can get possibly consolidated. Of course, we have to go with the business owners on that. But I also think too that this is a really good resource in the heart of our business district, that we can improve and have better parking and pathways for our residents to shop downtown.
Well,
Our re-
can we put an engineering study for this purpose into capital?
You could.
Okay,
So
so
we've
that's a
gotten a
reasonable
quote.
suggestion.
Mazer's here.
Where you wanna
Yeah.
put $10,000
Yes,
for.
No, hold on, let me get to it. So I've spoken with Mazer, I've spoken with Andy Hippolyte and Bob Colbert, our DPW director, to get a plan that we can present with the consolidation of the garbage and recycling, the repaving of the lot, the creation of the pathways into the parking lot, and to repave that parking lot space. That's the general plan, but for them to come up with the engineering and planning study, I just spoke with him again to confirm, they would like to put 50,000 into the
No.
budget.
No way.
Because
I
when
don't
you,
vote on
and
it.
also when you do a study,
It has to be
it can't be
coupled.
standalone. Like, we're doing the road program study, that is coupled with the overall Riverside Co-op program. So you need to have the study with
the
actual
road.
construction costs tied in. You can't fund one, you can't break that out.
And
You need,
I-
you need,
I-
you need
I-
a
I-
I've
long
been
no
told that
life
they
that-
can do the study separately, so that way
Yeah.
we don't have to
No,
budget
they,
more than.
they
It's
can
one
do
way.
the study, but if you're going through capital, because of bonding law, it has to be an
Right.
all-in number study and executing a project at the same, budget year.
Then I would like to put in 100,000 for the whole entire project to get it with engineering and construction.
Okay, so
We'd already
the
decided
reason
that.
that I would say we cannot do that is because we don't even know if the landlords will agree to that. It's so early before we even know if that's viable.
Even if their landlords don't agree to take the area right behind their businesses, we still have a parking lot over there that's underutilized, that's in bad shape, that has old fencing, that has debris and health issues, that could be better for our residents.
Yeah, but
We
if
still
we-
are able to
Laura,
make
if we cannot
pathways,
clean up-
lighting,
I believe it's
landscaping.
the point.
This would be a
Consider
2020
putting the
project.
cart
Right now,
before
you
the
need to
horse
have your
here.
kickoff meetings. And that could be charged to general engineering. And once everything is in place and you see how willing the property owners are to sign off on easements, whether you get all 100% or 80% or whatnot, because you have to have a plan A, B, and C. Then in the 2020 budget, we could do a line for parking lot O study and construction.
So
And, and you can phase out construction, but the study has to be with an actual construction
But-
cost.
But I don't wanna sit and for 3 years have downtown say I cannot have parking, our stores need parking.
Well, first of all, you're not increasing the parking. You're right that the area has to be improved. It's not underutilized. That parking lot is full a good part of the day. But I think when you look, you've got a taste of how our process works. There's no way this is gonna be done in 2019, with all due respect. I appreciate your fervor on this. We need to go slowly. What Lisette is true, our committee has to meet, we have to get a sense of what we wanna do, then we gotta go out to the landlords and get a sense of whether they'll cooperate with us. I think, our goal should be to be prepared to put a plan in place and do the work next year. I
So,
think that's
Lori-
that's realistic.
And also keep in mind, like we did this year, right? We fronted the first part of the capital by having a temporary capital plan. If stuff can be done, if everything could work out, and then of this year, you could put that in the temporary capital. Like right now, we'll adopt the 1904 on Tuesday. After the stop period, funding would be available first week of April. And that way you
Do a study.
to do the study and start with the construction project, as opposed to waiting for the general capital plan, which funding, since the budget is later this year, we're looking at being able to release funds sometime in mid to late June. So that's an option.
But to me, if we don't put a line item in this, if we don't actually plan for it, I feel like there's no way impossible we'd even get it done by 2020. Now we're talking 2 years out.
Well,
I
you
feel like
could get
sometimes
this
we
done
drag our
by then.
feet by not funding ideas and projects.
Handcuffed by state.
If we don't use it, it goes back to the budget. I understand, but I'm trying
She
to
could
move
always
it
do an
forward.
ordinance
And if we don't line
later. We
item
don't
it
like to
into
do
a
it,
capital,
but
we
you
could
can.
never get this done.
Lauren,
You have to
if
plan
the
many variables.
landlords, if the landlords are not worrying about the easement or so, if the landlord said, I'm not gonna walk, 100 yards to put the garbage over there and have a central unit, then our plan has to completely change, and we just say, let's put a parking alley and just make, we need to understand that, because to do a plan that's not gonna match what the landlords want would be a waste of money.
Well, I think the
And-
the committee that we have, our parking lot O,
Yeah.
really needs to get their feet on the ground and get a sense of exactly where we wanna go with this. Then we need to bring it back to the council so that the council approves exactly what we wanna do. And only then will we go out to the property owners, who, by the way, for the most part, are not the owners of the businesses.
Right.
All right, so now you got really two factions, you got property owners and you got business owners. And we probably wanna start with the business owners who need to go to help us convince the property owners that an easement, because everybody looks at an easement as I'm giving up control of my property.
Exactly, it's giving
And
away.
a lot of people
There's a
are
lot of
reluctant to
legwork
that.
This is a
So
construction easement.
this is gonna be a process
Of taking them.
with a great goal, because that area needs to be improved. None of us dispute that, so,
Look, I think all of this can be explored, but why can't it be explored while there's a line item budget of available funds?
Because there
So
is
that for the
nothing
next
that we
6
can
months,
put in.
we develop it. For the next 6 months, we study it, we develop it, we talk to the
There is
landlord,
nothing
we
we
talk
can
to the
put in,
building owners.
You don't have a real solid
Right,
cost yet.
we're budgeting in the dark, we're just picking a number out of thin air.
There
At
is,
least there's a budget.
No,
Yeah,
but you
but-
have to
When you're
have an
dealing with
intended
capital,
project.
you
and-
can't,
I haven't intended.
no,
No,
you
but
can't.
the cost of the project has to go along with capital.
You cannot put it in the,
Wait.
in the bond. The bond has to have precise numbers and understanding the work that has to be done.
Because it should
It
become
cannot
part
be.
of the project.
Yes.
Can we get a sense of the
But-
downtown within the next couple of
But
years?
it's six.
I'm sorry, for the-
Lauren, I promise you, Lauren, I
Just
promise you
asking
that
whether
if
we
we
can
have
get a
something,
sense of the
we'll get it
downtown
quickly
within the
done.
next week or two.
I promise you.
Bring it
No,
forward.
you won't be able to, you know how difficult it's gonna be just to get, reach out to each business owner
Well,
or
we
each
don't know,
property
we
owner?
don't know. We should-
Oh, can I say something?
An interim bump.
This
Yeah.
committee hasn't
I
even met
promise
yet.
you.
Susan, I just want Lauren to understand,
You
Lauren,
can.
when you get this all together, then
In total.
you could always introduce another ordinance later and do a bond ordinance for it.
Yes, but
Right now
my
you
point
cannot
is,
put
it's,
it.
you
doesn't
can't
have
get
to
it
be
all
in the
together,
budget.
you can't get this
We
study,
could
and then you
amend
take
the
this plan
plan
out
later
later.
if
Lauren,
it should come to.
Is there
Right now
any,
you can put it-
I hear
cannot
that
put it in
what
the
Lauren
budget.
wants to do, is there any
Undefined.
interest from
It
any
does
other
not
member of
be
the governing body
requirements of the
to go
bond.
forward with this at this time?
I can't get it studied and planned out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is there anything else that needs to be discussed today?
I have something, I have two things. I'm sorry. You know I don't bring things up unless it's necessary. This has nothing to do with capital, it has to do with open space, but when you appropriate funding from open space, then once that's done, it is considered a capital project. Now, like for example, Oresco Park. If we wanna do the second leg, the second pathway, we have a proposal from the contractor, and it came out, and Bob and I looked at the plans, went out there, and he has, I think the proposal came at $39,075.
Yeah, something like that.
Because you have to make it uniform to what you currently have.
What is it, I'm sorry?
This for the second path,
Does that
for
include
Resco
anything
Path.
other than a cinder pathway?
39,000 for.
I can't do it.
concrete.
Oh,
39,465, and it was mentioned in the DPW committee about taking out the benches. If you take out the benches, that's $4,700, which would bring the project down to
That's
34.
absolutely ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous.
The benches are needed, and
What was the
public
whole
space.
Can I see it? May I see it?
Here.
137, this is ridiculous.
100 or 150?
You don't.
It was, no, 150 was allocated, partially through open space, partially through capital. That funded the landscape architect, and then there was about 122 for construction. Bids were rejected the first time because it came too high and there was only one bidder. When we went out to bid again, what we did is we broke out the project, so there was the main sitting room, one pathway and another pathway. And based on how bids came in, we only did one sitting room and one pathway, so what's left is the second pathway.
Bob,
Call it the alternate, right?
Bob.
I wanna see the original plans.
One second, Bob,
The
you're a
original
professional.
landscaping.
Can you justify spending $39,000 for this pathway?
If you read the quote, there's a lot involved in it.
So that's all stonework as
It's all
opposed to
stonework,
concrete?
it's all masonry work. This is what you're looking at doing, this area right here. From the original monument out to this sitting area, that sitting area.
What would a
out to
concrete
here.
sidewalk cost?
Well, you already have 2/3 of the project in, and now
It's
you
about
have,
making it
It-
uniform this time?
It won't be uniform, it'll be,
yeah, you'll have something completely different on this side versus what you have now.
Yeah. But it's the 39, it's an outrageous number.
I'm not interested in spending any more money on Oresco until we develop other areas. I'm sorry, there's so many other green spaces I'd rather spend money on.
Or
that's
so you-
council's
you-
decision, but we were asked to look into
You're justifying
completing
leaving
it.
something incomplete. I mean, this is really incomplete. We all agree that this pathway really
It
makes
is
a lot
incomplete,
of
but the
sense.
price is, it's outrageous. We have to go out, we'll bid out to the project
Why wasn't this
for
done?
one lane going over
Because
there.
there wasn't enough
We
money.
don't have to get to the same provider.
Oh,
$40,000 is absolutely out of the world.
Were they the only ones?
But-
Listen,
Well, taking into account what we spent on the, figure out what we spent
Oh,
on
you
the other
pay-
pathways.
I know,
paying
it's
for
right,
pavers, you have
it's
to get it
outrageous
down,
too.
you do
I don't know that we're
excavation,
gonna do
I
that.
don't,
That's my concern.
Yeah, we'll see.
no, it's
We
not
got nothing
engineering,
to
it would be
lose.
done, the oversight, instead of getting the consultant, the oversight would be done in-house
Fair enough.
through Bob as part of the
The whole idea
consulting
with the
meetings.
consultant and with this one was a disaster. So let's move on.
No, we could only move
we
forward.
could do this
Let's move on.
as a
It's-
separate ordinance from open space,
That's
not
what I'm-
as part of this.
No, we can't because it's too high of a change order to
Yeah.
consider as a change
We
order.
could discuss this
Yeah.
at a different time once the budget.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's that to take into consideration, and what we don't have, we anticipate for 2020 is to fix the Roosevelt
Yes.
Monument.
Yeah,
And the
let's
whole,
do that.
we have a grant for part of it, but the other part plus the wrought iron fence would come out to 150. If you don't spend, if you don't wanna do open space for this, then you have to know that money has to be spent sometime for winterization.
I would love to spend open space on the on the skate park area near Roosevelt, much more than adding a path here.
Could we focus on what we're talking about instead of keeping broadening our
So-
conversation? We'll never
If
get
we're
to
gonna
it.
use open space, I wanna discuss what open space is.
Then now's not the time for
We
this.
have
Is
two
this
projects.
really
Let's
part of
focus.
this budget
Let's
discussion?
focus on the project.
Well, I'm just bringing it up because as we're formulating our capital plan, whatever you spend from open space becomes a capital project.
I would have to amend the capital plan, but you could discuss it as a separate item and we could amend the plan later.
Look,
I'm just bringing it.
the most important thing is I don't want to lose the grant that we have. The
Yeah.
grant is a matching grant, which means we have to commit the funding equal to that
How
for
much is the
Roosevelt
ma-
Monument.
How much is the matching fund?
It's 60 something, 64, 68.
So it's 3-1?
No, it's
It's
a
a third?
50-50 and then putting in extra money because it was decided that you want to protect the monument with a wrought iron
The
fence.
wrought iron fence
So
makes a lot of sense.
So that's
We
why
need to-
it's
How
up to
much is the road
150.
iron fence, please?
I think about 20, 22, 24.
So let me just, that's where it doesn't match. 66,
Because
66.
the fence wasn't part of the grant application.
I understand, but stay with me for a second. 66, 66 plus 20 makes 86.
No, you have to appropriate for
I understand, but let me understand the number because that's what we're trying to do.
This is open space money.
Yes, exactly.
It would either be next year's capital, if you want it done this year, you have to use open
So
space.
66 is
That's
the
why
grant.
it's being
The
brought up.
grant is 66, we want to match with 66 plus another 20.
Well, it's two separate
Yeah?
issues, right?
So it'll be 86 we have to put. And
It's
we-
6600.
just wait. 66 goes in also because for the budgetary
Right.
purposes, and we get 66 back that gets put back
Into
into
open space.
into open space.
As
So
opposed
really
to a
what we
capital
spend,
project.
yeah, really what we spend is $86,000. I think it's money well spent to protect the
Are we
monument.
taking out open space?
On the monument.
Okay, I
Yes.
agree.
Not
Let's
on
do
the
it.
rest.
No,
Yeah.
monument.
We're talking about the
It's done.
The monument.
Let's do it,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
Space.
okay.
Number for the monument, sorry.
150 including the fence, the wrought
So
iron
let me
fence.
Which 68 is a grant.
let me explain to you.
That will come
Let me
when
explain
it
to
comes.
everybody where we
Okay,
are.
wait, where are we?
Where we are. We getting $66,000 as a grant. We matching 66,000.
It's too expensive.
Plus we putting $20,000 for the wrought iron fence around it. So really we taking out of $86,000 out of the open space. In order for the budget to go through, we have to budget both 86 plus 66, and when it's done, we get in 66 dollars goes back.
And if
So-
we don't spend it all,
That's Roosevelt.
whatever's has to be.
That's
Yeah,
Roosevelt.
that's Roosevelt.
So instead of a 2020 capital, it'd be a 2019 open space.
Correct, yes. we're all-
Can that 86,000 or whatever it is, does that include the area around it? Because there's a landscape architect Jeff wants to do, and the landscaping in and around
You have
that.
to see what the grant application
I be-
entails.
I believe the grant- the
It's
grant-
only the grant application, whatever it entailed, and the only addition is the fence. I don't know
I
landscape.
believe the grant application included some landscaping.
Yes, it did.
Jeffrey,
It
didn't
did.
it? The grant application for Roosevelt included some landscaping.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes, it did.
Done?
All right.
Motion to close?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.